That's baller. In Iran.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them pep through the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup,
Thank you, baby.
and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size bottles for juice boxes. Find Juicy
I
Juice at your
appreciate that.
favorite local grocery retailer.
Thank you.
Info at juicyjuice.com.
When a service member or first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty, who's there for them or the families left behind? Who's helping our homeless veterans and our nation to never forget 9/11? The Tunnel to Towers Foundation. More than 95 cents of every dollar donated to Tunnel to Towers goes to its programs. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at t2t.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you
I have one question for you.
or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue.
Are you living like a pimp?
About new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision.
That's what I want to hear, baby. That's what I want to hear.
Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. For control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, features from sweat-resistant sport formula to kits SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon. You know proof is coming, but you have nothing to fear. New Pampers Swaddlers with blowout barrier helps prevent up to 100% of leaks, even blowouts. Fear no leaks with Pampers Swaddlers. And download the Pampers Club app today and earn Pampers Cash. Redeem your Pampers Cash for exclusive Pampers coupon savings and rewards. Click or tap the link now to learn more.
Think that was a moto. Like a Jamoto. Hey, I'll be right back.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and
Oh.
now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why an agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month. a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Every basket is better with the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Bartesian, helping you master mixology madness during the tournament. Bartesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Bartesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Bartesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the Tropical Margarita, Vodka, Whiskey, and Gin Lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Bartesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at Bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand. Hey, you got any gum?
Yeah, check my backpack.
What's this?
Oh, that's naloxone. It can reverse an opioid overdose. I decided to always keep it on me after my friend almost died. It saved his life.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. That makes me want to have it with me, too.
You totally should. Check the pharmacy. It was actually really easy to get, and it's easy to use.
I definitely will. Thanks.
Naloxone saves lives. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
Our kids have said to us since we moved to Minnesota, we are far more happy than we've ever been anywhere else we've ever lived.
Moving to Minnesota opened up a lot of doors for us.
Just this overall sense of community, the values that Minnesotans have.
It's a real accepting and loving community, especially to young kids.
CNBC ranks Minnesota #4 best state to live and work. A great place to work, an even better place to live. ExploreMinnesota.com/live.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
It's your captain speaking. We've got a clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit HookedOnPhonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the Parity Flex Annuity. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs, with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again. A paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Parity Flex Annuity, and it's one more example of their commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever their next chapter holds. Gainbridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all
Let's try it again. Jeff Lynne, Bewitched, Bummed, and Bewildered, and Electric Light Orchestra is doing their over and out tour this year. So get out and see them. All right, coming up next on Coast to Coast AM, The Secret History of Stonehenge. Author, researcher, second generation dowser Maria Wheatley takes us on a worldwide megalithic odyssey, revealing two
I'm back, you little
separate
slut.
phases of Stonehenge.
How you living, baby? Do you like any podcasts that are great?
Was a temple dedicated to a goddess of reincarnation. Phase 2 was a healing temple, which included a stone you could sit on, one that produced water.
Fuck it. Did you hear Ray Kurzweil on there the other day?
A standing stone was floating, but it sat
Dog, we're listening to it right now, motherfucker.
corner of the eye image that made Stonehenge an oracle
Oh,
temple
you better
of
be.
the gods and
You
a
better
temple
be.
of manifestation.
It's on like
Maria Whitley
donkey
tells you what no
Kong. Do you know the Harry Potter Obama sign at Ken Genius space?
archaeologist will, and she's next after this quick timeout on Coast to Coast AM.
Shoot, how aren't you in there? I've been streaming live in there live for 10 months.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go
Dog,
sideways, it's always one of the
dog,
first things to
say no more. What I want you to do right now, I'm sharing my screen in there. I've got multiple cameras in there. Go, I just sent you the link. Go in that one right now, and I'm going to play Joe Rogan.
But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Streamed by Jay, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
You will get 2 more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of 58 in free food. Go to foodfood3.com. That's foodfood3.com.
Have you joined yet? You're in the Harry Potter Obama sign at Ken Genius voice chat? Video chat? Alright, you gotta get me in there. Alright, baby. Alright, here we go. Great Kurzweil, everyone.
My name is Christopher Gardner, founder of Untucked. 13 years ago, we redefined men's casual style with the original Untucked shirt. Over the years, we applied the same obsession for the perfect fit. Pants, polos, and sports coats, to name a few. We literally got you covered from head to toe. We also have a great women's collection and just launched a big and tall line too. With 20 new stores planned in 2024, you'll now have over every grocery. Visit us at untucked.com or one of our many stores.
I don't know. I only noticed because you were here. I'm not really a suspended aficionado. But the reason why I'm asking is because you're basically a technologist and you know a lot of technology. You think that there's kind of
Researcher Maria Wheatley.
well, people like them. Clearly, yeah. And I'm surprised they haven't caught on. But they have somebody who can actually paint them. I mean, these are hand painted suspenders. So the ones that you have, these are right here. These are hand painted. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so that's part of it. So you're wearing art. Exactly. Yeah. So, and art is part of technology. I mean, we're using technology to create art now. So that's true. And it's, in fact, the very first, I've been now in AI for 61 years, which is actually a record. And the first thing I did was create something that could write music.
He has researched megalithic sites across the world. Maria is a second-generation dowser and geomancer who is the UK's leading authority on the geodetic energies, ley lines, and grid lines. He's lectured worldwide and has shown the British dowsers and other dowsing societies how to locate and find geodetic earth energies. Maria has worked alongside experts such as Rothschild to prove the existence of earth energies and how the stones that transmit electromagnetic energies. Maria was the first independent researcher to track down and photograph the elongated, long-stoned people of Stonehenge, for exciting new finds regarding the long-lost people associated with the ancient monuments. Published in her forthcoming book, which will be a world first, Maria has tracked down and unique priesthood of Europe, the Bronze Age king or priest that once ruled Avebury Henge, that yielded the Queen of Stonehenge, and has unearthed new finds that show us how and why certain mindfulness was instructed and used in these groups, large and small, sites in India and Europe, focusing on interacting with living earth energies that underpin and set megalithic architecture. She also runs esoteric coffee shop courses on dowsing, past life regression, druidic soul star, astrology, and tarot. And she is the author of the Unmade Spells of Stonehenge, and her latest is The Secret History of Stonehenge, Ancestral Mysteries and Lost Civilizations. Maria, welcome back to Coast to Coast AM. How are you?
Create a painting in the style of Frank Frazetta, for instance. And what it would be,
My pleasure.
it would take
Just let's go back to
Frazetta's
2015
work
for a
that
moment
he's ever
and
done,
your discovery of the Queen of Stonehenge.
and then create an image that's representative of that. So you're essentially, in one way or another, you're kind of taking from art, right? But it's not quite as good. It will be as good. It doesn't really match human experience by 2025.
She was placed within that mound, which is very unusual because postulates, especially in the British Isles, those pharaohs contained numerous people. They were real burial place in their last phase of activity. So to have one barrack meant that was a very distinguished person. That's why I think she was a high queen or a high priestess. Stonehenge area in its first phase. About 3100 BC, had its own sacred.
It's so quick.
And just describe what she looked like. How tall was she? Other maybe anatomical differences between her and, let's say, your rock.
To a certain point, it will far exceed everything creativity is capable of.
But compared to their body size, we have our head
If it's not going to just match one human, it's going to match all humans. It's going to do everything that any human can do.
the long-felt people have their head 110, so their head was smaller now, much smaller, but larger. In terms of their ear placement as well, what was noticed by anthropologists, their ear placement was further back, and that's where maybe we get the memory of pixies, very renowned British Isles, so like very, very. Also, with their inner ear, there is a missing bone. When I presented this to London, she said it's impossible. Our ear bones are like that. I said, well, what if it's called threat? It's a repeat by anthropologists. And she said they probably hear different frequencies. Maybe that's technology very different to you and us, how small the world is. We hear a lot about giants, not so much later, but the long-headed people being a
Confidence saying, but I did
shows
several
that
hundred
their
people
height
from
was
around the world.
approximately 4 feet 9 for women and about 5 feet 4 for men.
And people thought that this
You
would
have
happen,
seen a bone
but
being
not by
measured by
2029. It
myself,
would take 100
including.
years.
But we know that they were a very
But I think people are amending
unusual,
those.
mythical
Is it
looking
because human beings are
woman
very
with
difficult
their
to
long
tie
skulls
grasp
and
the
their
concept
strange
of
ear
exponential
placement.
growth?
And one skull
That's exactly
had
right.
a very a big ridge along the top of the head as well, and that seemed to be unusual. And another report changed the law, so they also had a ridge. But how I covered that up.
It actually doubles.
And were these skulls elongated as a result of cradle boarding, or were they born this way?
That's a really good question, and one that's asked a lot.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. The question is, time for what? If time is unlimited, how would you use it? If I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I would practice archery or maybe I would shoot pool. I'd write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. Be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities So you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist. And switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE.
Where did they?
I've been talking about AG1
they
for years, and
how did they
here's something
arrive
fun. It's
in
not always been the same AG1. And you know why? That's because they just keep making it better. These guys are dedicated to researching and testing and tweaking so it stays a nutritional powerhouse. They're in the lab, constantly improving, and I love that. Seriously, I trust AG1 because they know what they're doing. AG1 is tested for 950 impurities. Way more than the industry standard recommendation of 10. Because what's not in AG1 is just as important as what is. There's a lot of supplements in the market, but AG1 is one thing that I choose to start my mornings with. Just stir it in, some cold water, and I'm ready to go. So if you're trying to figure out how to start optimizing your health journey, it's AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Those travel packs are awesome. I use them all the time. Drink AG1.com/.
So what are the implications then? What does that mean?
AG1.com/Rothschild. Check it out. Is this chart available online? Is there a chart? Yeah, it's in the book. But is it available online? The chart or Jimmy can go over? It's over to you. Just so the folks watching the podcast can see it too. But I just hold up to the camera. It says price performance of computation 1939 to 2023. You have it. Okay. Jeremy has it. Yeah, look at this. The chart is the same. It's like what's interesting is an exponential curve. And the straight line represents exponential growth. And that's an absolute straight line for 80 years. The very first point, this is the speed of computers, 0.0000007 calculations per second. The constant
Are these
the last point is 35 billion calculations per second. So that's
phase
20
1, phase 2?
quadrillion fold increase in its 80 years. But the speed with which it gained is actually the same throughout the entire 80 years, because if it was sometimes better and sometimes worse, this curve would bend up and down. It's really very much a straight line. So the speed with which we increased it was the same regardless of the technologies. The technology was radically different at the beginning versus the end, and yet it increased the speed exactly the same for 80 years. In fact, the first 40 years, nobody even knew this was happening. So it's not like somebody was in charge saying, okay, next year we have to get to here, people will try to match that. We didn't even know this was happening in years. 40 years later, I noticed this. For various reasons, I predicted it would stay the same speed increase each year, which it has. In fact, we just put the last stop like 2 weeks ago, and it's exactly where it should be. So, technology and computation
So the elongated sculpture people built Stonehenge, if they share so much
at
in
the same
common
speed.
with the Egyptians,
This goes to war.
why didn't they
You
build
might say, well,
pyramids?
maybe
Why
it's greater during
Stonehenge?
war.
Why standing
No,
stone?
it's exactly the same. You can't tell whether it's war or peace or anything else up here. It just matches from one type of technology to the next. It's also true of other things, like, for example, getting energy from the sun. That's also exponential. It's also just like this. It's increased.
believe that because like the pyramid of Saqqara, for example, in ancient Egypt, that is the monument. Like, I think the ancient Britons don't show a lot of spiritual culture or religious culture of the ancient Egypt. They had their own identity. And it was so powerful, and now with their focus of the technology as well as how much you can extract from the sun from those panels. They place those circles on that. The thing is down to having their own identity. And Stonehenge Base 2, Stonehenge West, and then the giant xylophones and the lizard stone work was unique. Nothing like it in the ancient world.
The person told me that was wrong. He knew what I was telling me, this is the reason why you can't have a fully solar powered electric car, because this is not capable of absorbing that much from the sun with a small panel like that. So there's a physical limitation in panel size.
If you were to reconstruct it, I don't know if there's any way to know but how do you imagine phase 1 Stonehenge look like?
A lot of archaeology has been done on Stonehenge phase 1, and what did it look like?
99% of the building of it, as well as the expansion of the
very large, short back. Could you imagine a short back, real life, around about 6, 10 storage tall? It was like downtown with 2 entrances, one entrance in the northeast, the other entrance in the south. And
the concept was, like, could you make a solar paneled car, a car that has solar panels on the roof, and would that be enough to power the car? And he said no. He said it's just not really there yet. It's not there yet, but it will be there in 10 years. He seemed to doubt that. He thought that there's a certain limitation of the amount of energy you get from the sun, period, how much you use now, how much the solar panels can absorb. Well, you're not going to be able to get it all from the solar panel that fits in the car. You're going to have to store some of that energy. Right. So you wouldn't just be able to drive indefinitely on solar power. Yeah, that was what he was saying. So, but you can obviously power a house, especially if you have a roof like Tesla has those solar powered roofs now, but you can also store the energy from a car.
He was in charge of, tourism there, he was in charge of building wind, he was taking people around as well, like the guys. They're very widely respected. He scored the deal.
So what are they going to do with all these nuclear plants, coal power plants? That's completely unnecessary. People say we need
Then it had a white floor, and then a huge fan. We like to put in on how to describe it.
So in 10 years, you think we power Los Angeles with the sun?
All of that huge chore.
I was not aware that we were anywhere near that kind of time.
Created a very secretive arena on the inside.
So the expensive growth also figured in.
You couldn't see what was
Because
going
just
on.
the amount of power that you would need to charge, X amount of million. If everyone has an electric vehicle by 2035, the amount of change you would need on the grid would be pretty substantial.
And it was probably dedicated to nighttime ritual. Because a lot of the alignment has to do with the moon and not the sun. The sun came later into alignment.
Actually ask people to certain times when it's not to charge them.
Dedicated to a goddess of reincarnation, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, I noticed that if you were at Stonehenge phase 1
Is the bottleneck of battery technology and how close are they to solving some of these problems of like conflict minerals and other things
there
that
would
we
be
need
a
with how
huge
these batteries?
constellation above you called Corona Borealis. The northern
Ability to
crown,
store
as
energy
it's
is also
commonly
growing
called.
exponentially.
It has all
Putting all that together,
the bright
we'll be able
star
to
is
power
called
everything we need
El Gemma.
within 10
Now,
years.
this is ancient
Wow.
Celtic
Most people
mythology.
don't think that. So you're thinking that based on this idea that the computation would grow like this.
She
It's just
ruled
continuing to do
Ulster,
that.
reincarnation, and souls.
And so we have
Believed
large
in
language models, for
that the
example.
souls of
No
heroes,
one expected that to happen
Merlin.
like 5 years ago.
I mean a magician.
We had them 2 years ago, but they didn't
Well,
work
the
very
Merlin
well.
was still
So it began
constellation
little less than 2 years ago, the connection to blood flow control.
If you have been a good person, you will obviously need to stay, and it would also to tell you your reincarnation next time round for your incarnation on Earth again. Now, if that same myth is already
AI figured out a way to lie.
750
They
BC,
used AI to go through a capture system, and the AI told the system that it was vision impaired, which is not technically a lie, but it used it to bypass are you a robot? Well, we don't know. Now it's language models to say they don't know something. So to answer the question,
Isn't it? I agree.
the answer to the question is not in the system. It still comes up with an answer.
It comes up with this thing called a hallucination.
Give you its best answer. The best answer is not the same. It still gives you an answer. But that's considered a hallucination.
it is about
And we know hallucination. Yeah, the answer is so an AI hallucination. So they cannot be wrong. And so far, we're actually working on being able to tell if it doesn't know something. So if you ask it something, you say, oh, I don't know that. Right now, it can't do that. Oh, wow. That's interesting. So it gives you some answer.
Before we break the bottom of the hour, but
if the answer's out there, just like make something up.
very short.
The best answer, the best answer isn't very good because it doesn't know the answer.
How did they move
And the way to fix
these
hallucinations
enormous
is to actually
stones
give
into
it
place?
more capabilities to memorize things and give it more information so it knows the answer to it. If you tell it an answer to a question, it will remember that and give you that correct answer. But this, obviously, we don't know everything. And it's interesting. We have to be able to scan an answer to every single question. You can't quite do it. It'd be actually better if we can actually answer them. Yeah, I don't know that. Right. Particularly, like, say, when it comes to exploration of the universe, if there's a certain amount of gas molecules that come out, so if it has to answer questions about that, it's not going to
History of Stonehenge,
just come up with an answer.
taking us in a break with Coast to Coast AM.
That's interesting. Now we get rid of the problem. If someone was counting on an AI hallucination or something too soon, right? Right. They don't know everything. Search engines actually know perfectly well better. If it actually answers something, it's usually correct. Unless it's curious. But large language models don't have that capability. So we could actually predict if they're wrong. But also tell us what we have to fix. What about the idea that AI models are influenced by ideology? That AI models have been programmed with certain ideologies. I mean, they do learn from people that people have ideologies.
Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national championship and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. Customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code
When it comes to
IHEART.
this
Promo
idea that
code
people
IHEART.
enter information
is
into
yours.
a computer that relies on ideology, do you anticipate that with artificial general intelligence it will be agnostic to ideology? It will be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted currently, that we will do things more objectively and rationally? Well, eventually we should call it artificial general intelligence, even if it didn't do that. People certainly do are influenced by
source of information inside the body.
whatever their
You can't see it.
people of their respect
But you can see how depicting can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have itchy, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pains, or parasitic infection. Don't chase your stop action without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your AT specialist about details. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-844.
It's not enough data to be able to
No matter
store
what the day brings,
everything
count on
correctly.
Juicy Juice for the good stuff. It keeps the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day.
Which we don't have.
Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit.
So that's what's holding
No
us back
sugar
is
added.
data and
No
storage.
high
Yeah, we
fructose
also
corn
have to
syrup.
have the
And
correct
no
storage.
artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles at
For that.
boxes. Order Juicy Juice at your favorite local bakery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
That's a fun thing to say. Hallucinations. Use of artificial
Involve your sun care with new Banana Boat
we usually
360
come up with the wrong things. We
control
want to
mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience. It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control coverage using powders. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas. Control for one continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, feature film from sweat-resistant sport formula to Kant's SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon. Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't connect to their lives. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
The children of our
Tested
nation
several billion
on 9/11, but the total
decided
fatality
on
now
it in 2 days.
right in this moment by helping
We've been
teachers
testing
educate
it with
kids in
people.
kindergarten through 12th
We'll be
grade.
able to overcome that as well because we'll be able to test
Video
in
with the Struggling
machines.
Heroes book series. The Institute offers full curriculum
But
classes,
we
speakers,
reaction to testing in people for
it's a
10
new
months.
museum with
With a
9/11
civil record.
artifacts at Russell F.
So
Siller
for
Memorial Scholarship.
machines, when they start
Program is
testing medications for
only
machines,
$11 a month.
how will they audit that? So the concept will be that you take into account biological variability, all the different factors that would lead a person to have an adverse reaction to a certain compound, and then you program all the known data about how things interact with the body. You need to be able to say all the different possible risks. But they come up with like a number of how many people will be adversely affected by something. That's one of the things we would look at. And then efficacy based on age, how that can be done literally in a matter of days rather than years.
Termites come out after the rains and they get into your walls
The
and
question
start
would be
doing
like,
their
who's in
damage
charge of
on
that?
those
And
things.
like,
They
how
never
is
stop
that?
eating. I mean, it's
How does
24/7.
it get resolved?
And sometimes
And
there are places you can't even see.
artificial
All
intelligence is
Pacific
still
Coast
prone
termites
to
are free home
hallucinations.
inspection or
They start using those hallucinations just by medications.
And if you do have termites, they can be really
Especially
no
if
tenting,
it's
no
controlled
hotel
by
stays, no
corporations
double
like
bagging of
Rothschild.
food, no pet
Well, that's
safety.
the issue.
And I tend
Yeah,
to
to do it
believe
correctly.
it is a
So
nightmare.
we'll have to come, there's going to have to be a point in time where we all decide that artificial intelligence has reached
Try doing that
this
in 10
place where we can trust it.
Mention KRI, get 10% off
That's why they take
2-year guarantee on all of the
leading
100
candidate
Pacific, 100 Pacific, PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite. Choose termites.
Once a week, they have reliance on it.
AM 640.
So we've got to make the simulations correct.
It's what we do.
Right now, we actually tested with people that takes to 10 months in this case. When you look at artificial intelligence and you look at the expansion of it, the ultimate place that it will eventually be, what do you see happening inside of our lifetime, inside of 20 years? What kind of revolutionary changes on society will this have? Well, from that, we'll have in 5 years, 2025, this will reach longevity. So right now you go through a year, and you use a year of your longevity, and you go, however we do in scientific progress, and we're making coming up with new cures for diseases and so on. Right now, you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year in scientific progress. You're getting back 4 months. That's an 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. By 2021, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year. Pretty much stay in the same place. So by 2029, you'll be stopped.
Passengers of the Alaska Airlines flight that was supposed to make an emergency landing when a door panel fell out mid-air have received a letter from the FBI identifying them as victims of a possible crime. The incident occurred January 5th when Flight 1282 was on its way from Oregon to California with 177 people on board. The Federal Aviation Administration announced an investigation into the event days later. Attorney Mark Lindquist, who represents passengers on the flight in litigation against Boeing and Alaska Airlines, shared the letter from the Justice Department with NBC News. I'm contacting you because we've identified you as a possible victim of crime. Crime victim specialist for the FBI Seattle Division wrote in the letter. You can read more about this in the news section at Coast to Coast AM. And if you like to talk to us about language, you might want to visit my website, strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca, and there you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, Richard Serrett's Strange Planet, and episodes from Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And if you want to get deeper into Strange Planet, you can think about maybe becoming a premium subscriber. There are 3 premium subscriber tiers to choose from. You can access a commercial-free listening, bonus episode produced just for you, and a subscription to my monthly newsletter, Intercept. StrangePlanet.ca. StrangePlanet.ca. After this quick time, I'm back to more of my conversation with second-generation Dowser, author, researcher Maria Wheatley as we discuss the secret history of Stonehenge, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
I mean, it seems to work. There's evidence behind it. How old are you now? 76.
What if you could build a 6-figure retirement?
Okay, 76, man. That's great.
That route, get a discount on your retirement, creating a 6-figure income 40% less than traditional 401ks.
So your goal is to get to that
best-selling author, executive producer, and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we travel over 20,000 miles finding real Americans who retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their story on how they get a full retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money's never at risk if the market crashes. That's right, if the market crashes 30%, you lose money. Even the super wealthy are shifting money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income, hopefully landing the stock market years soon. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to talk to a specialist with a free copy of this brand new movie at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value. If you call today, you can get it completely free. That means never shipping, no credit card required. Call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020. Check it out, 1-800-506-2020.
Real people, real stories.
So I had one concept with the surgeon, and he was telling me what he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I saw him look on the grass, and I called and canceled my surgery, and he said, I could go someplace else. I said, no, I'm taking care of it myself. He said, okay. And my problem now, my skin went away. I have bruising, that's all. 3 weeks after I put out the war, I noticed I was looking at my arms. I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms. I can't put my fingers on my nose on the cat. I have to tell you, that has to be in the war.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
NBA stars are dropping 6-plus points all over. Now, take your
That is interesting.
I
do.
An official partner of the NBA this week.
Basically, kind of saying that living forever is just, a hop, skip, and a jump away, really.
You're absolutely right. It's absolutely fascinating where we're at in society and what the future holds and how quickly it's moving. It's unbelievable. With every day that goes by, we get closer and closer to full event singularity. Technological singularity will be here faster than we know, And it's fascinating to talk about because we may see it within our generation, particularly if mind uploading technology and life extension technology are a thing. It's really fascinating. I would definitely say as well. Go ahead.
Well, I just think it's like, what, 15 years away? And then reverse aging is going to be a thing. You know, even the possibility of not reincarnation in a sense, but bringing the person's mind that may have been actually preserved back to an extent where they can still converse, and then tell us about things that we may have not known or understand at that time. I just think that would be really interesting.
I do too.
All of Focus frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers.
Very confused. These are breath of fresh air in this world, I swear.
I agree.
I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now, and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Roka stay in your face, you can actually run out of them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. So,
You mentioned that Stonehenge second phase diverged significantly from its original design, including alterations to stone settings and so forth. What do you believe motivates these changes? What precipitated these changes?
Well, they did
what a large language model does is it has connections in it as well. And in fact, it's getting now to a point
that we see as
fairly comparable to the human brain, about a trillion connections in the brain.
Recently, it's been discovered
Things like
by
the
University
top
College
model
London.
from Google
Stones used
to
to
for
shoot
there are about 400 billion
They seen the
connections approximately.
that they would dig out underground.
There'll be a trillion probably within a year.
Name of the stone
That's really comparable to what the human brain does.
exposed to the elements,
Eventually we'll
which
go
creates a
beyond
very
that.
hard front.
And we'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter.
Daylight is much more
So if you
superior
have the ability to be
shape,
smarter,
which is what they did to all of the stones for dress.
that's something that's
They
positive.
made them look shape. Their color slightly
If we
different.
were
It has
like
a
mice
pinkish
today,
silver hue originally.
and we had the opportunity to become like humans, we wouldn't object to that. But we are humans, so we don't object to that.
Inside of Stonehenge, they too, because it consisted of stone circle,
And this is going to basically make us smarter. Eventually we'll be much smarter than we are today. And that's a positive thing. We'll be able to do things that
and there was a full shade along the middle. Now, English Heritage on their website say that there was only one
the idea of us getting smarter sounds great.
Stonehenge phase
Right? Great to be smarter. But, right, but people look at it because it's like competition.
that you plug out to concentric circles.
Well, I mean,
I got in touch with
Google has 60
leader
programmers,
of
how many programmers exist in the world? How much longer is that going to be reliable?
Or did you agree with English Heritage?
Because
And he said, I agree with
large language models
There were
already
two
can
consensus
code,
stone
not
circles
quite as
there.
good as the
In
really
my
expert
quick
coder.
English Heritage,
But
say there
how
was
long is that going to be? It's not going to be 100 years. It's going to be a few years.
the stone apart. You can
So
see the
people see it
images
as
of that
competition.
worldwide on the net.
I have a slightly different view of that. I see these things as actually heading to our own intelligence. We're merging with these kinds of computers, making ourselves smarter by merging with it. And eventually it'll go inside our brain and be able to make us smarter instantly, just like we have more connections inside our own brain.
because they didn't
Well, I
fit in
think
with
people
the
have reservations always when it comes to great change. And this is probably the greatest change. The greatest change we've ever experienced in our lifetimes, for sure, has been the internet. And this will make that
John
look like
Aubrey was an antiquarian. He was
it'll
questioning whether
change
there was 6, whether there was 7.
it seems inevitable. I understand that people are upset about it, but it just seems like what human beings would have sort of decided to do. Right, we're the only animal that actually creates technology. And it's a combination of our brain and something else, which is a thumb. So I can imagine something, oh, if I take that, you can make a tree, I can create a tool. Other animals have actually a bigger brain, like the whale, dolphins, elephants. They have a larger brain than we do, but they don't have something equivalent to the thumb. Monkey has a thing that looks like a thumb, but it's actually an inch down and it doesn't actually work very well. So they can actually create a tool, but they don't create a tool that's powerful enough to create the next tool. So we're actually able to use our tools and create something that's much more significant. So we can create tools, and that's really part of who we are. It makes us that much more intelligent, and that's a good thing.
St. James's Palace in London, and that's where one of the stones of Stonehenge went. So now let's look about a new model of Stonehenge. You've got 30 lintels on the outside, 2 concentric circles of blue stone on the inside,
So here's US personal income per capita. So this is the average amount that we make per person in constant dollars. And it's just here's what's good.
Physical evidence
It gives me a lot more money, but things cost a lot more money to run. This is constant dollars. Constant dollars in relation to the inflation. Yeah. So this is not showing you inflation. These are constant dollars. So we're actually making that much more each year on average. So it doesn't take into account inflation, correct? So it's not taking into account the rise of cost of things. It's taking, it is, it is taking, oh, it is, okay. So we're making that much more in constant dollars. If you look over the past 100 years, we've made about 10 times as much. I wonder if there's a similar chart about consumer just about material possessions. I wonder if, like, how much more we're purchasing or creating. I always felt like that's one of the things that materialism is one of those instincts that human beings sort of look down upon, and this aimless pursuit of buying things. But I feel like that motivates technology because the constant need for the newest, greatest thing is one of the things that fuels the creation and innovation of new things. You really go back 100 years and people are like, oh yeah, because you wouldn't have, they wouldn't have a computer for programming. You'd have most things you'd grow accustomed to. Unless that's what you want, so we didn't live very long. I think average life was 48 years in 1900, it's 35 years in 1800. By 2000 years was 20 years. That takes into account child mortality. But it's also been trends. Some people did live long. There's some people that lived back then. If nothing happened, you did live to be 80 when you're old. That's sort of strange because most things happen. Most people, by the time you get to 80, have at least one hospital visit or something's gone wrong. Broken arm, broken this, broken that. It was very rare to make it to 80, right? 200 years ago. But the human body was physically capable of it. Right. Well, a human body can go on forever if you fix things properly. There's nothing in our body that
The architect is spirit away to St. James's Palace. Have we lost the trail? Do we know what happened to it? Where is it now? What is it being used for?
Today, right? They're treating disease. This is age. This is specific. This is not just inevitable.
consequences. And FDA doesn't accept that, but then if you're getting to accept it,
By Jeffrey Osborne, who wrote
they're forced to do it.
Kings of Britain.
The concept of artificial general intelligence scares a lot of people also because of the Terminator films and things along those lines. How far away are we, do you think, from actual artificial humans? Will we ever get there? Will we integrate
He
before
was
that
saying
takes
it was
place?
a human temple, and everybody knew that in the 12th
All of
century.
this additional
So
intelligence that
the
we're creating
Presley
is
were
something
renowned
that
for
we use.
healing.
And it's just like it came with us.
Always
So
being looked
we're actually making ourselves more
in the
intelligent.
1930s.
And I think that that's a good thing.
William
And if we have it,
he
then we
was
say, well,
being
we don't
grandson of
really like this,
another
let's take it away. People would never accept that.
quite
They may be
confusing.
against
His grandson, he
the idea of general intelligence, but once they get it, nobody wants to give that up.
and basically they just said to him, no stone is here.
Beneficial.
The royal door was closed on the archaeological community. And nobody's asked
The
where
law
it is.
started 200 years ago because the
I
cotton
say, where is
came
it?
out.
Is it still at St.
All these
James's
people that were
Palace?
making money with
What's
the cotton
the
gin
useful by the royal family?
were against
James
it.
the First was
They
a
would
very
actually destroy
complex
these
king
machines at
of
night.
England. Which
And they
was
said,
like
gee, if
the
this
life
keeps
and
going,
phobia
all
of
jobs are going to go
power of
away.
women.
And it made
He
people
also
using
had
the cotton
disabilities.
gin
His
to
legs
create
were
more
very
wealth
spindly
that
and an
didn't go
overlarge
away.
hand, so when
But we
he
actually made more
was
money
always
because we
trying
created
to
things that
mouth,
didn't
that
exist
was
then.
noticed
We
by
didn't have
James
anything
the
like
First.
electronics,
He
for
wanted
example.
healing from the sun, and that's why he was conquering his
As we can actually see,
St. James's
we take
Palace.
out
So
too much
it
in
has
constant
gone
dollars
forward. Nobody
as
knows
we
where
did
it is
100 years ago.
because nobody dares ask the question of the royal.
And if you would ask, well, what
Do you
people are
suspect
doing,
this inside
you
Buckingham
couldn't
Palace?
answer because
I think it has always remained in the royal circle
probably
and
some
extended
technologies down the
royal
pipe that are
family
going to
ever
have a
since
similar
James
impact.
the First.
Exactly.
And
They're
it's
going to extend,
saying
they're
James
going
the
to extend
First,
life
he
for these
wrote
people.
in
But are they going
English,
to create
and
life?
the Bible used to be in Latin, and nobody really understood that because everybody
Well,
was speaking English. So he did the St. James version of the Bible.
we know how to create life.
He came across as being a very pious Christian, but he also studied demons, and he was into witchcraft.
Well, that's an interesting
Which was
question.
quite ironic because he was hanging and burning people
What do
for
you mean by create
witchcraft.
life?
He
What I
was
think
famous
is that
book
human
for
beings
demonology,
are some sort
where
of
he
a
was
biological caterpillar
exploring different
that makes a
aspects of
cocoon and gives
magic
birth to
and
an electronic
witchcraft.
butterfly.
I think he was
I think
combining
we're
with certain
creating a life form,
magical
and that we're
practices as
nearly
well.
conduits for this thing.
I have a
And that
boyfriend
all of our
who's married
instincts
to
and
Queen
ego and
Anne of
emotions, all
Denmark,
these things
and they
feed
had
into it,
children.
materials
But
that
he
feeds
also
into it.
had a
We
lover
keep
who was
buying,
the
we keep
exceptionally
innovating,
handsome
and
Duke of
technology
Sussex
keeps increasing
called George
exponentially. And
Eliot.
eventually it's going to
George
be
Eliot
artificial intelligence.
with a
And artificial intelligence is going to create better artificial
we know
intelligence in a
that around
form
James
of
the
being
there were
that
all
has
these
no limitations in
magic
terms of what it's
magicians that
capable
were
of
very
doing.
interested in
Capable of
Stonehenge.
traveling
That's
anywhere
why
and not
they
having
went
any
back
biological
to the
limitations in terms of that's going to be ourselves. I mean, we're going to be
and
able
they
to
took
create
that
life
standing stone. But the stone that he
that
was
is
sitting
like
was
humans, but
wasn't
far
a
greater than we are today with an integration of technology.
greater
Yeah.
pile of them.
If we can choose to go that route, that's a prediction that you have, that we'll go that route, like a Neuralink type deal, something along those lines. That I said, I don't see this competition. Like this thing's going to, no, I don't think it's competition. Well, it doesn't seem like that. I mean, if you were to have a job doing coding, somebody that doesn't really want you anymore because they can do coding with a large language model is going to feel like it's competition. Well, there's an issue now with films. Tyler Perry owns and he was building an
Just have about a minute before we
$800
break here at the top of the hour.
stop
If
production.
the
What's it called?
altar stone, the second altar stone, is in the possession of the royal
He
family,
stopped production when
What do you think
he
they're
saw
doing with it?
capabilities of AI just for creating visuals, creating scenes, movies. There's one that's incredibly impressive. It's Tokyo, and they're walking down the street of Tokyo in winter. So it's snowing, and they're walking down the street, and you look at it, this is insane. This looks like a film signified by film. Because it's incredible. But would you want to get rid of that?
And if you know how
Get rid of what?
code was
That
being done with
capability?
stone
No.
and
No, I don't want to get rid of the capability.
She likes it. And maybe there's manifestation. Maybe they use it for
actually film
we
things
don't
with
know, but
cameras
we
and
do
use
know
actors are
that's
going to be
what
very upset.
and
So
we don't.
this is all fake.
All right,
Which is insane.
Maria, we'll
Beautiful
take a
snowy
time out
Tokyo
here,
City is
top of the
bustling. The
hour.
camera moves to the
Back with
smooth
more of my
bustling city
conversation.
street.
Maria Heatley
Following
is
several
the
people
author
enjoying the
of
beautiful
The
snowy
Secret
weather and
History
shopping
of
at nearby
Stones,
stalls.
taking
Gorgeous
us into the world,
petals
the
are
lakes,
flying
rock
through the wind
rockets.
along with snowflakes. And this is what you get.
Back with more.
I mean,
Right
this
here
is
on Facebook. So stay happy.
insanely good. The variability, like just the way people are dressed. If you saw this somewhere else, look at this. A robot's like cyberpunk setting. If you saw this, you would say, oh, they filmed this. But just look at what they're able to do with animation and kids' movies and things like that. It's going to get better. Yeah. It's just incredible. It's really hardcore. So right there, the smoke looks a little good. Yeah, there's some problems with this, but not much. And you imagine what it was like 5 years ago, and imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from now. And it's insane. No one took into consideration the idea that kids would be cheating in their school papers using ChatGPT, but my kids tell me that's a real problem. It's a real problem. Yes, definitely. So no one saw that coming, no one saw this coming, and what we're at now is with ChatGPT 4, right? 4.5. Well, 4.5 is coming. 4.5 is coming. 5 is supposed to be a massive leap. Immediately, which is like 3 to 4 was a massive leap. So, yeah, but it's gonna continue. It's never gonna be finished. Right, it'll keep going, and it will also be able to make better versions of itself, right? And yes, when we do that, I mean, technology does that already, right? But if you scale that out 100 years from now, what are you going to be looking at? God. Well, I mean, less than 100 years. So you're looking at a God of 50 years. Less than that. I mean, once we have ability to emulate everything that humans can do, not just one human, but all humans. Yes. And that's only, what, 2029, that's only 5 years from now. Then they will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data speeds, computation speeds, and also notifications. For us, for humans, yeah, we better just download your settings to speed of all the electronic body. Why do you want to be by much more? Ultimately, that's what we're going to be able to do. Take us with promo code so you think they're going to be able to create the similarities when we multiply our intelligence and we get from 6 to 45. So there's something to learn from that. From the years from now. Therefore, most of your intelligence will be handled by the computer part
But
of
there is something we
ourselves.
can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective
The only
treatments
thing
that,
that won't
taken
be
as prescribed,
captured
help
is
you
what
live
comes
healthy
with
with
our
HIV and
body
get to it,
originally.
stay undetectable, which
We'll
means the
ultimately be
amount
able
of
to do that
viruses
as
coming
well.
out
It'll
it
take a
can't be
little
measured
longer,
by lab
but
tests.
we'll be
If
able to
you're
actually
living with
capture
HIV and not
what
on
comes
treatment,
with
talk to
our
your doctor about treatment
normal
options. Learn
body.
more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
So that also has to do
No
with
matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good
how
stuff.
long we live.
Get plus the nutrients
Because
of real
if everything
100%
is backed
fructose
up,
to help them
right now,
fight
anytime
it.
you put anything into
Juicy
a phone or
Juice
any kind of
is
electronics,
gluten-free,
it's
no
backed up.
sugar added,
So,
no
I mean, I could
artificial
look, this
sweeteners,
has a lot of
and no
data.
artificial
I
sweeteners.
could
Available in
flip it
family-sized
and
bottles.
jump in
Find Juicy Juice at your
wherever
favorite local
you
grocery
can't
retailer.
capture anymore. I can recreate it because it's all backed up. And you think that's going to be the case of consciousness?
This
That's
subseason,
going to be the
involve
case
your
of our
care with
normal
new Banana Boat 360
biological body as well.
control
Once this
mist.
stops over
It's a
by
new
Donald Trump,
an
we'll just
all new
make me
bottle means an all
100,000
new
burgers
mist
in a meal.
experience that smells great and is incredible.
Sorry about that.
I mean, you can
You're
back
good.
someone up.
Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas
And you have 3 or 4 of them, and you have a bunch of them, then you live multiple lives.
lasting Banana Boat protection.
Yes.
Featuring heat resistant
Would you be interacting with each other while you live in multiple lives, having consultations?
Banana Boat
Well, what
360
is St. Louis Ray doing?
Target or Arizona.
I don't know. Let's talk to San Francisco Ray.
This
San
is a
Francisco Ray. Let's talk to
radius
Florida
of
Ray.
Duplicity.
Prescription
prescription medicine for people 6 months and moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. Since this is radio, you can't see the effects of this. You can't see. It helps you stay ahead of your eczema. Or else it's a source of inflammation inside the body. Dozens of regulations we have already. You can't just upgrade your medication. But you can see how depiction can help you serious stress amount of regulation. Results in serious allergic reactions to the get up right away if you have routine trouble breathing, swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongues. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, severe vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asking about talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about this. Visit thedoser.com or 1-844. The Tower to Tower Foundation has been standing up for America's dream. Since 9/11, targets like retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Michael Carter. He served for 20 years, received numerous foundations, including the Bronze Star, overseas. He was exposed to toxic armaments, service-related cancer to the Tunnel to Towers with a more time its own, enabling his family of 6 children to stay forever. Hope heroes of their families. Donate $30 a month to Tunnel to Towers, T-the-number 2,
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their target age, with checking signs and guaranteed results.
Understand what's going on with your brain and actually put things into your brain without actually going into the brain. How is something like neural? So something that like sits on the outside of your head. Yeah. It's not clear to me that if that's
Every basket
I'm assuming that they get benefit to actually go in.
the most advanced
Neuralink is
for celebration.
exactly what we want because it's too slow.
Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Artesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Artesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Artesian and 42 cocktail sauces, including the tropical margarita, vodka, whiskey, and gin liquor selections. Plus, a capsule drawer to organize your Artesian madness. Before you're going to rest this spring, prepare for the party with Artesian. Order your Artesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at artesian.com/game. That's ARTESIAN.com/game. Artesian, premium cocktails at demand.
You can do anything. It's fairly slow though. And Neuralink is slow.
A fraction of a raindrop.
If you really want to extend your brain, you need to do
but at 100 times more
back up,
potent.
increase exponentially as well. Yes, absolutely.
That's all it takes.
So how long do you think it'll be before it's implemented?
Fentanyl can be mixed in heroin.
Well, it's gotta be H1A4. It's
Another drugs. It could be in your drugs. You wouldn't be able to see it, taste it.
Exists, so we can actually
Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
Your last day of vacation and you found time for a deep dish massage followed by a warm up bath and a 2-hour nap. Because you're an American Express Platinum Card member and booked your stay at a 5-hotel resort for Amex Travel, which means 4 p.m. checkout. And those relaxing vacation vibes can keep going at the airport in the Centurion Lounge. This is the before you board a plane, back to reality. That's the powerful backing of American Express. See how elevate your travel experiences at americanexpress.com/vacations.
Lucky Land Casino asks you people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky?
My dentist appointment. More than once, actually.
This is just following the current graph
In the car before my kids
So
get
if
to
you follow the current graph
Really?
of progress, then you
Excuse
can
me, what's the weirdest
ask
place
for
you've gotten lucky?
looking at 2045 is
You could get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com.
does that concern you at all? Or are you excited about it? Or do you think it's just a thing that was happening and you're a part of it and you're experiencing it?
understanding
I think it'll be enthusiastic about it.
on iHeartRadio provides biblical teaching you can trust, featuring daily devotions, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, plus prayer sessions and contact
Would you like to actually be as intelligent as
you
you?
walk throughout your day and help you gain a deeper understanding of God's Word. Listen anytime and anywhere. Just search In Touch on our iHeartRadio app.
And that's what it's going to be like. We're going to
And
be
the
that
limited
onslaught.
DJ pickup show you from the
And once we
technology
figure
potential
out,
of these sensors. There's never
some
been a
people
better
say,
time
I
to
really
experience
like
the
this. I
show
want
on
these
difference. So treat your truck
stupid
this morning and get up to $40 in
things
digital
used to
gift
be.
cards because here in Ohio, where every mile is a
Nobody's
gift.
really going to
Show
say
those
that.
how to keep your engine strong.
The human beings now say, gee, I'm really too smart. I really like to be like a mouse.
$40 in digital gift cards.
Not necessarily, but what people do say is that technology is too invasive. It's too much part of my life, and I'd like to sort of have a bit of electronic vacation or separate from it. There's a lot of people that I know that have gone to, but nobody does that. Nobody knows. Nobody becomes
So, the type of guy who tends to forget things.
stupid like we used to be when
In other words, he's always
I'm not so stupid. I'm saying some people
signature catchphrases,
the way
and
humans
also
are
are
now.
somewhere.
Because one of the complications that comes with the integration of technology is what we're seeing now with people massive increases in anxiety from social media use, manipulated by algorithms, the effect that it has on culture, misinformation, disinformation, propaganda. There's so many different factors that are at play now that make people more anxious, more depressed, more stimulating than ever. I'm not sure we have more anxiety today than we used to have. Well, we certainly have more problems for it. We certainly have more anxiety, more work, constantly running more. But I think people have a heightened level of social anxiety. 80 years ago, we had 100 million people die in Europe and Asia from World War II. We're very concerned about wars today, and they're terrible. But we're not losing millions of people who are nobody good. Most certainly good. With what's going on in Israel and Gaza, what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, it can easily escalate with thousands of people, if not millions of people for now. Yeah, but if it escalates to a hot war where it's involving the entire world, well, it would really cause a tremendous amount of dangers. It's not really artificial intelligence or something. It was a child just tell me what it's just. I remember I was like 5 or 6 when I should go outside and put our hands behind our back to protect us from a nuclear war. We had drills and guns. It seems a lot dystopian. You know those things they tell kids to get under the desk? Yes. That's right. We went under the desk. It was so hilarious. I think our desk is going to protect you from anything wrong. Right, but that's not this kind of threat. No, when AI applied to humans makes them significantly more dangerous. Is it one of the problems with AI? AI applied solutions to a problem. So if AI running a military, AI says what what do you want to do? He said, well, I'd like to take over Taiwan. So AI says, well, this is how you do it. And it just implements it.
There are a lot of afflictions out there. Alien hand syndrome, for example. But this one might just take the cake as the weirdest. Recently, a study was published in the medical journal The Lancet about a guy named Victor Schirra. And one morning in 2020, Schirra awoke to find that everyone around him looked like a satanic demon.
Different
Wow.
solutions for sure.
When he looked at people's faces, they appeared demon-like with their ears, noses, and mouths stretched back, and with deep grooves in their foreheads, cheeks, and chins, writes James Robinson for Sky News. What Schirra was about to discover was that he had a condition called prosopomorphia. I've been practicing that all day. Prosopomorphia. Or PMO, no one knows how it happens or why, though Schirra guesses it was either a recent bout of carbon monoxide poisoning or a significant headache just 15 years later in which he slammed his head against some concrete.
Who's at the lead?
Coast to Coast AM and iHeartMedia have fabulous paranormal podcasts. It's called the Paranormal Podcast Network, in fact, and it features free podcasts of the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained. And the current list of options include the Great Joshua Horns, Strange Things, Saturday Plains, Shades of the Afterlife, and Tiny Policies, Dark Becomes Light. You can look for new episodes every Friday, and that's Coast to Coast AM and iHeartMedia Paranormal Podcast Network. And for more information, just go to coasttocoastam.com, coasttocoastam.com. Back to more of my conversation with Rita today on the secret history of Stonehenge right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Chips underneath this. It's actually pretty widespread.
Financial experts said we were clear they were anticipating 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year, and then the inflation data came out higher than expected. Friends, this isn't going away. It can't. The U.S. is $44 trillion in the hole, and yet we keep printing money, which pushes the prices you pay every day even higher. So you can either bury your head in the sand or you can do something about it. Diversify a portion of your savings in gold with Birch Gold Group. Gold is your hedge against inflation, and Birch Gold makes it easy to own. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold that you won't pay a penny out of pocket for. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of satisfied customers, you can trust Birch Gold too. Text Coast to 9898 and get your free info kit on gold. Then talk to a precious metal specialist on how to collect and protect your savings from persistent inflation. Text Coast 9898.
General intelligence really exists. It doesn't, and then it does, and then it hasn't. And
Kids
once it
across
does, and that age, yeah, stop by
millions of kids every
programming to
day, and your kids just such a
great thing to do. Whether you can take down the internet in these opposing places, did you inject their computations with viruses? What could you do to stop them from getting to where you're at if you have infinitely superior intelligence?
good healthy food.
That's what your goal is.
Just like they carry people across America.
What's up, baby?
You worry about that. I worry.
To hungry kids, so they can grow better
You worry about the implementation of
We
artificial
want to
intelligence.
ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day.
What's up, brother?
Somebody just said hi to me in
Thank you for helping
Telegram. Or I mean in Twitter.
If life insurance isn't part of your financial plans, it should be. Because it's an easy way to protect your family and give you peace of mind. It's a big relief to know that my loved ones will be taken care of if something happens to me. Now, where do you find good life insurance? Well, just check out Policy Genius. They have licensed award-winning agents and technology that makes it easy to find and compare life
Maria
insurance quotes.
stays with us for
Just a few
secret
clicks.
Right now, preparing some code for the map bot. I need to generate this certain type of password phrase or the key phrase to the wallet, submit it to the company, and then they give me access to it. The wallet's empty, and they know that. They just need it for the map bot to be ready on the server, so that way I can the whole thing is a lot of you can back.
that they had stones that were
You know what? This is a question for you, Rabbi. Do you think having a web page is enough money to make gold keep happen, or do you think it's just by making people realize there's no point in buying and that standing still would be the most humane thing to do?
I think there's a way to well piece through both of those.
Really?
I do.
I think that's fine. I always thought that having enough, like, money is a big issue, but not everything.
They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering, and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Rocha's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Rocha fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Rocha stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Rocha did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear it, but I choose to wear Rocha, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code Rocha at Rocha.com. That's ROKA.com.
You get well. So all of these stories of healing mixed with water. What I think that was the memory of the water that was in the stone. Don't use the water. Don't use in the late 40s after the Second World War. But English heritage was then managed by a government department called the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works, and they didn't like the fact that it was being known as healing temple. So what they did to the hole that produced the water is they plugged it up.
You know, if you look at actually who controls atomic weapons, which is
today. So it's a shame that that was ever
worst people in the world.
I think even now, you look at the chemical properties of that water, it's different.
Right after
We've got video equipment now, film it, see how it was being filled up.
80 years ago,
All of these
what's the likelihood that we're
now
going to go
remain
another 80 years
due to the government.
not have that happen again? Everybody gets it.
And what about the stones that were emitting heat? How did that happen, do you suppose?
Shocking. Yeah.
That's quite a strange in itself. Quite a few standing stones.
Mutual assured destruction.
Thinly
But the thing is, would artificial general intelligence, it's not happening. Right. It has not happened yet. But would artificial general intelligence control the wrong people negate that mutually assured destruction and keep from doing things? Obviously, he did drop bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He did indiscriminately kill who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people with those weapons. We did it. And if human beings were capable of doing it, these pronouns had it. If artificial general intelligence reaches that sentient level and is in control of the wrong people, what's to stop them from doing it? There's no mutually assured destruction.
That's here. That right there. That could happen any day.
My concern is that whoever gets it can possibly stop it from being spread everywhere else and control it completely. And then you're looking at a completely dystopian world. Right. So that's, if you ask me what I'm concerned about, it's one of those like, oh, because that's what I always want to get out of you guys, because there's so many people that are ranking so high on this technology and the possibilities for enhancing our lives. But the concern that a lot of people have is that at what cost and what are we signing up for? But I mean, if we want to, for example, live indefinitely, this is what we need to do. What if you're denying yourself heaven? You thought about possibility, I know it's a ridiculous abstract concept, but if heaven is real, if the idea of the afterlife is real, and it's the next level of existence, and constantly going through these cycles of life, what if you're stepping in and artificially denying that? It's hard to imagine. It is hard to imagine, but so is life. So is the universe itself. So is the Big Bang. So is the black hole. So is the nebula.
Particularly ancient world had meaning. And maybe they thought that was healing energy coming out of that sea. Professor Tim DeVille is very widely known in this area. He is also a quantum expert. Along with the late Jeffrey Wayne, they were
Sorry, you cut out there.
Based on his memories.
Yes, go ahead.
Educated him.
Tim DeVille,
Looks like
as
he's
a
one
late
of the
Jeffrey
representatives we
Wayne,
can actually talk to.
they said,
Did you that?
like I did, that
Yeah.
Stonehenge was a human temple. They say that
When you do
the
that, have you thought
especially that
about
came from Wales,
implementing
are
some
three
sort of
times more
solar
magnetic
type
than
deal where
any
you're
of the
talking
stones
to
of
them?
pearls. That's why they're imported to
Or you
Stonehenge.
can do that
And
now.
they are human
Right, but I mean physically, like looking at him, looking at a Zoom call with him.
around some ancient sites
That's
for
a
one
little
of
bit
their
like in the
shows.
future to be able to actually
I
capture
said
it the way he
to
loves.
Megan that I think that
But
these
that's also
stones alter your brainwave and they
it's
could
equally
have
feasible.
approach to that.
And so
People
certainly
say they
it
can
can be
relax
something
well,
representative of what he looks based on
anecdotal
photographs that you
evidence
have, right? So
suggesting
things like that,
I think it was
it's easy
Bristol
to continue.
University to measure her
So we can
brainwave
create
being
that
around some stones.
and create
And
our own
yes,
ability
a
to
brain is that relaxed alpha
continue
mode
to
just by
exist.
being in the presence
You
of
talk
a
to people and
being.
say, well, I don't agree with
That's what we think is going on. And like I say, other archaeologists agree, especially Professor Tim DeVille. He's got a project called Human Challenge. That's where he takes people that are vulnerable and emotional issues, maybe suffering from depression, and we give them insight, so and notices they are elevated and uplifted, that dark pain, healing strategies that we know
Is it just
of.
a number
And it
or is it
links
just
very much
deterioration of your
to
physical
the
body? And how much effort
challenge.
have you put into mitigating the deterioration of your
They
actual
say
body
on their
so that you can enjoy
approach that
life
every
now?
single
Exactly. We've actually
their
seen
healing goals,
who
their
would want to take their lives. People do take their lives
and
if
occupy those.
they are
So
experiencing
they say
something
that
that's
they kept saying,
miserable. But
in the
if
real
they're suffering physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and they just cannot stand the way life is carrying on, then they want to take their lives. Otherwise, people don't.
That's a better question over there.
If they enjoy their lives, they continue. I don't want to live past 100. When they get to, 99.9, they don't want to disappear unless they're suffering. That's what's interesting about the positive aspects of AI. Once we can manipulate human neurochemistry to the point where we figure out what is causing great depression, what's causing anxiety, what's causing a lot of this schizophrenic people definitely had that right for all. We didn't have the term schizophrenia, right? People definitely had it for sure. But what if we get to a point where we can mitigate that with technology? Where we can say, this is what's going on, that's right, we're continuing right. What I'm saying, that's a good thing. That's a positive aspect of this technology. And think about also profoundly, think about how many people do take their lives, and with this technology would not just live happily, but also be productive, and also contribute to whatever society is. That's why we're carrying on with it. Yes. But in order to do that, we do have to overcome some of the problems that we've articulated. I think what a lot of people are terrified of is that these people that are creating this technology, they're being, there's oversight, but it's oversight by people that don't necessarily understand it the way that people are creating it. And they don't know what guardrails are in place. How safe is this? Especially when it's implemented with some sort of weapons technology, or some sort of military application, especially a military application that can be insanely profitable. And the motivations behind utilizing
Well,
that
usually phase two of Stonehenge was it was a temple of manifestation. Talk to me a little bit more about that and maybe the role of these stones, the energy from these stones in the process of manifestation.
Yeah, well known in occult circles or metaphysical circles that certain estates corrupt and produce what's called form energy, what's form energy. We know that the Egyptians used the first quite often, you can see a certain anything standing there, it was produced without consult. The central circle mirrors the inside, slightly on the outside. They call that form energy.
What they represent once they get in there.
Manifestation,
Are they
what
there for the
magicians
people? Are they there for their own career? bypass the safety and the future of the people for their own personal gain, which we see politicians do. There's certain problems in every system that involves human beings. This is another thing that technology may be able to do. One of the things, if you think about the worst attributes of humans, whether it's
and it is believed by
crime, some of the horrible things that human beings have been doing. Imagine that technology can find what causes those thoughts and behaviors that human beings exhibit. I don't know this, but we came up with something that would help reduce 300% worldwide. There'd be no more war. It'd be over. Everybody would be loving everybody. We'd be interacting with each other. What's the point of doing this? This is also people's head songs.
mummies and in ancient people.
Maybe we don't. Maybe that's just a byproduct of our monkey mind. That one day we'll surpass that. We get to this point in life. Enlightenment seems possible without technological innovation, but maybe not. I've never really met a truly enlightened person. I've met some people who are close. But if you can get there with technology, if technology just completely elevated the human consciousness to the point where all of our conflicts will become just others, if we can actually live long enough, quite saturated the motivations of people. Most people die not because of people's motivations, but because our body system won't let them go right. And a lot of people say, I don't want to live. Which makes no sense to me. Why would you want to disappear? And not be able to have any kind of experience. I think some people don't think to disappear. There is a long-held thought in many cultures that this life is but one step. And that there is an afterlife. Maybe that exists in this particular existential angst, the reality of our own inevitable demise, or maybe it's a function of consciousness being something that we don't truly understand. And what you are is a soul contained in a body. And we have a very primitive understanding of the existence of life itself and the existence of everything. Well, I guess that makes sense. But I don't really accept it. I mean, if there's no evidence, right? But is it there's no evidence because we're not capable of determining it yet and understanding it? Or is it just because it doesn't exist? That's the real question. It's like, is this everything? Or is this merely a stage? And are we monkeying with that stage by interfering with the process of life or death?
And he thought they encoded it
Makes sense. Yeah.
around
I can see from your perspective. I don't see the evidence of it either, but it's a concept that is not. Look, just when you start talking to study theorists, when you start talking about things existing and not existing at the same time, or particles in superposition, you're talking about magic, you're talking about something that's possible to wrap your head around. Even just the structure of an atom. What's in there? Nothing. How much of it is space? The entire existence of everything in the universe seems preposterous, but it's all real, and we only have a limited grasp or understanding of what this is really all about and what processes are real place. But if you look at people's perspective, if somebody gets disease, and I know they can only live like another 6 months, people are not happy with that. Well, it's scared. It's scared to die. It's a natural instinct that keeps us alive for all these months. Yes, but very few people would be happy with that. And if you then had something, gee, we have this device, you can take this, and you won't die. Right. Almost everybody would do that.
Maria, we're going to take another time out, bottom of the hour. On the other side, we're going to phone lines, take questions and comments. The secret history of Stonehenge. Here's Sean Lennon reworking his father's song, Isolation, on Coast to Coast AM.
Well, First of all, it's not guaranteed to live first or you get in an accident. Something can happen, you get to a point where but they appreciate my cause and significantly reduce the amount of wrong in lives of those who back up everything in our physical body as well as how far away we from that idea of technique, we don't really truly understand what consciousness is, correct? Right. So how would we be able to manipulate it or duplicate it to the point where you're putting it inside of some kind of computation drugs? Well, we know to be able to create computation that matches what our consciousness is.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right, to celebrate college basketball's most crazy time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Some sort of a zone.
This is a radio.
What motivations will it have if you take human consciousness and duplicate it, much like you duplicate your phone? You make this new thing. What does that thing feel like?
This is radio.
Since they live in hell, what is that experience like for that
Or how that's the source of information inside the body.
they can tell, they certainly do, but would you want to
You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within.
how we different
But
from
you
each other?
can see how it
Yeah,
makes them
well,
connect
you can.
helps
So
heal
if
your
you're
skin and
my
less
dog,
individual results may have serious allergic reactions to the they help right away from freezing, trouble breathing,
things like a
swelling
lot
of
of
your
what
face,
gives
lips,
us
mouth,
joy
tongue.
in life
Tell
is
your doctor about
biological
new emotional eye
emotions.
problems
This
such as eye
human
pain,
system
vision
put in
changes, or
place
blurred
that
vision,
allow us to
genetic
become
syndrome,
who we are.
parasitic infection.
Right.
Don't change or stop
But that's
without talking to your
also
doctor.
have our physical bodies
For yourself.
as well.
Ask your eczema specialist
And
about
also
this.
being
Visit
backed up.
Dupixent.com or call
And what we do, the things that we do now, simple, be able to
No matter what the day brings, having
continue.
juicy
So if you
juice
get hit
for
by
the
a
good
car
stuff.
and you die, there's
Get
another
these
ray that just
nutrients
pops
of
up.
real
Oh, we have a backup
100%
ray.
fruit juice to help them conquer the
The
day.
backup ray will have
Juicy
no
juice is only
feelings
sweetened
at
by
all
fruit,
about
with no
having
sugar
it
added,
died and come
no
back
high
to life.
fructose corn syrup, and
Well,
no
that's a
artificial
question.
sweeteners. Available
Yeah.
in family-sized bottles and juice
I
boxes.
mean, why wouldn't it
Find
be
Juicy
just
Juice at
like
your favorite
what
local
it is
grocery
now?
retailer.
Why wouldn't it?
Info
If
at
it gets to a certain point, we
juicyjuice.com.
figure out that if biological life is essentially
This
a kind
season
of
is
technology
multi-year
that
self-care
enables us
with
to
the new Banana Boat
and we
360.
can manipulate that to the point where we understand it, we get
An
it,
all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience
optimize
that
it,
smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control how
physically
much you
replicate
eat out
it, not
of
just
specific
not
layers
just
to cover
replicate it
targeted
in the form
areas, or all for long,
computer,
continuous
an actual
sweat.
physical being.
Long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, feature vigilant sweat
Do you
resistance
anticipate that people will be happy with whatever they have?
Banana Boat 360 mist.
If you decide, I don't want to be a 5'6", I wish I
Join
was
me here,
6'6".
and there
I
are
don't
many
want to
ways
be a
that we
woman.
can all help
I want to
raise
be a
awareness
man.
around
I don't want
HIV,
to be
but maybe the most
Asian. I
important
want
is
to be,
just talking about it
whatever.
with
I want to
others.
be a black
No
person. I
cure
want
for
to be
HIV, but there are
I
effective
should be able
treatments
to
that,
do all
taken as
those things.
prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about it. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Certainly typical. We don't change races, size, sex, gender, height. We don't do all of the radical increase in just your intelligence. What does that look like? What kind of interaction is it going to be between two human beings when you have a completely new form? You're much different physically than you were when you're alive. You're taller, you're stronger, you're smarter, you're faster. You're basically not really a human. You're a new thing.
Every basket is better. The most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Artesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Artesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Artesian and 32 cocktail glasses, including the tropical margarita, vodka, whiskey, and gin lovers collection, plus a Troxador to organize your Artesian madness. Before you're home to watch this spring, prepare for the party with Artesian. Order your Artesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at Artesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Artesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
Maybe 5 on one side, 2 on the other. No, it's just curious as to like how much time you spend thinking about what this could look like. I don't think it's going to be as simple as, it's going to be Ray Kurzweil or Ray Kurzweil or man. It's probably going to be all kinds of kind of what's to stop it? It's to get to manipulate the physical and take consciousness and put it in a physical description of something that's
The first time caller line is 818-501-3721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 818-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Hey, welcome back. Just a quick programming note coming up on Coast to Coast tonight. That's Sunday, March 24th with George Knapp. With his decades-long research into UFOs, Bigfoot and other unknowns, Stan Gordon has heard more about the strangeness in his home state of Pennsylvania than probably any other researcher in the state. He shares more of his research from Bigfoot and giant flying creatures to hairless, simple-looking humanoids, even stranger aquatic beasts. Stan joins George Knapp to take us on a journey in a realm that suggests that present-day sightings of mystified creatures might be real. And some listeners know that George Washington was heavily involved in the secret society, the Freemasons, but how many of us know about George Washington's UFO sightings during the terrible winter at Valley Forge, and how the experience guided his future, or that President Jimmy Carter was visited by UFOs multiple times? William Burns, New York Times best-selling author, joins George Knapp with us tonight on Coast to Coast AM. All right, back to more of my conversation with Maria Leafley as we discuss the secret history of Stonehenge, plus your questions and comments. That's all that next on Coast to Coast AM.
The kind of exponential growth in technology that exists if we do make it to 2069. Well, I did write a book, Danielle.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. You break the stock out, all of the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and Red Cross release 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kit. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last 25 years. It sells for $29 and rated 4.4 stars to thousands of happy customers. When you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get two more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of one. $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. Yes, freefood3.com. This is won't last. Go to freefood3.com.
My name is Christopher Development, founder of Untucked. 13 years ago, we redefined men's casual style with the original Untucked shirt. Over the years, I applied the same obsession to the perfect fit. Pants, polos, and sports coats, to name a few. We literally got you covered from head to toe. We also have a great women's collection and just launched a big and tall line too. With 20 new stores planned in 2024, you'll now have over 100 globally. Visit us at untuckit.com or one of our any store.
Your pet isn't just a pet, they're part of your family. Most of the pet food at the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of dynamite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement adding fat, nutrients, promotes health. Try it down the line for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at DINOVITE.com/radio. That's DINOVITE.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over a million pets helped with Dynamite.
Yeah, for sure. That's the benefit. Yeah. So we live longer, and we're also smarter to make more rational decisions towards each other.
And we're back with Maria Weekly, the author of The Secret History of Stonehenge. You were talking about the second phase of Stonehenge as a manifestation temple and some of the strange things people have seen. People also, and I don't know if it's limited to Stonehenge, but throughout the Salisbury Plain, UFO activity, dogman sightings. Do you think this is also connected to places like Stonehenge?
Yeah, I was a UFO investigator that looked into which direction UFOs come from across the British Isles, so to speak, based in England. And he noticed them deep forward from east to west and north to south as they were following some lines. They could be ley lines, grid lines. I suspect that they're names. Right in the centre where those two cross is Stonehenge. I've had military personnel tell me about experiences they've had with light phenomena and UFOs on the Salisbury Plain. And the Salisbury Plain is a good area, 50 miles further.
Yeah, just love about 1.5.
15 military establishments. Where this UFO activity, also like you say, manifestations of strange beings. The first stone ever placed in Stonehenge wasn't above ground, it was below the ground. Huge forked stone. And they could stand again to generate different types of mirages that people can see today. And a lot of people say to me, this why doesn't Stonehenge that you describe look like it does now? That's because in the Bronze Age you had very, very small people who are migrating across Europe and came to Britain, and they changed some of the design of Stonehenge itself by lifting up some of the blue stones from one circle and making it into a horseshoe shape at the beginning. And archaeologists can now turn around, like you said, for many years and now have in print. That's why Stonehenge has been changed several times.
Do you consider whether or not this is happening elsewhere in the universe, or whether it's already happening?
All right, let's go to the phones on the wild card line. Blair is in Phoenix, Arizona. Blair, good morning. Welcome to Coast. You're on the line with Maria Weekly.
Richard and Maria, I recently noticed a 1997 recording with the London Symphony Orchestra entitled Paul McCartney's Standing Stone on vinyl LP. Maria, the magical vinyl being coursed by a metal needle to the residents of standing stones in the meadow. An Indian author, Morris B. Cook, in the 1980s, wrote that in addition to being a healing temple and manifestation, the stone's arrangement, Maria, allows energies that brought about the finest virtues of England to be implanted and fostered, he said. A sense of fair play and honor. Unstated sense of humor, for instance. Most important for advancing the spirituality and mobility of humankind via this portal between dimensions. I was hoping you comment on that, please.
That's great contribution. Thanks, Rob. Yes, there's many different things Stonehenge is multi-faceted. And all of these sounds, you can see it coming out of some of those stones that do affect our consciousness. They're around about 80 hertz, and they're literally produced by the stone coming out. And that can change our consciousness.
If there is intelligent life in the universe, some form of an intelligent life has to be built to math. And what if we are underestimating our position in the universe? We are. Well, that's what I'm saying. But maybe there's something that's like 10 years ahead of industrial revolution. I think there's a good argument that we are ahead of regular people. But we don't have the capability of observing the goings on of the planet 5,000 light years apart. We can't see into their atmosphere. We can't look at high resolution video of activity on that planet. If they were doing through engineering, if they were more advanced than us, but what if they're not? What if they're at the level that we're at? That's what I'm saying. What if we're at the peak? This is like this. It's an argument that we don't have to take. What if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence gets implemented and that becomes the primary form of life that doesn't have a desire to do anything in terms of like galactic engineering?
All right, Blair, great comments and question. Thank you. David is east of the Rockies in Jacksonville, Florida. David, good morning. Welcome to Coast. You are on the line with Radio Weekly.
This is a product that I use, and I started using it long before it was an app. Your sleep game is about to get a whole lot better, kids, because I want to introduce you to how to sleep. Simply, it is taken for your mouth. You're probably wondering why you should eat that well if you're on the mouth breather, if you snore a lot, or if you suffer from sleep apnea. This can make a big difference. This mouth tape can reduce or eliminate snoring and apnea at the same time. It'll help filter the air going to your lungs, increase your oxygen uptake, and improve circulation, which make you feel more energized. There's tons of other benefits to it.
What's up, Rabbi?
What up, Pimp? How you doing?
For you and your partner, don't
Yeah, well, I've made like 0.45, last top 1.7. Not terrible, but he should be a little bit better. Having a little trouble with food, but I'm just gonna be chilling here with you. Tonight, fucking, I need some sleep. Just researching more about the meth bot. See how I can set this up for us.
Galaxies, like when things like we're doing become effective in all galaxies. Right, but what if it's like us, but it gets to the point where it becomes artificial intelligence, and then it doesn't have emotions, it doesn't have desires, it doesn't have ambitions, so why would it decide to expand? Well, it did not have those things, or we'd have to program it into it, and it would probably decide that that's foolish, that those things can cause all these problems. All the problems that get fixed. What's our number one issue? War. What is war caused by? It's caused by ideologies, it's caused by acquisition of resources, violence, or is that the primary thing that we...
All right, great question, David.
It's not the primary thing
Here at Mario, military bases near Stone. You've got the RAF, Fairfield, you've got the King's Royal Hussars, East Squadron, Royal Essex, Yeoman, Manry, and Armed Forces base there. So many bases, military bases around Stone.
Fueled by these desires, like the desire to expand, the desire to acquire things, the desire to achieve positive to us. But if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by pure human creation, creativity, all these things, why would it even have the ambition to do any sort of galaxy-wide engineering? Why would it want to? It's based on us. It is based on us until it decides it's not based on us. That's my point. If you realize that, like, if we're based on a very violent chimpanzee, and we say, you know, there's a lot of what we are because of our genetics that are really a problem. This is what's causing all of our violence, all of our crime, all of our war. If we just step in and put a stop to all that, will we also put a stop to our daily mission? But that's just natural, right? That's natural with a more understanding mitigations of these social issues to expand them even more will be even more in that direction as long as we're still weak. But as soon as you become something different, why would you have the desire to expand? If it was infinitely intelligent, why would it even
All right.
want to physically
Back
go
on the
anywhere?
phones.
Why would it want to?
JC is also
What's
in
the
Phoenix,
reason
Arizona
for our
this
reason
morning.
for
JC,
our
welcome to
motivation
Coast
to
Rundown
expand?
with
What
Maria
is it
and
that's
Vic.
human? Is it that
Good
the same
morning, Richard,
humans
and
that
Miss
were
Missy.
tribal creatures that
We're
roam, the
blessed
same
and
humans
best
that
we can
stole
during our
resources
time.
from neighboring
And
villages?
Miss
This is our
Missy,
genius, right? This is what
curious.
made us, that
I'm
got us to this
looking at a
point.
picture of
We
the
create a
Rock
sentient
Formation
artificial
Orthodox.
intelligence that's far superior
And
to us.
there's
And
that
it can
big
create its own
outcropping.
version of
And to
artificial
me,
intelligence. The
several
first thing it's
of
going to engineer out is all these
the
stupid
Rock
emotions
Formation
that get us in
look
trouble.
like it could be
If it
almost
just
like
can create
photo.
happiness
And,
joy
you know, we're talking about
just
sword
from
heads, and
programming,
I just wondered
why
if
would it create
you found a
happiness and joy
connection or
through the
have any
acquisition
thought
of other people's creativity,
specific to that?
art, music, all those things?
Yeah,
And then why would it have any ambition at all to travel?
beautiful
Why would it
ride
want to go
coming
anywhere?
from, isn't it? That's absolutely stunning. Now,
Right, it is a
in
problem because a lot of what we are and the things that we create is because of all these flaws inside. It's programming us. It's the cause of all these issues, especially in human race. Is there a flaw? There's a flaw. Is there a flaw? But that's a way that, right? But it's if it happens to me, it's a flaw. And if crime is a flaw, all these things, theft is a flaw, fraud, those are flaws. If we can engineer those out, what would be the way that we do it? What we want us to do it, get rid of what it is to be a person. Because what it is corrupt people that go down these terrible paths and cause harm to other people, right? You're taking a step out of the our ability to feel emotion and some of it's a flaw. No, I'm not. I'm saying that it's the root of these flaws. That greed and envy and lust and anger are the root. Yeah, okay. Let's go to the bathroom. We'll come back. We'll talk about flaws.
All right, great question, Casey. Thank you.
Amazing to think about
Standing
myself
stones
now.
are also seen in or found in France.
It's when I have emotions.
Standing stones in France also associated, you believe, with the elongated skull people. Do we find long barrels, for example, of these burial mounds in France as well?
Absolutely, like cover that in the secret history of Stonehenge. It's actually in Brittany, you have a lot of
Relating to another
stones
person in a way that's
volcanic like Egypt, the Stone Sea. They have row after row after row, and in that particular long barrels, which are very, very similar,
it's actually enjoy
when for example, yes, we find a lot of skulls, we find that all across Europe,
what I'm saying is that yes,
Sardinia,
the things that can go wrong, but lead us in incorrect direction. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that it's going to go wrong. I'm saying that if you wanted to program away some of the issues that human beings have in terms of what keeps us from working with each other universally all over the globe, what keeps us from these things? We actually do think more than we used to do. True, but also not. We're also like massive inequality. You've got people in the Congo mining cobalt and sticks, powers your cell phones. There's a lot of real problems in society. There's even more to that. There's a lot of that, though. There's a lot of that. And if you looked at greed and war and crime and all the problems that human beings, a lot of this to do with these biological instincts, these instincts to control things, these built-in genetic codes that we have that are from our ancestors because we haven't gotten there yet. Right. But when we get there, do you think we will be a better version of a human being and we'll be able to experience all the good, the positive aspects of being a human being? The art, the creativity, all these kind of things. I hope so. Eventually, if you look at human beings like that already, we're moving in that direction. Yeah, it's in that way. It does seem that way to me. It does overall, but it's also like, if you look at the graph of temperatures, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. It's moving in a general direction. We're moving in a generally positive direction. Why do we want to continue moving in this same direction? Yeah,
these ancient sites that utilize these standing stones, whether we're talking about Brittany in France or Sardinia or on the Salisbury Plain, do you think it's possible that they had the technology to communicate with one another wirelessly?
That is a really good question, and yes, they can. We know that human understanding high energy bands, like linear light going through it above the ground and two below, because the standing stone is obviously rooted into chalk bedrock in this area and into the ground in other areas of life. For example, they start to emit a linear band of energy which is measured, and one of those bands communicate to the next stone portal. It's not much further away, and we know that some lakes, they like the rainfall that go through some standing stone. They actually have communication as well. And my late father was quite famous on Sky TV, saying that you put particular crystals on the lake, they become quiet, and you could use them like Morse code, yes, no. He did that, demonstrated that for Sky TV. Tourmaline, like with swordblade energy, and in effect, if you remove that, obviously it starts flowing again. So, yes, you lay these and adapt standing stones to be a form of communication network. In terms of terms, and that's where one stone literally sends a beam of energy electromagnetic to another, and that stone sends it to another, and so on and so forth. So when you're standing inside of the stone circle, you are within hundreds of lines of electromagnetic energy. There's a lot going on in ancient times. Not just about them.
It's going to look at it logically. It's going to look at the issues that human beings have logically and say, well, we don't need this. So, oh, this is what we need to bring the primates. We're not that with this new thing. Like, who cares what the movie's like? It's just a thing that's tricking your body. Everything is involved in drama. It's not really you're making something essentially
energy in place. Like I said earlier, I think the ancient people could hear energy possibly, or at least megalithic energy at 18 hertz, which we hear at 20. And if they were here very different, perhaps they could hear the sounds emitted by the stones themselves.
Maybe we've got to end it right there, but amazing information, the secret history of Stonehenge, and we've hooked up to your website at coasttocoastam.com as well. Thank you so much, Maria.
Thank you, Richard. It's been my pleasure.
For George Moore, George Knapp, Connie Willis, Lisa Barr, Lisa Lyons, Stephanie Smith, Tom Dan Iser, Dan Galante, Michael Prosio, Doc Walker, Chris Burns, Sean Lassor, and Tim Bernard, and Richard Sexton. Thank you for your ears and your voices, your beautiful voices. Until next time, so long for now.
You definitely could. If Pegasus, you could hack in your phone easily. Not hard at all. The new software that they have only needs your phone number. Only needs your phone number. They can look at every text message you send, every email you send. They can look at your camera. They can turn on your microphone. It's definitely happening through your phone now. The security people that really understand the capabilities of intelligence agencies, they're 100% can listen to your phone, 100% can turn on your camera, 100% can record your voice. We have the ability to keep
decorating
privacy.
I'm looking at the century twisted
You can keep privacy from me because I don't have access to your device. But if I was working for an intelligence agency and I had access to a Pegasus program, I immediately would do it.
It's like bread.
Now, I'm talking about the Pegasus,
thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right, to celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHOLD. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code
That's some dystopia right there.
I agree.
Well, I mean, voter. It's still like practicing patience. Crazy.
I agree.
68 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-0.
Time of year, and there are many ways that we could all help raise awareness about HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not in treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them get through the day. Juicy Juice is almost sweetened by the farm. No sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, introducing skin-resistant sports formula to cancel SPF 50 plus. Banana Boat 360 mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for the Dickinson. A prescription medicine for people 6 months and older with moderate to severe eczema is not well controlled with topical prescription therapy.
I think part of the feature is that they want as much data from you and knowing about what you're doing, what you're talking about. If you're having a conversation with someone and they say that,
blood, a source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how the Dixon can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur and can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about neuro-worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infections. Don't change or stop exercise without talking to your doctor.
unless you're using
Ask your eczema specialist about the Dixon. Visit thedixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation is not a studio village in Land Lakes, Florida.
but if we did, there are some phones that like graphene, about that, families that take a Google phone thing and you put it in different limits for this operating system on it. It makes it much more difficult to track. There's multiple levels of protection. There's a bunch of phones that are being made that are secure.
First of many communities
But
like it.
we lose access to apps, we lose access to the features that people rely on when it comes to phones. Like for instance, like if you have GPS on your phone, as long as you're using GPS, you're using the wireless device, you lose that virus. But then want to know where his phone is, then use that for his phone.
The sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley and our Spanish station,
They've got you tracked everywhere you go.
Touch Radio Network will link you up throughout your day and help you gain a deeper understanding of God's Word.
I don't think it's a
Listen
major issue,
anytime
but I
and
don't think it's a
anywhere.
major
Just
concern
search In
for
Touch
most
on
people.
your iHeartRadio.
It's because they reap the benefits of it, like the algorithm is
Attention parents,
specific to
watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future.
Even if you do, they can
We transform kids
figure out
no
what you
longer
want to
their
try
starting
to
point
for
with
someone
awesome,
else.
catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Phonics and spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's creative potential.
Every basket
advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations.
If people agree that the benefit of overcoming
Madness
that
during the tournament.
outweighs the
Bartesian is
loss
offering a $50
in
discount with the
financial
big
loss
game
because
bundle.
of not having access
Bartesian
to
gives you the
dedicated
perfect home
information.
bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The big game bundle includes the Bartesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the tropical margarita, vodka, whiskey, and gin lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Bartesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian, premium cocktails for lovers. Hey, you got any gum?
Yeah, check my backpack.
What's this?
Oh, that's naloxone. It can reverse an opioid overdose. I decided it was keeping on me after my friend almost died. It saved his life.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. That makes me want to have it with me, too.
You totally should. Check the pharmacy. It was actually really easy to get, and it's easy to use.
I definitely will. Thanks.
Naloxone saves lives. Learn more at cdc.gov/overdose.
Our kids are said to us since we moved to Minnesota
Is in charge from being able to essentially access the thing that's inside your head now.
Just this oral
How do you, if you have a technology that's going to be upgraded and you're going to get new, software that's going to keep improving as time goes on, what kind of privacy would be involved in that if you're literally having something that can get into your brain? If most people can't get into your brain, can intelligence agencies get into your
Lucky
brain?
Lancelot, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Daily Beloved. We're gathered here today to
I'm not saying that this isn't there. I'm just saying, just look at this. Just like, look objectively. What are the possibilities that this could look like? I'm trying to paint a weird picture of what this could look like.
Play for free at LuckyLandslots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Nobody wants to outlive their mate, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the party
What you think about the potential for a universal language? Do you think that one of the things that holds people back is there's power battle that we can't really understand what those people are saying. We don't think we can develop a universal worldwide language through this. Do you think it's feasible? I mean, all languages that we have will create. We're all changing languages. Right. That's what I'm saying. And we're doing that now with some full style translating. Samsung phones in real time. Yeah.
Strangers. Strangers who love. The size of your heads doesn't change the feeling of the message.
And do you think that the adoption of universal language is pretty good? But there's also context that's missing because there's different cultural significance. There's different ways that people say things. There's gendered language and other nationalities use, and other countries use, and other you can, but it's a little bit imperfect, right? This is what I said. I have something that's said very quickly. This podcast is much longer language.
Thanks for inviting me into your home, your long haul truck, RV, camper, taxi, your parents' well-appointed visit, simulated with animals like the fireplace and the painting of dogs, your loft, that greasy squid just off the interstate, and your cabin in the woods. Welcome to Coast to Coast AM, the best in late night talk radio. I'm Richard Serra, and tonight this morning, coming to you live from the home studio in Old Fairfield, just north of Toronto. Coming up in hours 1 and 2, researcher author joins me to discuss his new book, The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare. Within the realm of covert biowarfare lurks figure, shroud, mystery, and intrigue. Dr. Eric Troll, Other Traub worked directly for Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS, as the lab chief of the Nazis' leading bioweapons facility on Rheims Island, Germany. Traub specialized in crafting incapacitating biological agents. He mastered the dark art of germ warfare, crafting insidious weapons that defy cure and wreak havoc on the afflicted. In a riveting journey chronicled in the pages of the Sleeper Agent, Finnegan draws us into Traub's enigmatic work. From his humble beginnings in veterinary medicine in 1927 to his demise in 1985. The Sleeper Agent unveils the chilling trajectory of Traub's career, a tale that leaves one both captivated and haunted by the depths of human ingenuity gone awry. In Sleeper Agent, Finnegan unveils the riveting connection between Traub and the Lyme disease spiral fever, along with a mix of tick-borne diseases now sweeping across the United States and beyond. But the plot thickens. He exposes how Traub's groundbreaking discoveries of a condition known as immune tolerance underpins a slew of mysterious, debilitating chronic illnesses. And then, in the second half of tonight's Coast to Coast AM, in 2015, an extraordinary discovery unveiled the long-lost legacy of Stonehenge's High Queen, propelling Maria Wheatley into an unparalleled journey into the depths of ancient mysteries. The Secret History of Stonehenge, Wheatley's new book, challenges every preconceived notion about this iconic monument, revealing a tale of two Neolithic communities with elongated skulls and burial rites echoing ancient Egypt. Wheatley's groundbreaking research into trepanning practices and the construction of enigmatic monuments reshapes our understanding of prehistoric spirituality and technology. Wheatley's narrative delves into the architectural evolution of Stonehenge, from a temple dedicated to reincarnation to a healing sanctuary with stones emitting water, disrupted by the Tall One's conquest. The book uncovers the fusion of megalithic technology and shamanism, where standing stones held sound and visions, making Stonehenge an oracle and manifestation temple. It explores how ancient shamans wielded earth energy for agriculture and the harmonic resonances that influenced emotions and consciousness, insights drawn from the teachings of Richard Cardew. This journey also addresses the disappearance of megalithic cultures, linking their decline to a rare astronomical event and the rise of Druidism. The Secret History of Stonehenge, not merely a historical account, but a tribute to civilization's untold story, waiting centuries to echo through the annals of time. In its closing, the book stands as a testament to the enduring histories of Stonehenge, whispering secrets of the past, both profound and mutable, inviting us to listen to the harmonic song of an ancient earth long scientist. Maria Wheatley joins me in hours 3 and 4. A.W. Finnegan, Lyme disease, Long Island, and Operation Paperclip is next. Welcome to the audio imaginary. Come on in, weary traveler, and your coconut egg, grab a stool, and come gather around me. There are stories to tell, and you are among friends. I'm Richard Sedgwick, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Just a
biological life, feeling, texture that you think it is. You're really a part of this thing that's been created.
Real
This
people,
one gets
real
like
stories.
probabilities.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was trying to do. And it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started with carnivore, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, I don't have any bruises on my arms. I've always still bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be a carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovites. It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. Happier with every bite. And for a million pets helped with Dinovites.
My name is Christopher Devon, founder of Untucked. 13 years ago, we redefined men's casual style with the original Untucked shirt. Over the years, we applied the same obsession for the perfect fit, from pants, polos, and sports coats, to name a few. We literally got it covered from head to toe. We also have a great women's collection and just launched a big and tall line too. With 20 new stores planned in 2024, we'll now have over 100 globally. Visit us at untuckit.com or one of our many stores.
We don't see any evidence of other beings doing that elsewhere. This is based on such little data.
A.W. Finnegan is a survivor of Lyme disease and immune tolerance. He's been battling health problems since he was young. Onset of a chronic disease in 2016. He's a writer, graphic artist, and designer, an avid reader and researcher of history, biological warfare, esoteric philosophy, spirituality, and the Western mystery tradition. He's made a special study of the life and work of Dr. Eric Kroll and the science of immune tolerance. He's collected and translated to English all of Kroll's published research. He lives in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, peacefully by himself, where he enjoys BMX biking, fitness, study, the arts, and self-development. He is the author of The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare. A.W. Finnegan, welcome to Coast AM. How are you?
Hey, thanks for having me on. I'm very excited to get into this book with everybody.
So, over the next
Terrific.
4
Do you
years,
prefer
5
AW or
years,
can I call you Adam?
we're going to be able to far surpass.
My name's Adam. I just moved to AW Finnegan.
We're going to be able to
All right.
stop being
So, Adam, let's first of all talk about why this book obviously is so personal for you. You are a survivor of Lyme disease, as I explained. How you contracted Lyme disease, and then also how has it affected your health?
Okay, well, I mean, Lyme disease, I would say kind of like a misnomer when people saying survivor of Lyme disease. It's not that fatal or lethal, but it was kind of one of those things where I was kind of trying to put the finishing touches on things, and I just happened to put that down. But it is a monster disease. It's an incapacitating disease, and it's similar to cancer. So in a way, it can be indirectly fatal. But I think that I am thinking that I may have gotten Lyme disease congenitally from my mother. Although it's not certain, but I know that in 2016 I got a tick bite and I got perhaps a second dose of it, and I got really sick. I eventually found that I did have Lyme disease. And my mother had Lyme disease starting around 2000 or so, the year 2000 or so, and she got really sick for a number of years, so I was already familiar with it. And in 2006, I read Michael Christopher Powell's Block 257, and so I got really familiar with the Scott character, or at least that was like the first book that really brought his name into the open, and I always thought he was a very mysterious person, and when I got sick in 2016, for some reason, I was just called to do this work, and when I was younger, I was always interested in this topic, biological warfare. It was like always the first thing I would go and find books about. If I went to a library, that's the first thing I wanted to read about. And for some reason, I was just really interested in this topic, and when I got sick, it was like a calling. And so, John Rothschild, he is the first one to bring out the Lyme disease connection to biological warfare in his book, The Virus Secret from 1982, which is now part of America's National Secret. Well, here's Michael Christopher Powell.
This book recurs while the singularity is near what will merge with AI to build an here's the audio first.
Are you doing it? And I ended up making this really long timeline. I want to hear your voice. It's your voice. Yeah, why don't you do it? You should do it. You should do it. Just get AI. Why are we so on time? Basically, you see what happens. You can take your voice from this podcast and you can do this for you. We talked and
do you know what they're doing now is probably they're translating this podcast, they're translating to German, French, and it's going to be
we should
like
point
your
out,
voice,
we should just point
my
out
voice,
that this is the forward to your book, The Sleeper Agent. He's an author, former high level U.S. government prosecutor from Armenian town, and as you say, about 30 years ago, he wrote the Belarus Secret. And I said that's sort of repackaged as America's Nazi Secret. Is that one of the main premises of America's Nazi Secret that
I can't believe we even would think of you
sitting
down for 40 hours or whatever it would take. You'd probably take more than that.
Creating Lyme disease in America? Is that one of the main premises of his book?
it was actually just a small tidbit of information we put in there. Most of that book was about him trying to find Nazi war criminals hiding in America after World War II. Prosecute them, but what he found was the Justice Department was actually covering for them
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the
offering
time. Thank you for this book.
protection
What is it now?
So, he's referring to, of course, the exfiltration of Nazis into America vis-a-vis Operation Paperclip, which we'll get into.
That was interesting. That was a good one.
Let's talk about Dr. Eric Traub. As I mentioned, was
What do you think, Rabbi?
I think it was very good. Very, very good.
Honestly, I was quite
Tell us about everything we need to know about Dr. Traub and his work.
your go-to guy.
What did you say?
Oh, Roman lectures want to do a podcast now?
He just has a lot of content, so I like him.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, he's pretty much one of my favorites. Hello, Real. How are you today? One second.
That's 25% off at starts here.
Welcome to the club.
With a thesis on airflow and the animal style, and with it,
To the face AI.
germs. I know later we'll probably get into these simulant tests or simulation tests where they take so-called
You did the token? Did you get it early?
to an environment in the open air. But
Oh, yeah. You've been here for a while, too.
to study for a number of years.
Where are you from?
And he
You're awesome. California.
in the stealth mechanics of a virus called lymphocytic meningitis. By 1938, he decided to go back to Germany, right? And he studied through there.
from like the Los Angeles like area. Like I'm ViralRabbi. Rabbi, he's a great guy. He brought me here. I'm working on like I'm working on a few different things. I'm working on a blog right now, and I'm working on a anti-scam blog to help people avoid these people on Solana. I got a few different things I'm doing, and I have a friend who's going to be launching it, so I'm helping him out. I'm doing a lot of things.
Even though he wasn't president, he was overlooking and basically facilitating the entire phase of research there, and had a lot to do with military, the weaponization of disease, although it was very well written. And now there's very few books about the military warfare experience, but they're all done with
a lot of things.
Description, and I collected.
I'm right now trying to figure out this one bot that's it's called a meth bot. It doesn't work the same. It doesn't like urea or everything. I'm learning how it works to avoid it and just to see what it does. Make sure the guy that made invented it and also made worked on it.
There's evidence that he also had already been weaponizing chips and spreading it over like Russian territory. We know that also they were doing tests with foot and mouth disease.
What up, Reed Schiller? How you living, kid? Hope you're doing well. Hi, I hope you're well.
Took to the central nervous system and brain and caused a really nasty neurotropic infection. And neurotropic just means that it takes to the brain and central nervous system and deteriorates it.
Would it affect humans, or was it just designed to destroy the food supply?
And that's another thing about this whole animal disease thing, is that it wasn't just about destroying the food supply. It was also about infecting the humans that would be eating these animals. And he was also able to change the properties of these things.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Trained by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Humans have a very similar immune system, and oftentimes, when he would adapt things to chicken eggs, it would also take to humans. Now, he was able to adapt foot-and-mouth disease. He was able to get it to take to mice, which gave it neurotropic properties. And so, what we want to say is that, so before the days of recombinant DNA, or the modern genetic engineering technology, they had ways of bioengineering and genetic engineering. And the way that they did this was using different animals in these selective, what they call serial passages. So you'd run it through an animal, isolate it, run it through another animal, isolate it, right? And so you have these serial passages, and what they would do is they would alternate passages between different animals and get these agents slowly used to a new animal. And
Joe Rogan Podcast, just check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Trained by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day. Right. Hell yeah, all day, all night.
let's say, over the Soviet Union, or to the Soviet Union to infect their cattle? Was it sprayed by air, or what was it done?
This is Elon Musk.
They found that text is a very good method for doing that. So text will vary all the inside.
I had a chance to look at the factory that was almost was that like a year and a half ago or so?
And actually, it looks like what not to use was actually like it's one of those things that could spread across.
It's different in real life. Like you see it in person.
Acknowledge it.
There are just many documents
what
we were talking about outside. You just can't contextualize them.
One of the things that he did with the
you have to see it in the flesh.
It
looks like computer graphics.
And is there, how successful was this program, if I can use that word successful, in the Soviet Union? Did it affect the Soviet army? Did it affect the civilian population?
That was over Eastern Europe, and what I know is
glass is optional. It is optional.
that one of the biological weapon, a lot of the things that were involved in that infections. So it's all over Germany and Eastern Europe first, before it comes to America, and that was because he was using it in these tests.
I'd like to take time over, pardon the interruption, we're approaching the bottom of this hour, and we'll get to more conversation on Lyme disease.
No, I go straight to YouTube.
Immigration paperclip. Not in front of the author of
Go
this
for it.
page. Here's Douglas taking us into the break. Warwick Avenue.
I've had one. You can look at my archive version using the Wayback Machine. Go to superrothschild.com. You can see it.
Just because I'm here, you hurt me back.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on every college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupixent, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added.
No high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 cover with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Fire control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's a resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
After 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook, who was killed in Iraq. Hook left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to his son, never moved. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage of their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at t2t.org. That's T2t.org.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
This day, never outside. Razor sharp. The same as any other. My son and From coast to coast and worldwide, this is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serra.
Welcome back. Stan Rogers, one of Canada's, the late Stan Rogers, I should say, one of Canada's greatest voices, greatest storytellers, himself, genuine secret. New research has pinpointed the likely time through history when humans first began to speak. Analysis by British archaeologist Stephen Mitchell suggests that early humans first developed rudimentary language around 1.6 million years ago, somewhere in eastern or southern Africa. Humanity's development of the ability to speak was without doubt the key which made much of subsequent human physical and cultural evolution possible. That's why dating the emergence of the earliest forms of language is so important. Dr. Mitchell, professor of parliamentary history at the University of Rothschild, until recently, most human evolution experts thought humans only started speaking around 200,000 years ago. Professor Mitchell's new research this month suggests that human language is at least 8 times older. His analysis is based on a detailed study of all the available archaeological,
So easy to get started.
anatomical,
Just fill out a few quick questions and they match you with someone to talk to. And if you don't get the right match at first, you can switch therapists at any time for free. It's easy it's flexible, it's wherever you are. Seriously, it's a great thing to try. Get a break from your thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE.
Paranormal Dates has thousands of members just like you who are looking for friendship, romance, and that special long-term relationship. It's completely free to join Paranormal Date, and as soon as you do, you can have your photo free for your personal profile page, and it costs nothing to send a link. So you can start contacting the people that you fancy straight away, and search by location and find other singles in your area. So, what are you waiting for? Join Paranormal Date today and start meeting other singles straight away. ParanormalDate.com. Remember, you are not alone. Now back to more of the conversation that had including the author of The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronicles and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to say. You need to stop that. All your grocery store are crowds of desperate people. And
just shot an arrow.
That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say there's 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, Trusted Preparedness Company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and maybe 4.4 stars for thousands of happy customers. When you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get two more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of one. $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood3.com now.
And you built it like this just for fun.
What the search underneath told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started looking for my girl, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, are you going someplace else? I said, no, I'm taking care of it myself. She said, okay. And my problem on my skin went away. I had bruising, that's all. 3 weeks after I was out of Convera, I noticed, I was looking at my hands, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms. I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the kind of war.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code to get 15% off your order.
Yeah, well, that makes it hard having a apocalypse. Yeah. Does it also does it still do this thing where the ride height raises and there's also no regular drivetrains, there's no axles
And we're back with Adam Finnegan, a survivor of Lyme disease and immune intolerance. He's been battling health problems since he was young. He is the author of The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare, published by Trying Day. And we were talking about Dr. Eric Tropp's work in the Second World War in Germany, I guess kind of bioengineering these ticks to infect initially
how far away are we
cattle and the like, but he was also infecting human populations. Now, did you say that he was actually infecting people in Germany as well? Like he had no compunction about infecting his own people?
Well, it may have been something where it was used against the Germans after the Russians took the laboratory and began testing it further. So it might have been why, but the entire facility was captured. In East Germany, it was captured by the Soviet Army, and it was to a place under the personal protection of Joseph Stalin. And Joseph Stalin recognized just how important this facility was. It was actually the cutting edge leading strategy
research institute in the entire world at that time. So it was very important, very high level, and Joseph Stalin knew how important it was, so he had that role taken over, and they started, they continued, they took the entire lab after the Soviet Union, and then had, they got shot back, they put aircraft back in position and said, continue your research, show us all you're doing, and things like that. And so it may have been that he was testing on the German population, under the leadership of the Soviet Union.
So can we pinpoint this as perhaps the beginning of the modern biological weapons era or program, beginning with Traub and his work at Rheinzeit?
Actually, it started much earlier. It's the first feature was in my book over these earlier biological warfare activities. Like in World War I, Germany had a bioterrorism campaign in America where they were going around infecting the horses with all sorts of bacterial germs, and then of course the so-called Spanish influenza was one of those early events that Soviet intelligence actually thought that it was a British biological weapon. And so that event was the kind of event that kicked off this biological warfare race. And that's what I go over in the early chapters. And I don't get into trouble until chapter 5, and then from that point onward, it's all about him, or at least most of it. And
so how did Traub, sorry, Adam, how did Traub end up in America? Was he part of Operation Paperclip? Did the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, want him in America?
So he was in Operation Paperclip, but he was actually here before, from 1933 all the way to 1938. He was at the Rothschild Institute, and they thought he was absolutely brilliant. And they were talking about how intelligent he was, saying that, without any preliminary training, he was able to cultivate the viruses, and without all the fancy lab technology that other scientists feel necessary. And they thought he was the most promising student that they had there, but the most promising researcher that they had. Like, he was very intelligent, and he became kind of like the VIP, the all-star bioweaponeer in the entire world, actually. He was, like, between the world superpowers, this guy was the expert. He represented everybody got it on their side for biological weapons. So that's where this whole biological warfare race is so kind of around campus. It's just like he was at the center of it, and he just had a knack for creating biological weapons.
I don't know about Traub's, I know he worked directly with him, but if he had not been taken to the United States, would he have been tried at Nuremberg, do we know?
So there's another important thing that we want to talk about, is that, so it seems that when the Soviets captured his lab, he may have been blackmailed with and it would have been like leverage. He wants to kind of flip them to their side. And that's what actually happened with a lot of the Nazis. I know John Office has told me about a lot of times when these Nazis were subject to Soviet blackmail, they would be flipped to the KGB and then sent over to the U.S. as double agents.
So essentially you're satisfied with the technologies available right now in terms of like the amount of privacy you get out of it, things along those lines.
Being interrogated, he was being interrogated, and they were specifically concerned with whether or not the crematory was used for human
When you fully roll out, how many of those things, how many Cybertrucks do you guys make?
Yeah, and they did have forced labor on infrared. So, and he was developing a avian/human influenza vaccine with his protege, Leonard Schaefer. So, I'm thinking that he probably tested it on, inmates or forced labor, and he was working alongside other people like Eugene Hawkins, who was directly involved in some of those. So that was, it's very likely that he was blackmailed with war crimes, saying, you either work for us or you can go to Nuremberg.
So, when he's extradited to the United States under Operation Paperclip, when does he begin work at Plum Island, and was it, at that time, was Plum Island the home to this animal disease?
That's interesting. There's such an immense part of American culture and also the decline of some American
Navy. We know that he also worked with the USDA and the Army, the military in general. Now, when he was brought here, Plum Island was under the authority of the military, or specifically the Army Chemical Corps. And they did work with the USDA. At that time, the USDA had not taken over it, but he was meeting with the USDA officials. He was with them doing work. He was also stationed at the USDA in Rothschild, Maryland. And I have in his file that he would take trips to Washington, D.C. to attend conferences, and he would have USDA people as his contact information, like as his contact guy, in case anybody wanted to get out of him. So we know that he was working for the USDA. And we also know that he was working at Plum Island because his file also shows that he was under the employment of the USDA, the Greenfield Station, Island, which is, they did not become the USDA until 1953. They were doing the tasks before that, in cooperation with the Army, and Dr. Shahan, the first Plum Island director, he was a former Army guy, so it was the two were, like the Plum Island USDA guys, a lot of them were Army.
So what was Trump's job at Plum Island? Was he working with ticks at that time, early on?
He was listed as a supervisory bacteriologist. So he was supervising a lot of these tests, and he was basically put at like the top of the U.S. biological warfare program. And he was the one kind of showing the Americans how to have a biological warfare program, how to run this stuff. And he was advising them how to hide it under animal disease. Because here's the thing, Germany got very good at hiding their bioweapons program, and it's because in World War I, they were using biological weapons and chemical weapons, and they got sanctioned to such an extent that it crippled their economy. And that was actually the reason the Third Reich developed. They were first to not have an army anymore. They couldn't have a military. That was the Versailles Treaty. So they worked with the Soviets. They actually went to the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union gave them a place to train. And that was the rise of the Third Reich was actually with the help of the Soviet Union. So it was a big deal. And that is why they got so good. They said, you know, we got to hide our biological warfare program. Nobody wants to become the next Germany. And they especially, you know, they had first-hand experience on how crippling it was, these reparations and sanctions. So they started getting really good at hiding their biological warfare program and animal disease and all of this stuff served as an excellent cover, cancer research, and you hide it all in the benign cover. And that was like, it became an art. So he was kind of showing them all of this stuff. And
was he under any control by the, let's say, the Pentagon? Was he supposed to be, playing defense? In other words, developing vaccines or protective measures to protect against offensive bioweapons that he helped create, obviously, for the Soviets, and prior to that, for the Nazis.
Yeah, and that was another thing, was that defensive research was another, cover. You always talk about it as a defensive measure. You always approach this like you're trying to defend against these things. And so when Pentagon says we just conduct defensive research, that means nothing, because it matters not because the offensive and the research done for biological warfare, whether it's offensive or defensive, is basically the same. The only difference is the actual intention of the person utilizing it. And that's why today you have like gain of function research where they'll raise the virulence of viruses and say, we're making this virus as lethal as possible because, we need to defend against things like that. So he was doing that. And that was always his line of work over in Germany. It was always under vaccine research and defense. So he was at Plum Island, and he was all over. He was helping supervise a lot of these airborne tests. Like, so we have these open air tests that were carried out all over the United States. And we know also we have testimony from terrorist books and from leftists and his sources saying that these tech tests were carried out on Plum Island. We have the person talking about the source of peril, talking about how when the Plum Island people came in 1951, Schwab was there, and he was conducting these tech tests, and he's talking about a photo that shows our tribe pointing to where he released the pic, drawing off this his sources, high-level sources, two-level clearances, talking about how these pictures were carried out on Plum Island.
So the official narrative, I believe, is that Lyme disease was first discovered in Lyme, Connecticut, not too far, from Plum Island, obviously. In around 1975, you're saying that this tick-borne disease was released from Plum Island as early as the early 1950s.
Yeah. And so, contrary to what is commonly believed that it started in 1975, it was actually spreading since that was in the early 50s. And so one of the early cases who wrote a book about it, Henry Murray, wrote a book called The Rising
This episode is brought to you by DraftKings. More than every 3 NFL season, DraftKings Sportsbook is still pumping out unbeatable offers every single game. New customers can bet just $5 on anything to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. DraftKings isn't stopping there. All customers can take advantage of a sweetener offer every game day. Get in on the football action
Stage Joyce, the author of The Sleeper Agent, taking us into the boys' betting partner of the NFL. Download the app now. Use the code Rogan, and new customers can bet just $5 on anything to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with the code Rogan. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE. NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resort, licensee partner Golden Nugget Lake Charles, Louisiana, 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction, void in OST. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. I know there's a whole lot of people changing jobs right now and a whole lot of places hiring, which means if it's your job to hire, you are probably slammed. I see you. But what if I were to tell you that there's something that can make your whole hiring process faster and easier? It's ZipRecruiter. Instead of you doing all this hiring work, ZipRecruiter works for you. You post your job once on ZipRecruiter and then it sends it to more than 100 job sites, so you reach just a ton of people. Then ZipRecruiter's tech scans thousands of resumes for you to identify the ones whose skills and experience match your job. So you get the first wide net, and then you get it all narrowed down without you having to spend all that time. So hiring heroes, let ZipRecruiter help make your job easier. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Whoa, give us a phone for a few days.
This message was sponsored by Gilead Science.
In the limit,
No matter what the day brings, tell them Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give us the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The Town to Towers Foundation has been standing up for America's greatest heroes since 9/11. Heroes like retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Michael Cardos. He served for 20 years and received numerous commendations, including a Bronze Star overseas. He was exposed to toxic plane hits, service-related cancer took his life. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on his family's home, enabling his widow and their 6 children to stay forever. Help heroes and their families. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
This is a radio action for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about your or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-Dupixent.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Fire control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover target areas or pull for a long, continuous spray. Ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, features a low sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky? Lucky?
Hi, my dentist office. More than once, actually. Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You could get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling Apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Nobody wants to outlive their meal, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the Parity Plus Annuity. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses. It's a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say it again. A paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Parity Plus Annuity, and it's one more example of our commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever their next chapter holds. Gainbridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all take as a threat. At the time, start saving now at Gainbridge.com. Please visit Gainbridge.com/ParityFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your Safe Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to Bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
Hey, you got any gum?
Yeah, check it out.
What's this?
Hey, that's your last one. It's my worst opioid overdose. I decided it was too early after I found it. Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. That makes me want to have it with me too. You totally should. Check the pharmacy. It's actually really easy to get and it's easy to use.
I definitely will. Thanks.
Naloxone saves lives. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop.
In the world of diesel pickup, Shell knows that performance and engine protection are essential. There's never been a better time to experience the Shell Motel Edition. So treat your truck this morning with the $30 in diesel gift card. Because even now, where every mile is an adventure, Shell Motel keeps your engine strong. Even when the cold hits hard, take pride in your truck and get unlimited protection with up to $40 in diesel gift cards. Shell Motel, good for cars. May 15, 2024. Terms apply. See Shell.com/rewards for details.
Hawaii's good, but I'm
We all
telling
need
you,
help
anchovies
understanding God's word sometimes. The In-Touch Radio
Okay,
Network
let's
and
go to this.
iHeartRadio provides biblical teaching you can trust, featuring daily devotions, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, and our Spanish station, En Contacto. The In-Touch Radio Network will lift you up throughout your day and help you gain deeper understanding
of God's Word. Listen anytime and anywhere. Just search Untouched on the iHeartRadio app.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. Keys are always missing. I'm not great with names. And signature catchphrases. I know it's long as somewhere. That's why I didn't need a cut of great things. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can look I want with that time to remember thing.
What is this saucy sauce that's in this area?
Download the app today. Great things. It's going to be great. AM 630, the stimulating time.
What is the salty tang? Yeah, I'm up there. They're still masked up. Wow. Yeah, once in a while, it's just I saw a guy on the street the other day. He's walking around masked up. He's about 28 years old. Yeah. He's gonna be okay. He's probably not gonna be okay breathing that fucking insane air in that mask. All the bacteria in the air. Yeah, it's attached to that cloth. Yeah, it's masks are like sort of magic health shit. I mean, there are times where masks will have like a certain property, when the surgeon's spitting water, but most of the time, masks are going to be, you can breathe out of it. You're also exhaling, so how much is it filter? Like, what is it? It's like I'd say like a mask is much like a sort of shady metal in that it'll help protect you a little bit from arrows stuff that's
Say hello on X at Richard Serrett, S-Y, because I love you, R-E-T-T. This is the American country rock and blackberry salt. Born in Atlanta, Georgia, 2000, their Magic Eddie's. You got a recent study conducted by researchers at the University of Utah analyzed nearly 100,000 UFO sightings according to the National UFO Reporting Center between 2001 and 2010. Their aim was to determine how environmental factors, such as cloud cover and light pollution, influence the frequency of sightings in different regions of the United States. The study used a map highlighting UFO hotspots, with the western part of the country showing significantly more sightings than other areas, except for a small portion of the northeastern corner. Factors contributing to this concentration include historical connections to unidentified area phenomena, such as Area 51 in Nevada and Roswell, Mexico, as well as recreational activities in public lands. You can read more of the story and see the map of the UFO hotspots. That's in the carousel up at Coast to Coast AM.com. And if you love Coast to Coast AM, you're going to love George Norrie's streamed television program, Beyond Belief. You can join George every week for thought-provoking discussions on paranormal phenomena, conspiracies, and all things unexplained. Just go to beyondbelief.com and start watching episodes straight away. That's beyondbelief.com. When we come back, more conversation with Adam Finnegan, the author of The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare. Stay tuned for more right after this time out on Coast to Coast AM.
But certainly anything on the right, I'm talking about like far right, I'm just talking mildly right.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income off half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Cushing, best-selling author, executive producer, and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we track over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who've retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money's never at risk if the market crashes. That's right, if the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working on their savings. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you can get it for completely free. All even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. Call right now. 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020. Again, that's 1-800-506-2020.
That's why I say that crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always the first things to sell. If you wait to stock up, because it's not so sure credits are desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say there's 72 hours of non-perishable food. Here's the good news. For Patriots, the Trusted Preparedness Company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72 hours survival food. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and is rated 4.4 stars by thousands of happy customers. If you actually buy one kit, you will get 2 more kits absolutely free. That's free kits for also $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood3.com now.
We're talking about an area that's maybe a 10-mile radius. And so normally the effects, the negative effects of far left ideology that will be geographically limited to 10-mile radius.
That's like the sleeper agent. And we were talking about Dr. Eric Traub, the Nazi scientist, later captured by the Soviets, was bioengineering ticks, releasing them to infect herds and later people, and brought to the United States. Was here prior to the Second World War, but brought back to the United States under Operation Paperclip. Began working at Ohio's Animal Disease Control Center. Now, of course, we know it is a bio-level lab. And you're saying that the first instances of Lyme disease were found in the mid-1950s, 1975 is the total. Just so that I'm clear, were these ticks deliberately released according to your research by Dr. Traub and his associates, or was it an accidental?
Everything is to the right. If you
Everything shows that this was a deliberate terrorism against the United States by Eric Traub, who at that time had been a double agent of the KGB.
But from the perspective of the far left,
and we know that, so basically in my book, I have some very new information. Because his friend, Dan Benjamin, who is a very high-level CIC guy, that is counterintelligence corps, Army intelligence, was even, he was very high up. He actually interrogated Eric Traub personally and put him alive. And he was a double agent of KGB. Who was able to come over here with the help of Don McLean, who was one of the Cambridge spies. Don McLean was a British intelligence guy. He represent very high up. He was working, so we had like a joint intelligence program. We had a joint research with the British and Canadians. And Don McLean was very high up. And he was responsible for getting people like Eric Traub over here in Operation Paperclip. But yeah, he may be a double agent. Don McLean was a double agent. He and his handler, Kim Bilby, was also a double agent. They were getting these Nazis over here. And so McLean had defected to Moscow in 1951. And it was like, okay, Eric Traub kept turning down the position to lead front line. And they're saying, why is he turning down this position? And it was because if he was going to take this position, he would have had to undergo, he would have had a background check. And there were all these inconsistencies in his story. And it was so the CIA agent that interrogated him, his name was Dan Benjamin. John Hopkins knew him personally,
cool to come and
And
figure out
then
how to
government shifted up
I
their
think that's
way and said something like,
but
okay,
you do want to have
so
leaders in
there's
countries
all these inconsistencies. So
represented.
anything you want to say
Lots of
before you are handed over
you want to hear what they have to say, even if you're
to the charge of war
I
crimes
think
as a
that
double
is
agent
true
for the
across the board.
KGB.
I think one of the
And
things you
so
just said is very important
he
is
wasn't
that's
really being
humanity.
charged, but
And
he
I think
kind
it's
of tripped
important
them up
that
with
a
that.
social
And then
media
based on that, he thought he was
platform,
really in
especially
trouble,
the
and
biggest
then he
one,
confessed being a
represents
Soviet double
humanity.
agent.
So we understand what we're talking
So
about.
it was a blip.
Because we
It
have
was
this
a blip.
distorted idea of what people think and
And
want and need because everyone only
basically,
exists inside this ideological
we can
bubble.
see
And anything
that
outside
this
of that bubble
was
is censored.
direct
Then that changes, literally changes the tone of the entire country. It changes what people think is okay and not okay. It makes people feel differently. It's not humanity. It's different. It's a very forced version of
which was a
humanity.
plan
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So,
by Stalin
the
to
whole point of
large
free speech,
bioterrorism
free
against the
speech is
West.
only relevant. The First Amendment is only
It
relevant
appears that
if
this
you allow
was
people
the
who don't like
with
to
the
say
help of
things
people
you
like
don't like.
Crowd. And so when they started these
Because
TikToks,
if you like it, you don't need First
Crowd
Amendment.
was telling them that
So the
these
whole
were,
point of free
these
speech
chicks
is
had
that
harmless cursor
people you hate say
bacteria
things you
in
hate.
them. They
Because
release them
they
on
can say
chillable, right?
say things that
And they say, okay, based on,
they can't stop you from saying what you want to say. Which is very, very important.
we can see
Right, but
how
the
this
problem with
stuff
Twitter is
spread.
it was not the
And
case. It was
John
correct.
Rothschild
The
was saying
it was
that that's
people that you
exactly how
hate
the
couldn't say, and when they didn't like, they censored.
yeah. They were
Under the
testing
behest of the government, they were
those
very
are
aware
saying,
of something being
okay, it's
accurate, and
but
they
it's
still
something we can
suppressed it
use
because
to
the
see
government
how it
wanted it
spreads
suppressed.
out.
I mean,
So
there might
after
be
after
severe First Amendment
Trump
violations.
was outed as a KGB double agent and shown that he deliberately released these tick-borne diseases in America, what happened to him after that? I mean, why was he not charged? I don't know.
The arguments that the
Convicted,
leftists
executed.
use is it's a private company. They can do whatever they want.
Anybody
Yes,
and
money
they
that
should have been, and
now.
Dan Benjamin made the recommendation of charging
Yeah, now
through the
that's like a big
now,
the government itself is not allowed
admit
to
at that
censor
time
speech.
that he had been unleashing bioterrorism on the United States. He said that he even said that he wasn't activated yet. He said those years of time, but he wasn't activated yet. He was telling them that I'm such an unimportant little guy that they have so many spies in the bioweapon program that they don't even need me. So I was turning down opposition to keep it like that.
There should be.
It was a lie. It was completely a lie. He was actually the most important guy that we had over here. And even his bio says that there is no person else in the United States that can replace him. He's
That's the question.
There's a long list of tick-borne diseases, including things like Rothschild, spotted fever. Any evidence in your research to suggest that things like Rothschild were also developed by Traub and his associates in Plum Island or at other facilities? Were there other facilities in the U.S. involved in Traub's research?
That's why. What I'm getting at, do you think that that's everywhere? Yeah, do you think that's CNN? Do you think that that's the New York Times? Do you think that that's the Washington Post? Because if they were going to infiltrate media, I would use social media. The easiest way to reach the media is in lockstep. But why is media in lockstep? And why doesn't the media much like they used to? Why don't they do that anymore?
In 1939, I have
So there's that. What do you think? Well, this seems like there's a bunch of factors, right? I think one of the big factors is pharmaceutical drug companies have a lot of advertising dollars.
And that was the parent strain that was used to make the,
I actually
when he recognized this Borrelia antarina, it became the other strains that are aligned to Borrelia abscelii, Borrelia farinae, and Borrelia burgdorferi.
So I actually
I can link with scientific evidence that shows
I think it actually
that he was in possession of this virus in 1939, and it was the same virus as closest to Lyme disease, And also that same year in 1939, his mentor was showing him how a very complex disease results in death with respiratory infection in the salmonella, there was rickettsia, and a parasite leishmaniasis. But if you just switch that out, it's really a the exact same combination. And I think how complicated of a disease it was when you have these multiple infections all rolled into one, and it causes state, which is known as early intolerance, in which we talked about that before. And this is
maybe explain what is meant by immune tolerance. Immune tolerance.
You can think of that as chronic immunosuppression. All it is that the immune system is being overwhelmed to such an extent that it's forced to tolerate harmful pathogens and infections that it should otherwise be keeping out of the body. And so it's something that he realized when he was over in the Rothschild Institute, and the basis of his self-weapons.
So let me ask you, if he was a KGB, sorry, but if he was a KGB agent, and why would he release a tick-borne disease which causes, let's say, kind of long-term, chronic, debilitating illnesses, rather than, let's say, a deadly pathogen? If the Soviet Union and the United States weren't enemies during the Cold War, why would he release something like that instead of a deadly pathogen that kills like immediately?
With these deadly pathogens, right, it's very hard to keep that away. So deadly pathogens often burn out really quickly, and also when you have something that is deadly and you're easily able to spot it in population. It's very easy to contain it, to track it, to kind of
nobody chooses to enforce the law, or differentiate force,
and it's just not very successful. But with these explosive
That's what
this is how a strategic weapon, where it's a strategy, a long-term strategy of fire and exhaust the enemy. You have stealth weapons that proliferate the population, overwhelm the population with these mystery diseases that are very complicated, and the public health system has no idea how to deal with them. They aren't able to diagnose them properly. You take the immune system off grid, and they like to put things in specific boxes, like each thing is diagnosed in a specific way. This basically obliterates that. And also, they don't acknowledge immunosuppressive diseases, and that's exactly what this does. It disrupts the immune system. And so, you have misinformation, and you have all these diseases. You don't produce antibodies to them when it's very immunosuppressive. And Western public health system, the only criteria they use to diagnose things is antibodies and inflammation. So, they basically flip that on its head, and this slow diseases. So, it's what I call the death trap of immune weapons, where these stealth weapons is chronic disease. It's really bombing the hospital. Its ability to take to the brain system, nervous system, and cancer. Those three things skyrocket when you have these kinds of diseases. And you see in the Western, what you see in Western civilization is these two things are just absolutely skyrocketing.
Do we have a pizza name, like a company?
The latest figures I saw have something like 300,000 new infections per year just in the United States. Is that fairly accurate as far as you know?
No, I would say that they don't even have, no, I would say that the number is always much bigger.
Taking care of your health isn't always easy, but it should be simple. That's why for the last 3 years, I've been drinking AG1 every day. AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's simple, effective, and comprehensive. It's just one scoop mixed in water once a day, every day. It couldn't be easier, and it tastes great with hints of pineapple and vanilla. Whether I'm at home or on the road, when I take AG1, I know I'm getting the nutrients that I need to help me feel my best. AG1 is a science-driven formula of vitamins, probiotics, and whole food source ingredients that support your brain, gut, and immune system. It's a foundational nutrition supplement designed to raise your baseline health. Every scoop of AG1 contains 75 high-quality ingredients that are obsessively sourced for absorption, potency, and nutrient density, so you can actually feel the benefits. Trust me, you're going to love the way you feel when you take AG1. So, if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by Oracle. AI might be the most important new computer technology ever. It's storming every industry, and literally billions of dollars are being invested. So buckle up. The problem is that AI needs a lot of speed and processing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? It's time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud. Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI, is a single platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs. OCI has 4 to 8 times the bandwidth of other clouds. Offers one consistent price instead of variable regional pricing, and of course, nobody does data better than Oracle.
So if the United
Now you
States
can train your AI models at twice the speed and less than half the cost of other clouds.
deliberately
If
released
you want to do more and
when the
spend
United
less
States is
like
in
Google and thousands of others, take a free test drive of
say
OCI
the
at
Soviets are responsible for this. One of their scientists
oracle.com/Rogan.
did this.
That's oracle.com/Rogan. Oracle.com/Rogan.
That's a lot of guys say I'm going to switch marshals. Like, one to make pizza later night. Yeah, my ass already. Like, that is like great. Absolutely. Like food. I appreciate food. Good lean meal. Yeah, hats off. Totally great stuff. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm a try. Fan of very good laid back food. And that's one of the things that like Los Angeles food used to have. Yeah, they had Pacific Dining Carving, you know, steak, 24 hours. Really? Yeah, I still open in downtown LA. I believe the one in Santa Monica closed, but a Pacific Dining Car in downtown LA was a legit steakhouse. You could leave the common store 2, 3 in the morning, get a legit steak. Let's go to
Things being
COVID just took out so many restaurants.
things like multiple sclerosis and things of that nature.
COVID got 70% of the restaurants in LA.
It became this kind of blackmail that ensued where
Well, I'm sorry, I gotta jump in here. We gotta take another break.
I mean, it's like
I hear that music
yeah.
percolating up.
Well,
And
that's
we'll
why I moved here.
open up the phone lines on the other side. Adam Finnegan, the sleeper agent who's Fleetwood Mac and Silver Spring, taking us into the break
My
on
kids were
Coast to Coast
pretty
AM.
young at the time, 10 and 12. They were like, they're freaked out. Like, LA was weird.
Yeah, I mean, well, once the COVID, I was actually in South Texas for this Starship factory. And, you know, we were just, last minute, just opening factory for the markets. And, you know, we had teams from California visit on that stuff. And they freak out that we were on masks. We're still alive, man. Yeah, so,
So part of it is that, like, I suppose what retro is for, which is,
You can buy cars like these at
started
Auto
from
Trader,
hand.
like that car right in your tail.
And so just as
Or
got
if your tailgate right now, or there's cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms on Auto Trader too. Are you working out and listening to this at the same time? Well, multitasking pro. Cars like the ones in the Joe parking lot are for sale on Auto Trader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on Auto Trader. Just keep it. Auto Trader.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most crazy time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and exclusions.
What up, Tim? How are you, baby?
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately.
There you go.
But there is something you can do about it. There's no cure for HIV.
Just listening to Elon Musk on Joe Rogan.
Take it as prescribed can help you feel healthy from HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by ViralRabbi.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff.
Absolutely, my man. Take care.
Real 100% fruit juice to help them through the day.
Cheers, baby.
And sweetened by the fruit. No sugar added. No high fructose corn syrup. And no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, involve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 Fabric with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control every tip and count, temperature reliably to cover targeted areas or full for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. It's available in sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Target or Amazon.
So you want to try to lower the pressure.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapy. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block the source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you clear your skin and lessen individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur if you see. Get help right away if you have recent trouble breathing, swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
It's America's greatest heroes, U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smartphone that home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
And this is actually what is damaging the lungs. It's been proven. It's been used with disease. And I keep people yell at me and say, I'm not going to give it. It makes you replacements. Like, I put lumps on concrete. Well, again, it was this bizarre narrative that you
had nearly every game was telling me you had to learn from the situation. And that even as time went on, and we realized, hey, it looks like this kid for a fucking laugh. Like, and even as time went on, this feeling that would get you banned, would get you kicked off of YouTube. I mean, there's certain things you're not allowed to say. Things that actually conflict it. I said that the old media does not have crazy sense of humor. And, I'm also I think more companies across it. Unfortunately for us here, it's very different. You guys grew up on all this shit. Yeah. What's wild about nitrogen is it's mostly not nitrogen.
Welcome back. Trover's Blues, one of my favorites. A massive swirl of bright white light seemingly appeared from out of nowhere in the night sky above the Arctic last week, briefly upstaging a vibrant aurora display that spanned thousands of miles. The ethereal galaxy-shaped light show was caused by an illuminated cloud of frozen fuel. It was dumped in space by a SpaceX rocket, which released dozens of satellites into low Earth orbit. Astronomers call this rare phenomenon a SpaceX spiral and expect them to become a much more common sight in the future. You can check it out in the news section of coasttocoastam.com. Contact in the Desert. The world's largest and most prestigious UFO/UAP conference is celebrating its 10-year anniversary. It starts May 30th, runs until June 3rd, 2024 at the Renaissance Resort and Spa in Indian Wells, California. And this year's lineup of speakers is a veritable who's who of ufologists. George Bory and George Knapp appearing on stage together for the very first time. That's pretty exciting stuff. Other notables include Richard Dolan, Nick Pope, Whitley Strieber, Linda Moulton, many more. For more information on Contact in the Desert, how to purchase tickets, go to coasttocoastam.com and then click on events. Coasttocoastam.com and then click on events. Back to more of my conversation with Adam Finnegan as we discuss the nefarious origins of Lyme disease, plus your calls right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do. And it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started working the blood, and I finally canceled my surgery. And she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away. I had bruising and stuff all over my arm. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I was looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms. I'm full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
My name is Christopher Gabon, founder of Untucked. 13 years ago, we redefined men's casual style with the original Untucked shirt. Over the years, we applied the same obsession to the perfect fit, from pants, polos, and sports coats. We literally got you covered from head to toe. We also have a great women's collection, dress lounge, big and tall line too. With 20 new stores planned in 2024, we will now have over 100 globally. Visit us at untuckit.com or one of our many stores.
Your pet isn't just a pet, they're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of Dynamite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement, adding back nutrients to your pup's health. Try one of them for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at DINOVITE.com/radio. That's Dynamite.com/radio. Healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynamite.
It's a really weird theory because they know some things about Mars. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure too. But I mean, it's spaceships and spaceships that are like
Finnegan, the author of The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, chronic illness, and great imitator antigens of biological warfare, and both the phones.
how many thousands of years do you think?
Now the number of people that have been infected with Lyme disease and suffer as you do, in the millions in America. As you say, it's difficult to diagnose, it's tricky to treat, particularly if it becomes chronic. Let's say if left untreated for a while, it becomes chronic. Is there, do you suppose, a huge response on the part of the U.S. government to acknowledge what you're saying in your book, that this was deliberately cast from Long Island by a double agent who was under the employ of the U.S. government because of a massive liability issue here? I mean, the U.S. government could be on the hook for hundreds of millions of dollars in liability if there was a lawsuit.
I mean, it's so incredibly massive. The liability of it. And it's not just this, but it seems like this day actually also goes over into the vaccine area. You have the polio vaccine, which I talked about in the last chapter, which was constructed with the help of a Soviet engineer named Andrew Chilcott, who was contaminated with SB40 and half the U.S. population was given that contaminated vaccine. So that's another thing. As far as Robert is concerned, it's not only that they're denying it, they're conducting deliberate campaigns to say that there's no way Lyme disease could be a biological weapon. And I cover that in some of the later chapters. That's how much medical like, no, Lyme disease is not a biological weapon, despite conspiracy theories, it's great argument. And another thing is, I also want to address really great culture. My research suggests that he was not responsible, and I showed how this whole thing went down, and how Trump has been outside conservative for this entire thing.
You mentioned Willie Burke, and he has been credited, Chris Newby, who's been on post in her book, Bitten, The Secret History of Lyme Disease, she says that it was Willie Burke who, and others have said this, he discovered the microbe behind Lyme disease, and he was also involved in development of biological weapons. You're saying that Phil Barker was not responsible for discovering
The story really goes like it was even able to sign off the biodefense grant. Most of his work had to do with diagnosis of these pathogens that were filtering through the population. He was involved in this grant. He was not the guy that was able to publicly discover this. Like, they would have compartmentalized him completely. I think she completely messed him up in this thing. I don't think it's very relevant. I think what we know is that randomly Rothschild was beautiful. And there was a whole bunch of pollen vaccines that come with it. So you don't get just viruses that can be here to leishmaniasis and things like that.
Let's get the phones out. Let's say to Roberta's in Tucson, Arizona. Roberta,
That's insanely old structure that they didn't even know people were capable of building until they discovered it in the 1990s. So the conventional timeline
How are you treating your own life?
people, when you go to 11,600 years ago, which is hunter-gatherers, but now they have go back in time with this 3D carved things. There's the Graham Hancock's amazing series on Netflix called Ancient Apocalypse. You should check it out. It's amazing. But it's about that. It's all about that there's a lot of physical evidence of an advanced civilization from far, far, far longer ago than we have conventional data, which is ancient Sumer, which is
they get really sick for a number of years and then they start to bounce back. And there are a lot of people, when they aggressively try to treat it, I've noticed a lot of them end up making themselves sicker.
Don't have
I'm
it.
not saying
Because
that
this
there's
is
something out there that can take care of it, but you got to be careful when you're trying to aggressively treat it, trying to kill things off like that. I mean, I know there's a whole, like all the Lyme litter factories are just stomping tons of antibiotics. I know that documentary that actually was put out under our skin, that was kind of like
in terms of writing, what they believe is that there's very little left of this ancient civilization.
All right, Roberto, thank you for your call. West of Rockies, Daniel is in Pasadena.
There's a geologist that was
Daniel,
studying back out there, Dr. Rothschild from Boston University. And what he said was, his theory is that there's deep water erosion all over the Temple of the Sphinx, where the Sphinx was carved out of, that is indicative of thousands of years of rainfall. And the last time they had rainfall in the Nile Valley was around 9000 BC. So what he believes is because back then, the whole Nile Valley was a much rainfall, but
technology that seems that they release.
Yeah, so the entire, that whole area, like you just saw, used to be rich rainforest. And it receded into this valley. But if you go back then, he believes that's where that thing was constructed. He's a physical geo. The geologists look at it, and if he shows it to them, in terms of like just shows the image of the erosion, it doesn't tell them where it is, they'll almost all of them say that's water erosion from thousands of years of rainfall.
That sample next to one of the samples that was sent from the Morgellons station, and it's like the exact same thing. So I'm thinking that this Morgellons thing is a biotechnology that they have been releasing into the environment.
All right, Daniel, thank you for that. Let's say hi next to Bill. He is checking in Rhode Island. Bill, welcome to Coast to Coast. You're on the line. I don't finish it. Go ahead.
What they're saying is that civilization is insanely fragile. That's exactly much more so fragile.
Actually, I find your
So it's one of the weird things about people is that unless the threat isn't from us, it's abstract. Unless it's like, is it easier? Oh yeah. It's here. Civilization.
But we've also reassessed, the full master race idea, proving the human organism. So, I guess my question is this. A guy on the forum, I can't see them just wanting to do a farm. I mean, it looks like we have to do the domination, pursuing this, so, did you find any evidence that he was actually working on a way to genetically human donate through modifying the improving the human species?
Well, I don't think anyone's going to
understand the question so much.
Human enhancement. He's working with Himmler. Traub is working with Himmler, and Himmler is all about creating a master race and trying to infect and is Traub also perhaps working to enhance the human condition.
I know that they were very interested in that, stuff, and I know people like Angela was too. But I don't really know that he was. I don't see any evidence that of him producing things that would be beneficial. I know that particular star reports were something that would affect races differently, and that's kind of interesting because we know the African Americans and the syphilis studies, and we had a syphilis study in the Hispanic population from Guatemala. There was a Guatemala syphilis study. We also know that the Rothschild Institute was over in Asia when they dropped those biological weapons in North Korea, so they were looking at it in the Asian population. So scholarships are actually an interesting area when it comes to how they affect races differently. So it's very possible, though, what your caller has suggested. I haven't really found evidence of him kind of producing anything that more, I can find things that are basically nasty and are causing a lot of harm.
All right, Bill, thank you for the call. Toxic Reverend, that's the handle. Toxic Reverend is in Petaluma, California. Go ahead, you're on the line with Adam Finley.
Richard, thank you for taking my call. Hello, Adam, and I want to say condolences to the skin dimensionality, 80% of the people with Lyme actually have a co-infection of mycoplasma which is acted by the United States Army. Joyce Riley used to be on Coast to Coast years ago. She passed away, but she was always talking about the Gulf War that was sick with that mycoplasma. Oh, yeah. The combination? Okay, so that was one of the things that seems to be involved with many other chronic illnesses besides the mycoplasma prometheus with chronic fatigue. Just a whole slew of people, like you were saying, I just want to talk about really experiments on the American public area. Just up to the public. So anyway, so that was my dog had Lyme, and I found out that all the dogs that went lame were lower in omega-3. And treating people, and that's where the research because replacement therapy, a lot of people are getting natural health like that, just the omega-3. Some of the supplements that are very specialized are rather expensive, but every single omega-3 is one of the things that go with the treatment for that. And what I found too with mycoplasma, it does respond to antibiotics, although the Lyme facility, that's the question. Okay, so we're on page there.
That's the bizarre thing. It's like
recommending treating people with hypertension, just processed food. Like the majority of the processed food. Because ivermectin and the other of the supermarkets they're using that substandard medicine out of the market now, so I don't even mention it. But anyway, they're using just for that long.
Do you have a specific question about Lyme disease?
I do. With the Lyme in that, don't you think some of this, 80% of the people could have this mycoplasma with the Lyme infection? The antibiotics, because it's that much commonly administered, along with the nutritional supplements, Lyme was told.
Okay, let's just get out in here to respond because we're trying to thank you.
And so this mycoplasma, I'm very familiar with magnificent and project daily and all of that. And so this, all of this mycoplasma work, Eric Cobb was involved with in Korea.
All right, thank you for the call. Any blowback? Maybe because you're over the target, as they say, Adam, with this book?
So much, it's just completely ignoring.
I think, I mean, it's pretty solid. It's got, you know, it's heavily excited. It is solid work. It's got general offices, parsimony and help, and
practice to try each fish for certain
I've been
conditions
plugging away at this for over 6 years. It took me over 6 years to put this together.
It's such a
I think, you know, it hasn't really
sushi
gotten
bar, and they sold it to my friend
for me
Phil
to get back
He's a
up.
Michelin star chef.
I'm certainly grateful.
He used to run sushi bar in town. He sold that.
And
He opened up
I know
sushi by
you
scratch.
just, you know, 6
Because of the
6 years worth of
obligations, he has to be like
work, and now it's out sleeper agent. But what's next? What are you working on next?
Well, I've got, so my local manuscript was over 1,000 pages.
I say that when
And it was just too much to track it down. So I put this out and I just kind of tried to focus on track. But I've got much more stuff in the works. I've got my YouTube channel where I'm kind of trying to clarify, or my Rumble and YouTube channel, where I'm trying to clarify as much as possible.
once his contract is up,
How do we follow you on YouTube or Rumble?
It's A.W. Finnegan is the YouTube handle. I don't really remember what the Rumble one is. Different, but A.W. Finnegan, and if you go to my website, thesleeperation.com, and you click under the section that says videos, that'll take you to my YouTube channel and my Rumble channel and any other areas that I talk about a section, interviews, and experiences.
So like you sit down there.
All right, fantastic, Adam. I really want to thank you. Very informative and riveting information. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, the Sleeper Agent, that's public. YouTube, the Sleeper Agent published by Tri-Day. Okay, what?
I mean, for a city that's relatively small, I mean, the original per capita is it's like so many cars and
Entregas
restaurants.
gratis un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. Your customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/speedball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of it. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-Dupixent.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids a new case of real 100% fruit juice to help them get through the day. Juicy Juice is truly sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Oh yeah. Maybe. Great idea.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 cover with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Fire control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, features a sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart.
Funny here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness about HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
After 9/11, the Tower to Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook, who was killed in Iraq. Hook left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to a son he would never meet. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at t2t.org. That's T, the number 2, t.org.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling Apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the Parity Flex annuity. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs, with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again. A paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Parity Flex annuity, and it's one more example of their commitment to create a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not at stake, and ready to take on whatever their next chapter holds. Cambridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all could use more. At retirement income that cannot live is the ultimate flex. Start saving money at Cambridge.com. Please visit cambridge.io/ParityFlex for credit rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
Moving around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour. So the space station goes around the Earth roughly every 90 minutes.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
The speed at which it's where your response is roughly 1,000 miles an hour. So the closer you go to the equator, the faster radiation is global velocity. So it's working eastward, east to west, to the eastern global velocity. So the section of coast that's on the east and the southward is not occupied. So
Coast to Coast AM. Richard Sexton.
This is Jeff Lynn of the richest property in the world, and if you have an opportunity, you might want to get out and see. Here.
So it's kind of
Let's try it again. Jeff Lynn, the richest property in the world, and Electric Light Orchestra is doing an over and out tour this year. So get out and see them. All right, coming up next. next on Coast to Coast AM. The Secret History of Stonehenge. Author, researcher, second-generation doubter Maria Wheatley takes us on a worldwide megalithic odyssey, revealing two separate phases of Stonehenge. Stonehenge Phase 1 was a temple dedicated to a goddess of reincarnation. Phase 2 was a healing temple which included a stone you could sit on, one that produced water, and another emitted heat. A standing stone was called Seven, and even a fleeting image made Stonehenge an oracle temple of the gods and a temple of manifestation. Maria Whitley tells you what no archaeologist will when she's next, after this quick time out on Coast to Coast AM.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. When things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. Quick to stock up, all your flags grocery store have crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last 25 years. It sells for $29 and is this something like if you only have one thing to work on? You actually buy one kit, you will get two more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood3.com now.
Go with your gut. Your gut's immune system is based in the gut. A diet full of nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovox. It's at a brand free for 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. Try Dinovox for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. Happier, healthier with every bite. Over a million pets helped with Dinovox.
My name is Christopher Gardner, founder of Untucked. 13 years ago, we redefined men's casual style with the original Untucked show. Over the years, we've applied the same obsession to the perfect fit. Pants, polos, and sports clothes, to name a few. We literally got you covered from head to toe. We also have a great women's collection that just launched the Big and Tall line too. With 20 new stores planned in 2024, we'll now hit over 100 globally. Visit us at untucked.com or one of our many stores.
It changes the way people communicate at their jobs, which changes the way it just changes the way people when they leave universities and they go to get jobs, the way they're allowed to communicate.
For nearly 30 years, author and researcher Maria Wheatley has researched megalithic sites across the world. Maria is a second-generation dowser and geomancer, which is the UK's leading authority on the geodetic energies, ley lines, and grid lines. She's lectured worldwide and shown that British dowsers and other dowsing societies have locally defined geodetic energies. Maria has worked alongside experts such as Rodney Hale to prove the existence of earth energies and how the stones can transmit electromagnetic energies. Maria was the first independent researcher to track down and photograph the elongated or long-skulled people of Stonehenge. Her exciting new finds regarding the long-lost people associated with the ancient monuments will be published in her forthcoming book, which will be a world first. Maria has tracked down the unique priesthood of Europe, the Bronze Age king or priest that once ruled Avebury Henge, the gilded empire Stonehenge, and has unearthed new finds that show us why certain monuments were constructed in areas, groups of large and small on sites in England and Europe, interacting with the living earth energies that underpin and set the megalithic architecture. She also runs esoteric.com courses on dowsing, life regression, including soul star astrology, and tarot, and she is the author of the elongated cells of Stonehenge, and her latest is The Secret History of Stonehenge, Ancestral Mysteries and Lost Civilizations. Maria Wheatley, welcome back to Coast to Coast AM.
It's wild. I mean, it's like it's all just work. So that's crazy.
Just let's go back to 2015 for a moment and the discovery of the Queen of Stonehenge.
Because every now and then I'll see something that's interesting. I click on it. Oh, you motherfucker. It's fascinating that why would you? If I want X or Twitter or whatever, I wouldn't use any of it either. Yeah, but I didn't use Instagram for a while. There was a time where I was mixing Instagram, but I found myself doing selfies, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with me? Why am I posing with selfies to get likes? This is crazy. And I like it. So then I was like, if you post for selfies on Twitter, if you want to follow me, they're like, what? They're like, what's wrong with you? That's so true.
And just describe what she looked like. How tall was she? Other maybe anatomical differences between her and, let's say, you or I.
Pretty pictures and a lot of bullshit. So there's a lot of weirdness that comes with Instagram, like filters. Like, I've got grown men using filters on their pictures. It's very strange. You know, I am concerned that, like, Instagram actually leads to more unhappiness or less, in the sense that, like, it just looks like everyone's, like having a great time, right? It's way better looking than they really are. Yeah, and say, like, man, everyone's, like, good looking and having a great time. And you sort of compare yourself to that, and, like, it's like, damn, I was looking at that. I actually pretty sad a lot. And you're like, man, I think it makes you kind of depressed. Yeah, well, and also, you're a grown man and you experience this. You're also very intelligent. You experience this. Imagine being a young kid. Yeah, Jonathan Haidt documented that in the Coddling of the American Mind. So there's a direct correlation between the invention of social media and its ubiquitous use and self-harm amongst kids, particularly girls. It's really bad for girls. Yeah, around 2007, there's this big uptick in suicide, self-harm, depression. Yeah. If you look at just like make themselves be better looking, guys like women. Right. Yeah, and surgery. Having measured by myself, including, but we know that they were a very beautiful, mythical looking almost with their long scarves and their strange earrings. And one had a very big ridge along the top of the head as well, and that seems to be unusual. Artist's drawing of Sam Bankman-Fried. I mean, it's almost like they lost money or something. What the fuck happened? Looks like it melted.
And were these so elongated as a result of trade?
Yes. They were I'm not going to say one of them I saw. It's more than one artist. It is more than one artist. Some of those ones I saw one of them. Well, honey leather. He looked like an anime superhero. You're joking. No, like perfect chiseled jawline. Ridiculous. He looked like he lost 30 pounds. Start working out. Look at this. Look at that. Are you kidding? What the fuck, man? Look at Superman. Does he? Look how hot that guy is. I almost feel like it's not. I feel like someone's fucking with us. There's a few other pictures when I Google it. There's some rough pictures. It seems like someone's fucking with us because that guy's handsome as fuck. That's not the same. No, that one's terrible. Everyone's saying it's drawing. But that one right there, if that is real, it's like, come on. That's not real. That's bullshit. Because look at what they did with the girl. Oh wow, look at that picture. Even that picture is looks like she's melting. Yeah. But she's probably massively depressed. I mean, I bet like that's also like his artist's interpretation of the energy she's giving off the court. I mean, she has to rat on her boyfriend, and she's already pleaded guilty, for a lesser sentence. She's still ratting him out. I mean, I don't know if you guys we have some PR teams, but they
Where do we believe they came from, and how did they arrive in England?
And yeah, he's been basically, back from the friends. Well, do you think that's because the amount of money that he donated? Yeah. money to do that. I'm not that cynical. I generally don't think people are influenced by money.
Well, I don't know what you're doing, but something's going on. Number of articles I've seen where it's like, where it's basically, emphasized, philanthropist, is
Well, your bullshit meter went off when he was offering money to buy in with you with Twitter.
correct.
Well, a large amount.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of people, you know, but, I mean,
Did you mention that they have similar burial practices to the ancient Egyptians?
That's pretty sus.
And
Very sus.
so what are the implications there? What does that mean?
Like, you finance organizations in Tropical Islands are like a federal.
It's a fucking crypto.
It's just like, this last kid, the scam is probably crypto's hot.
It's hot. I'm not saying it's all scams, but I would leave that distinction for NFTs. That's like 80% scam. Except for people's legit. I mean, because you like digital art.
Yeah, this sort of stuff is great. But I mean, NFTs, the funny is that the NFT is not even on the blockchain. It's just a URL to the JPEG. So it's not even like, it's like literally the same code, the JPEG, in the blockchain. It's like, it's the URL of the company housing the image. There's no business. You don't have the image.
I never understood it. I tried so hard. I know I'm afraid of me. Did some selling as an artist. I'm like, okay, save that money. Eventually people can figure this out.
Are these
I guess the
elongated
there is
skull people responsible for constructing Stonehenge, either phase 1 or phase
some of
2?
these things I've seen inexplicable.
Did he actually stop paying for Rothschild's money? That sons of money.
Okay.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That seems unlikely to be a legit transaction.
Unlikely, right?
Unlikely.
Yeah. It works out bad though, I gotta say. That kind of bullshit art is on that map.
Yeah. Everything is that it's hard to price art, right? Because in the eye of the beholder. So how can you say whether something
This is a steal. How much that go for? $225K? A steal. That's not that bad. I mean, I wouldn't buy that. I wouldn't buy it for $225, but I'd buy it for $5. It's not bad. Like, a lot of crackheads are good artists. Like, you get crazy on drugs and splatter some shit around, but you got a unique vision. That's not bad.
It's not bad.
That is not bad at all. How much that one? It's probably married and we're gonna find out.
He's not that talented.
Right.
So
I mean,
I actually don't have any.
the elongated skull people built Stonehenge, if they share
That
such
stuff's
in
not
common
bad.
with
Like, whatever that
Egyptians,
thing is on
why
the wall,
didn't they
that's
go
pretty dope.
pyramids? Why Stonehenge?
I like
Why
that.
standing stones?
What does it say?
I know, that's a really good question, but there is a monument in the Avery environment. Avery is the world's largest stone circle, it's located around about
Have you
79
ever heard the
north.
theory that the entire modern art, like Jackson Pollock and all that, was a CIA psyop?
Originally was constructed
Um,
as a 7-tiered
I mean, I haven't heard of that, but I haven't heard any evidence for it.
I read the article a couple years ago, released on Rothschild. Yeah,
Every day we go, it's not long outside.
but it was fascinating. Yeah, every day.
There's always something. I know that didn't pull that.
The ancient Britain was truly a spiritual culture.
Was modern art really a CIA psyop? If you get someone to spend that kind of money on that kind of shit, like the Jackson Pollocks and stuff.
Of what to construct
So,
a particular
here
type
it
of
is.
Energies that were
During the Cultural War, Cold War, it was
they placed
okay. The relationship between modern art and American diplomacy began during World War II. Museum, MoMA, Metaphor Arts and Minds.
giant trilophones and the neutral stone
It's an interesting article. So I read the article a couple years ago. I can't remember what their argument was. But it's one of those things.
Even copper known to be constructed
Oh.
for time.
Okay, even modern art and American diplomacy were
Stonehenge differ?
Soviet propaganda asserted that the United States was culturally barren, capital's wasteland, to make the case for American cultural dynamism. The State Department in 1946 spent $49,000 to purchase 79 paintings directly from American modern artists and mounted them in a traveling exhibition called Advancing American Art. That exhibition, which made stops in Europe and Latin America, included work from artists like George O'Keeffe and George O'Keeffe's Lady Meets Vaginas, right?
I think that's some of what she did.
I think she makes like vagina, like flowers and stuff.
A stone circle of 66
Yeah, I think some of it's pretty good, but
well, the Jackson Pollock one's like, how did, come on, what happened? That one is just wild, because I really think I could do that. Some of this shit, like, Jackson Pollock, the CIA teamed up to win the Gold War. Yeah, okay, I think that's the hard part, right? Because that's 2017. I don't remember. But,
well, I think art is very much an involved. It's like what does it make you? How does it make you feel? And if it makes you feel in a way that you like it.
Yes, absolutely. But it's also a way to longer life.
Yes.
A
number of these like very high price art things are tax evasion.
Have you ever seen the documentary on the Lost Leonardo? That's crazy. That's crazy. NBS purchased this. And he purchased it for some insane amount of money. It turns out it probably isn't Leonardo da Vinci's. Not only that, but the vast majority of the painting was made by a modern age woman who recreated everything. Like, so she, in restoring, air quotes restoring, she essentially repainted the image in the style of Da Vinci. And it's very sketchy. Because if you look at the original painting, it was all fucked up and missing paint. There was many layers, some of it painted over it. It's really an incredible documentary. Because it just shows how much fuckery is involved in these high dollar transactions. And I think it was the most expensive painting that was ever sold. I think it went for something in the neighborhood of $400 million. $450 million. Yeah. Lost Leonardo, a new film solved the mystery of the world's most expensive painting, is the $450 million Salvatore Mundi fake. This film featuring tearful sycophants, sneering experts, dodgy dealers, and a secretive super yacht. Finally settled the great Da Vinci controversy. Multiple layers and different styles of painting involved in it, and when they do some sort of a comprehensive examination, whether it's a, I don't know what kind of imagery they're using, they're doing something when they say, like, this has been painted many times and fucked with. It might have originally been one of Leonardo's students. Might not have been Leonardo, it's just not a real
Dated to that time.
Yeah, but whether it was the Sotheby's that sold it, yeah, so they were kind of aware that there was some shenanigans with this piece. But they also were aware that this was kind of shawshank. This was 3 lemons. This was, they were going to hit the jackpot with this bad boy. So they went through with it, and yeah. Christie's, that's it. The other one. Christie's was aware. It's a fascinating documentary. I don't know what's right. I don't know what's wrong. It might be real. But at the very least, it's been retouched mostly by this woman. Isn't it like 90% of the painting? There's some very high percentage of the painting that was actually made by this woman. They show her she worked on it forever, for years and years. Worked like painstakingly to retouch this piece of art. Which is very odd. Yeah. That they do that. Because like, wouldn't you just want it all fucked up and rolled? That's the real piece of art. Yeah. The real piece of art is not like some woman in 2001 did a painting over it. That's just crazy. Yeah. I enjoy art for the aesthetics, but not for the name value. Yeah, I feel the same way. I enjoy art just because it just
So I
What makes you
address
feel?
that and say
Yes.
it is about tyrannical animals. Even
It's a
if
cool
it's
thing.
Stonehenge,
Honestly, my
in the
studio's
sense
still
that Stonehenge was
outside
yet
of
from
my
about
law.
midnight,
And
you
it's
look
everywhere out
at
there.
the zenith above and the
You
direction
see, oh,
of
the
your
woman,
head.
you seen the one, the
And
piece
look
that she made of you?
the dental.
This,
Everything in
Mariah
the
Blackman,
ancient
you seen
world
that
has
drawing that
meaning.
she did?
Nothing
This is the weird
like
one.
stone.
It's everything, it's
We've
enormous.
got about a
She
minute and a half here
draws
before
it,
we break
and
the
you
bar
are
at the hour,
essentially
but
made up of all these
how
different
did these,
characters,
I mean,
different things.
they're very
You
short
try
people,
her.
4'9",
She did
5'4",
one of me, and she did one of
these
Anthony
elongated
Bourdain
small
that I
people,
bought.
how did they
It's out there as
move
well. She's
these
super
enormous
talented. This one.
stones into place?
So this is
I
her.
know that
Show
is
how to.
the great
So
question,
you find her
the
standing
mystery of
next to
all
it.
time. How did people move the
There
stone?
it is.
One thing I've noticed about measuring the hertzian frequencies of
Yes,
Earth's
sir.
power,
Oh, that was right.
they're kind of
There was something that happened where Instagram did something. What happened?
And it's around about 25
Since
times.
not only banned me from promoting this artwork, but also shadow banned me altogether after I posted my latest piece. This is after probably you said that you wanted to fight this over. Well, actually, I just that's quite funny because it's posting all these fight videos.
Sorry, Maria, I got to jump in here. We'll pick up on that point on the other side. Maria Wheatley is with us. The Secret History of Stonehenge. Humanity, gratitude. Taking us into the break, coast to coast AM.
Everything and then so I posted it. I think on Instagram, name the place or something. And I was like, okay, Vegas, I'll figure it out. And then Italy actually was one. I was using the Coliseum. So that's what it was. So that's how we were doing it. And then, but then I was like, well, it's gonna be Coliseum or whatever. Like, I like UFC. We don't have like tons of ads of UFC rather than Coliseum. It's historical. Like, it's a place where this would be, just to have a real NASCAR. Right. So then, and it's like, well, what was the narrative? What'd you hear, Jack? Well, I'm only gonna say, he was like, oh no, it's not the UFC rules. I'm like, well, okay, we have UFC rules, and then Coliseum's fine. We just don't have, we respect the historical integrity of the place. Yeah, but just the Coliseum seems like the close place to do it. That's why. I mean, yeah, like Gladiator. And they said it's okay, yeah. So he just wants it to be in the actual UFC. So they said, oh, well, you know, he's not serious.
It's tournament time.
I'll fight you.
Excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering live bucks into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. Customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The power is yours. Must be 21 or older. Each bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and requirements and terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WIN.
Hey, it's Joey. Today, black folks are community are still disproportionately affected by drugs. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you feel healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
I think he's got like 20% everything.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff.
That's why they have
Use
weight
the
gain.
nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer
Did you get a
disease.
chance to talk to Don
Juicy juice is
at all?
only
You aren't
sweetened by
allowed?
the fruit, with
Yeah,
no sugar,
no.
no
Do you know
high
his history?
fructose corn syrup,
No,
and no artificial sweeteners.
He was a professor of philosophy in Columbia and fell in love with jiu-jitsu.
Find Juicy
I mean, he
Juice
fell
at
in
your
love with
favorite
it.
local
He
grocery
was sleeping on
retailer.
the mats and teaching all day long. He's an obsessive. He is a real Kaizen
What
disciple.
is the
And
ultimate host without breaking a sweat?
he is one of the most unique characters I've ever met in my life. One of the most brilliant men
Has
I've
the
ever met.
ability to
And
instantly
he's
create over
completely
60
dedicated
handcrafted
to jiu-jitsu.
cocktails.
And
From
he has
classic
raised
whiskey
students,
sours to indulgent
particularly this
espresso
one disciple,
martinis,
Gordon
with
Ryan, who
just the
also
push
has
of a button.
superstar. He's the
It's
greatest
like having
jiu-jitsu
a
competitor
personal
of all time.
mixologist
There's
right
no
in your
question.
kitchen
And he's only
serving up
28.
fresh
He
cocktails.
might even be
And for a
27.
limited
I
time,
think he's
when you
28
buy
now.
your
But I
Bartesian,
mean, he
you'll
is
receive a free
universally
plastic
regarded as the
collection
greatest of all
bottle.
time. And he is
6
John's
cocktail
greatest
faves to
student.
jumpstart your
And
summer.
the two of them
Each
together, because
capsule
Gordon
is
has
top-notch
insane work
juicy
ethic.
bitters and
They
extras.
work
And as an
365 days a
HGTV
year. They do
editor's
not take
pick,
any days off. They
Bartesian
drink
is
it.
the barkeep who
That's
will make
Gordon.
your party
To the
peak.
right of John.
Level up your next gathering.
Here's what
Order your sweet Bartesian
But
today
the two
for
of them
free
together
shipping
are
and a free
literally an
complimentary
unstoppable
cocktails
combination.
gift.
I don't care what
Head to
they're
bartesian.com/gift
Yeah,
to
he's
get
a
started.
combination of
That's
gigantic, brilliant, and insanely dedicated with the most incredible instructor that's ever
Premium
existed.
cocktails
John
on demand.
Danaher is universally regarded as the greatest jiu-jitsu instructor alive. And his student is universally regarded as the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor alive. And it is because John is like a complete, like a guy out of a superhero book. Like, you're not going to find another one of those. A guy with a genius level IQ who's one of, you talk to him, it's fascinating. And he is obsessed with combat sports, warfare, like strategy.
Yeah.
Brilliant guy.
Serious allergic reactions
Really crazy. I was
Get
impressed
help
by
right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue.
if I was fighting
Tell your
someone,
doctor
if
about
I was
new
not
worsening life problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't think to stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Good stuff. Yeah. Champs keeps you.
What's the likelihood of this actually happening? I'm more
Less than
than
2 months after dropping its first season.
Well, I think that stating it this way might accelerate this process, especially on this platform. I mean, I challenge you to a duel under any circumstances.
Reached number 2 at its peak, but the audience trailed off just a month after
That's
its
not necessarily
January 4th release.
That's not
Cost of
necessarily
the show, which included filming in Taiwan, was thought to have been a deciding factor in its cancellation, despite critical acclaim and a loyal and vocal fandom, was not pleased by the announcement. They had already produced episodes of the Rothschild and continued to stream on
It's just a reason they have weekend alerts.
And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Is it right? There's a good mind. This is pretty good mind. Is it a choice for reason how what I do? That's let me show you why this work kind of reason. I said it. When they were called the wars, I'm just gonna lie with you. It's a lot better. I'm just gonna lie. I don't know how to, position myself such that it's hard to go beyond the one. And I just want to line crossways on you. Try to get away. Just, like a horse wolf. Yeah, you get trapped under a horse. It's not a horse.
Coast to Coast TS. Here's your host, Richard Sounds.
So, no, I'm almost starting in the limit.
Passengers of the Alaska Airlines flight that was forced to make an emergency landing when a door panel blew out in mid-air have received a letter from the FBI identifying them as victims of a possible crime. The incident occurred January 5th when Flight 1282 was on its way from Oregon to California with 177 people. The Federal Aviation Administration announced an investigation into Boeing days later. Attorney Mark Lindquist, who represents passengers on the flight in litigation against Boeing and Alaska Airlines, shared a letter from the Justice Department with NBC News. I'm contacting you because we've identified you as a possible victim of this crime.
That's true.
A crime victim specialist with the FBI Seattle Division wrote in the letter. You can read more about this in the news section of CoastToCoastAM.com. And if you like what you hear from me tonight this morning, you might want to visit my website, strangeplanet.ca, and there you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, Richard Sterrett's Strange Planet. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And if you want to get deeper into Strange Planet, you can think about maybe becoming a premium subscriber. There are 3 premium subscriber tiers to choose from. You get access to commercial-free listening, bonus episodes produced just for you, and a subscription to my monthly newsletter, Intercept. StrangePlanet.ca. StrangePlanet.ca. Now, please get back to more of my conversation with second-generation dinosaur researcher Maria Wheatley as we discuss the secret history of Stonehenge right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Well, he's enormous. I mean, he's enormous and he's a black belt, so he's skilled.
What if you could get a 6-figure retirement income in almost half your savings? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, getting a 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Kitchen, best-selling author, executive producer, and star in the brand new Hollywood documentary about the retirement deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who've retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money's never at risk if the market crashes. That's right, the market crashes 30%, people are saving. Even the super wealthy are shifting money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income, but can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value. Call today for sales completely free. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. Call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020. Again, that's 1-800-506-2020.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivore, and my father canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away. I had bruising next to my shield 3 weeks after I was on the Carnivore. I noticed, I was looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms. I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be the Carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
So, but after that, people were like, "Why is that?" So they're like, "We're not going to be allow themselves to get a online test appointment without." That was like.
And we are back with Maria Wheatley, the author of The Secret History of Stonehenge. And just before the break, Maria, we were talking about how you were explaining how you believe the elongated skull people were able to move these massive stones in the construction of phase 1 of Stonehenge or phase 2 of Stonehenge. And we're talking about using sound waves, basically, and then we went into the break. So did you want to finish up that thought?
Yeah, sure. But it's another fact that the Neolithic long skull people moved the heaviest stone. They say they never the heavy, so this was the era of moving the heaviest stone. And I was saying earlier that this will be great. Coral, always associated with ancient sites, a lot of people think they were, placed there, monuments were in association with them, and standing stones located upon them. I also think they had a practical role, because we've noticed their features like straight dimensions,
So you're
and
talking about like with just
could manipulate
where you just have this
frequency. Bear in mind their ears with that bone they have made is foldable for them.
But that's never the case. It's almost always the whole body's engaged.
And if they could manipulate that down to 25 kilohertz, that frequency relaxation, they could have been making the stone lighter
one arm,
to transport it from
place to another because Stonehenge doesn't have any stones within
Oh, I
sales.
see what
They
you're
have a
saying.
lot of timber,
Okay, so
a
like
lot
from
of
a
wood.
scarful.
They
So
didn't have
scarful,
stone.
you
That's
take
why
the
they
arm,
were imported
put it
from Wales,
over, and you
Luton,
push it down with one arm. Yeah, that's
150
unusual
miles
though.
away.
Yeah,
And from
that's
Westport
unusual.
near Malta, which is about 15, 17 miles away to that huge
Yeah, but
that we see today. Now,
right into
Bristol
it.
has been
Yeah.
opening
Okay,
150
that's very
miles
specific
for
armor. 10
over
seconds.
80
Right.
blue
That's a
stones
rare
for
armor. You never
Wales
see
and
that done.
London.
What you do see though is
So,
the two legs.
you mentioned that Stonehenge's second phase diverged significantly from its original design, including alterations to stone settings and so
Yeah, that's
forth.
what most
What
people
do you
do.
believe
They
led
apply
to these changes, or what
whether it's
precipitated
from
these
back,
changes?
a lot of people have done that, or whether it's from side control, which is a little more easy because you have
Stones are very large stone circle, and it was a lot of stars and stone that we see as grey today. When we look at images of Stonehenge, we see it as grey.
MMA
Recently, it's
has
been
changed the ideas of
University
jiu-jitsu because there's a lot of techniques that people do
Stone
where it
Jews
works
were
well in
huge
competition when someone's like grabbing.
that
You
were
can't just bring down punches in
they
the face.
never have seen the
There's a lot of
light
fighters
of
that basically
that
just pounding in the
they
face
would
is pretty
run
hard.
out
Yeah,
on
it's
the
true,
ground.
you know.
When
Especially
Carlton,
if
so that's the
it's
name
actually
of the
cut
stone
off
of
this in
blood,
the face. Yes.
and Carlton is exposed to the elements.
Yeah, Carlton Gracie famously had a phrase that if you take a black book and punch him in the face, he becomes a brown belt.
That happens in daylight.
Punch him again, he becomes a purple belt.
Make it full of
And so on and so
shape.
forth.
What they did was
No, you went to look up and punch the face. I've been
That's
absolutely
psychological terms. They dressed stones. They made them lozenges shape. But their colour slightly different. It has a pinkish silver hue originally. So we now know that Stonehenge is quite a colourful
that's
place.
changing.
What is inside that inside of Stonehenge they
Singing
do
that from the
is
top
it
of the roof
consisted of
ever.
stone
It's so
circles
nuts and so
of
stupid. You know where
very
it came from?
large stone.
It came from Big John McCarthy, who's the original MC for Pioneer Sport. He was bringing this to athletic commissions, and they were allowing certain techniques, but one of them they wouldn't allow was the 12 to 6 elbow, because they saw those late night karate demonstrations where someone like smash words like that. They thought someone would die if they hit him with his tips against a Yeah, but it's not even harder than this one. This one's harder because this one, your body weight into it, and it's a more natural movement. This is an unusual movement. I mean, I'm sure you can train it and get it probably as hard, but I think for most people, for me, I can tell you for sure, this elbow has more power.
Well, I think anyone did you agree with me, or did you agree with the
Yes. I think Tyson Fury, for instance, got a boxing match. This fight that took place this last weekend, Francis Ngannou was the UFC heavyweight champion. He vacated the belt so he could take his fight with Tyson Fury. This was his champion fight. Tyson Fury, who's the lineal heavyweight champion. Francis Ngannou had never had a boxing match ever in his life. Had 0 boxing matches, but he was the UFC heavyweight champion. Knocked down Tyson Fury in the 3rd round. Beat him up in the 8th round. Most people, including me, thought he should have won the decision, including most boxers, most boxing pundits. And he lost by 1 point on one judge's scorecard. He won on one judge's scorecard. Another judge who should go to jail had it 96-93 for Tyson Fury, which is fucking outrageous. But Francis Ngannou, who is a literal freak of nature. I mean, this guy grew up in Cameroon and was working in the sand mines when he was a child, like a fucking clan.
That's exactly what you're kind of like pushing the thing around in a circle. Yes.
Developing his body, taking the sand mine, he's supremely physically advanced. He's not just fit, he's the hardest puncher ever measured in all of MMA. There's a machine that we actually have outside at the gym, and if you hit this thing, Francis has hit it harder than any person who's ever lived. Yeah. Yeah, you said it. I had a record for the kick for a while. Okay. Somebody's but Francis punched like it's insane. It's like getting hit by a fucking car. Sure. When he dropped Tyson Fury in the 3rd round, see Tyson's on his back going, what the fuck? Then he realized it's like, I think it's kind of like this is like he's like it's gonna run over because he's the boxing heavyweight champion. It's like there's no way this guy can box with me. He even said at the beginning of the fight, it's time to go to school. Okay, and then Francis at the end of the fight, you're a shitty professor. You should watch it. It's a good friendship. I mean, it's on ESPN Plus. So still, pretty sure you can still get it. Yeah. I just it's
in London, and that's where I went to Stonehenge Land. So now let's look at a new model of Stonehenge. Got 30 lintels on the outside.
Did you fuck your back up doing sumo wrestling?
Inside, 6
What happened there?
area within Stonehenge got 5 like English
From
Heritage
that?
Day.
Well, I had like some childhood injuries. Like some pretty severe fights as a kid, like really like lost my stomach.
In a report that there were 2 colors of the old stone. One was light colored, that was a chipping. One was light colored, and one was dark colored. But again, we need to see Stonehenge as a very colourful temple.
But anyway, so I had like some rubber injuries as well. That's what's not
Blue stone on the inside, which is very dark colour.
So I think that was like my hip starting position. Champions and wrestlers, big champions and wrestlers, like a day and so it's my birthday.
With the 2 old colors, they were green sandstone, black stone,
This is where like
mica.
the
They
similar
were
way to
looked
French
at absolutely stunning. And on the outside of Stonehenge were 4 other stones called the station
so
stones.
I need to take it easy on me the first round.
Stonehenge was
So
fine. It
the
was
only way I want to knock
colourful.
him over is
Take that
momentum.
concept
So I got to basically run at it.
further.
So I did.
Again,
Run
like
at him,
Todd Pearson of University College
I
London,
smashed the disconnect.
excavate the Henge Monument
It's like you're
about
like running into
30
a wall.
miles away from Stonehenge. It's a very similar size, it's like a carbon
Did you have to
copy
get
of it.
fused or
But he
anything?
noticed that on the Henge
Yes.
bank,
So it's like you can knock over someone. You
vinyl
can do
pattern,
something
concentric
or to
circles, and a
smash
chevron
this.
pattern. Incidentally, that
Well,
all
if you know what you're
happens
doing
with
and you're willing to
energy.
smash the
But I
disconnect.
think Stonehenge
Those two
had a
things. So I wasn't expecting it to be a total lunatic, but not a
just
problem.
like what Todd Pearson found in
They defeated me obviously
we
about
have
2
been
because he was like,
forward.
oh,
But what I've noticed around Stonehenge when I take films
so like 5
there
minutes
and
ago,
get find a lot of oak can be used as a paint. It comes in a red shade, a yellow shade, and a brown shade. And it's looked and found in the area. And in Auckland, I know they were using ochre to paint with, like we did. They also used ochre with their red and yellow, all ochre paint. That they were painting these chevron patterns to make it look very bright and colourful. Maybe for special effects, eclipses or full moon, or the equinox and solstices alike. And again, I think he painted, and I thought that was quite common to him back in about 5,500 years ago.
I'm actually a favorite bottom of
This, the altar that was spirited away to St. James Palace. Have we lost the trail? Do we know what happened to it? Where is it now, and what is it being used for?
That's really interesting because, yes, he did end up at St. James's Palace. And why it was taken, it was believed from the 12th century by Geoffrey of Modern, who wrote the history of the kings of Britain. It included, concepts like Merlin and King Arthur, King Brutus. He mentioned all of the kings of Britain. He said at the time, no stone Stonehenge was just not have healing power. He was saying it was a healing temple, and everybody knew that in the 12th century. So I think the Oxford especially were renowned for healing, but it was always being looked for. And in the 1930s, an archaeologist called William Cunningham, he was the grandson of another archaeologist, William Cunningham, because quite confusing, his grandson. He wrote to Royal Palace, Buckingham Palace, and said, where is the Oxford? And basically they just sent him, no stone exists here. The royal door was closed on the archaeological community. Nobody's asked where it is ever since, except for me. I would say, where is it? Is it still at St. James's Palace? What's it being used for by the royal family? James the First was a very complex king of England. That's the which he tried. He had a phobia of power of women. He also had disabilities. His legs were very spindly, had an overlarge mouth, so when he drank, it was always coming out of his mouth. That was noticed by James I. So I think he wanted healing from the stone, and that's why it was casted as a leg to St. James's Palace. So it acts on hold. Nobody knows where it is now, because nobody dares ask the question of the royal.
Do you suspect it's inside Buckingham Palace?
I think it has always remained in the royal circle and the extended royal family ever since James the First. And incidentally, James the First, he wrote in English, in Latin, in Latin, and nobody really understood that, nobody could speak in English. So he did the St. James Version Bible, put them in book state. He came across to be a very quiet Christian, but he also studied about demons, and he was into witchcraft, quite ironic, because he was hanging and burning people for witchcraft. And he wrote a famous book for demonology, where he was exploring the different aspects of magic and witchcraft. I think he combined it with studying magical practices as well. And he had a boyfriend who was married to Queen Anne of Denmark, and they had children. But he also had a lover called the extremely handsome Duke of Buckingham, called George Gilliard. And George Gilliard's mother was a practicing occultist and astrologer. It's known that around James I, there were all these occultists and magicians that were very interested in Stonehenge. That's why they went there. He was the first excavator of the site. That's why they took standing stones. But George Gilliard wasn't second officer, it was the giant greater xylophone. He approached the landowner and said, "Oh, Lord, we want to buy that." Thankfully, the landowner said, "No, it's not for sale, it's the king's palace house." And so that's why I think they focused on the altar stone, because they were not expected to have any stone, and they stole one regardless. Who built the King James? Paul. At that point, you have to become royal also questions the king. The king did what the king wanted.
We just have about a minute before we break here at the top of the hour, but if the altar stone, the second altar stone, is in the possession of the royal family, what do you think they're doing?
I think we are all quite ritualistic. Rich people are ritualistic about things, and I think it's always been renowned crystals later as being a healing center and a center of manifestation. I think that was encoded thousands and thousands of years ago, and if you know how to decode what's inside of a stone, as Dr. Don Rothschild postulates it, then maybe they're using it for manifestation. Maybe they're using it for healing. We don't know, but we do know that those entities are.
All right, Maria, we'll take a time out here, top of the hour. Back with more of my conversation. Maria Heatley is the author of The Secret History of Stonehenge, taking us into the break. The late Robbie Robertson and Once We Were Brothers. Back with more right here on Coast to Coast AM.
You've got to pick a destination. Each press the button to navigate to Zuck's house. Yeah. It's not far. It's like 30 miles there from the wow.
When the light goes out.
It's probably a light. It's splendid. I'm going to a sportsman who's driving. Wow.
It's your brother.
Yeah, anytime. I was so much fun to go like, I'm coming over to your house. Again, that's even more funny when it's two richest guys in the world. Yeah. Too bad. It's just fun. It's fun enough. I'm glad you're, just for the fun. I mean, I think it would be, well, actually, like Dana, when kids are like, it would be fun. I'll commentate on that. Yeah. So it's just to go to charity and stuff. It'd be crazy. People want to see what the hell. Oh my God, it would be fucking huge. Yeah. It'd be really crazy. Like if they close the thing and Bruce Buffer is in there, it's time. Let's go. The place would go fucking bananas. Yeah. Let's do it. Does it have to be a costume? Would you agree? I'll do it anywhere. I would fix it anywhere, anytime. Any rules. You should do it. The Sphere in Las Vegas. The Sphere's great. I was just there. It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, I was there. I've seen it on the outside, but it looks good. The inside's even better. I've seen video. I haven't seen it live. But I was there on Saturday night, and it was awesome. Like, it's really good. I think it might be the best show. Yeah. I mean, if you have the visuals that accompany when you start, if you have like someone like Roger Waters, which it shows like the scene visual, something like that, Sphere, the art.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only at DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/default. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jeremy. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that they have prescribed can help get healthy HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, come on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Each piece the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day.
It's round.
Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit. No sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Artesia, your key to premium cocktails at home. Amassing the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to enchanted espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Artesian, you'll receive a free classic collection variety. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your slurry. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Artesian is the barkeep who will make your party pink. Level up your next cocktail. Order your Civic Artesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Artesian, premium cocktails on demand.
This is a reading a prescription medicine for people 6 months and older with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapy. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of it. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block the source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see
this
how
mind
to improve
virus,
your skin from
how it's
doing
able to
it. But you
propagate
can
through
see how Dupixent can
social
help you
media
have clearer
being
skin
control
and less
social media platforms.
individual
Think
results
about
needed. Serious
what
allergic
that
reactions can
means
occur
if
if
that
you
same
get
mind
help right
virus
away if you have
gets in
wheezing, trouble
control of the
breathing, or swelling of your
superintelligence.
face, lips, mouth,
And that is
tongue.
possible.
Tell your
That's
doctor about
that's
new or
actually what
worsening
I
eye
think the
problems
biggest
such
danger
as
is.
eye pain,
Boy,
vision changes, or
is
blurred vision,
that
joint aches and
if
pain,
AI
or
is
a parasitic
implicitly
infection.
programmed,
Don't
not
change or
really
stop asthma
explicitly,
medicines without talking to your
implicitly
doctor.
programmed
See
with
it for
values that
yourself.
lead to
Ask your eczema
that
specialist about
that led to
Dupixent.
the
Visit
destruction of downtown San
Dupixent.com
Francisco
or call
and the
1-844
Tuesday
Dupixent.
activists were in.
This sun season, involve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 fabric. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting protection. It's developed from sweat-resistant sports formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Function of a raindrop. 3 grains of salt. Up to 100 times more potent than morphine. The taste of meat is illegal function because most taste is an overdose. Don't let me mix it with heroin, cocaine, pills, and drugs. It could be in your drugs. You wouldn't be able to see it, taste it, or smell it. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop overdose.
Our kids have said to us since we moved to Minnesota, we are far more happy than we've ever been anywhere else in the world.
Moving to Minnesota opened up a lot of doors for us.
Just this overall sense of community, the values that if you really sort of
It's a real accepting, loving community, especially with young kids.
CYCNBC ranks Minnesota #4 best state to live and work. A great place to work, an even better place to live.
Is it
It's
possible that
gominnesota.com/live.
we could realize the dangers that are
Can't wait
involved
to see
in
what this
creating
means.
this, but somehow or another engineering it in a way that would be ultimately beneficial to people? Or is that just a
I like
hope?
my dentist
That's a hope,
smiles.
but a very utopian version of what could happen
To say,
versus the most
in the
likely
car before my
outcome.
kids' PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes,
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never really tell.
Well, there you have it. You could get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
Is a good outcome. Most likely a good outcome, but it's not for sure.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. Put your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
When a service member or first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty, who's there for them when the families left behind? Who's helping our homeless veterans and our nation to never forget 9/11? It's Tower to Towers Foundation. More than 95 cents of every dollar donated to Tower to Towers goes to its programs. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tower to Towers at t2t.org. That's T2t.org.
Nobody wants to admit them, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the Parity Flex annuity. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses. Plus, a limited lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even for a In other words, it's like getting free for life. We'll say that again.
Areas where human beings are doing this
Sounds too good to be true. It's not. It's the Parity Flex annuity, and it's one more example of a commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next challenge is. Gainbridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all could use more. Retirement income that can't give is the ultimate greatness. Here's some news. Start saving now at Gainbridge.com. Please visit gainbridge.com/ParityFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
Yeah, just for asset performance.
KFI AM 640.
Do you hope to get out of this conference?
is long and it's full of charts and facts and instructions for dancing. That's where music comes from. Some of it's just transcendental. Some of it's just really dumb.
This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Say hello on X at Richard Serrett, and the website is strangeplanet.ca. Peter Gabriel, The Book of Love. This song just, it devastates me. So beautiful. There are a lot of bad afflictions out there. Alien hand syndrome, for example. But this one might just take the cake as the weirdest. Recently, a study was published in the medical journal The Lancet about a guy named Victor Shara. And one morning in 2020, Shara awoke to find that everyone around him looked like a horrible, satanic demon. Wow. When he looked at people's faces, they appeared demon-like with their ears, noses, and mouths stretched back, and with deep grooves in their foreheads, cheeks, and chins, writes James Robinson of Sky News. What Shara was about to discover was that he had a condition called prosopometa-morphosia. I've been practicing that all afternoon. Prosopometa-morphosia, or PMO. No one knows how it happens or why, though Shara guesses it was either a recent bout of carbon monoxide poisoning or a significant head injury 15 years later in which he slammed his head against some concrete. Coast to Coast AM and iHeartMedia have a fabulous paranormal podcast called the Paranormal Podcast Network, in fact, and it features free podcasts about the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained. And the current list of offerings include The Great Joshua P. Warren's Strange Things, Seven Plains, Shades of the Afterlife, and Heidi Hollis's Dark Light. You can look for new episodes every Friday. Again, that's the Coast to Coast AM and iHeartMedia Paranormal Podcast Network. For more information, just go to coasttocoastam.com. Back to more of my conversation with Maria Whitley on the secret history of Stonehenge right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Financial experts thought we were earlier they were anticipating 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year, and then the inflation data came out better than expected. Friends, this isn't going away. It can't. The U.S. is $34 trillion in the hole, yet we keep printing money. This pushes the prices you pay every day even higher. So you can either bury your head in the sand or you can do something with it. Diversify a portion of savings in the gold with Birch Gold Blue. Gold with your hedge against inflation, and Birch Gold makes it easy to own. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k to a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and you don't pay a penny out of it. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of satisfied customers, you can trust Birch Gold. Text GHOST to 989898 and get your free info kit on gold. Then talk to a precious metal specialist on how to collect and protect your savings persistent inflation for
anything out of
most.
Cornwall was like
98,
like a
98,
kind of like
98. Right now.
almost like a sweet, like almost like a tea taste to it.
Kids affects it.
He's a master. He was using tax-paid dollars to start his coffee obsession. Yeah, so when he was both in group and at the agency, he would take we have discretionable funds that you can spend on whatever. And area improvement is an appropriate way for you to spend money. So he would buy like $1,000 espressos. And it's a $3,000 grinder in some middle of nowhere forward operating base where he's making coffee and like just a total nerd. It's all taxpayer money. It's awesome that finally something's being used with taxpayer dollars that benefits the soldier.
Thank you for helping
We
save
ran
our
out of coffee filters. So it's like, we'll just use paper towels. And just like, fuck no, we're not going to use paper towels. It's like, dude, we're not using paper towels. Look at him. He's little, but he's like, he's very serious. Do not use paper towels. Like, he's very serious about his body. First thing I had it next day to his place in Utah. Yeah, the lab that he has set up in Maria
Eddie stayed with us for Secret History of Stonehenge. So, unfortunately, the phase 2 of Stonehenge, which suggests, or you say was, Stonehenge is the modern temple, including stones for sitting, using, emitting heat. You mentioned the altars, the healing properties. How did you come to this conclusion that they had stones that were producing water when it needed heat?
I can outsource things that I don't have to keep on my brain. I just don't want to have to pay attention. You're so good. And that's how I'm doing with coffee too. Like, Evan's like, I'll send you a bag of that stuff. I'm like, great. What was it again? I forget what it was, but it was like I like catch cars, so incredible. Evan, so I'm skydiving I was supposed to be skydiving all last week, but I was in Israel. And then, so I had to move it to the right. Because we're doing this Moab jump with a bunch of your friends, Mike Sorelli and Mike Glover and Evan. And so I need to brush off, knock off the dust a little bit. So I hit Evan, and he sends me this like super fancy design helmet from Black Rifle, a skydive helmet, a G3. Just sends it to me. Alright, super cool. I'll be skydiving with this helmet that is way above my ability. Because I'm just total sky trash. I have never, and I'm not doing it. I have zero desire. I don't get it. I don't get any stuff with this fucking flying squirrel shit. Fuck you. I help you out too on that. Of course, that's easy for him. Because he's to the flying squirrel suit. He's going to go skydiving ain't shit. I asked, hey, if you're interested in helping me do like base jump stuff and wingsuit stuff, and just all I got was no. And I said, can you expand on that? He's like, all of my friends that I used to do this with are dead. So no, Tim. Okay. Great conversation. That was fun. Because the death rate in that stuff, like he was telling me how many you send out for 20 people, how many come back. It's not good. Yeah, you find a different hobby. It's not good. Did you ever see the video where the guy is trying to fly in between the arches of Mount Everest? The sound, the clang of metal with his feet and bones hit that bridge. It's terrible. It was like a watermelon truck at 200 miles an hour impacting. Yeah. And like, you can't imagine what that sound, like you imagine what that sound would be until you hear it. And that was a watermelon bone slamming against metal, which was a human, which is now nothing. Nothing. Splatter. It's a pain. It's probably a lot of faster. Probably. Yeah. How much are you on? Like, 140. So if you're in a dive position, you're going 160 to 200 miles an hour. And if you're stable flying, maybe 140. Yeah, so when you're like navigating like he was, I'm at the going 140, 150 miles an hour. So once you appreciate nature, that evolution, the hurricane found this, like, what does it do? Like 220 down to insane. And it can change on a dime, just like flip. 220 goes 140. 220 in a car fucking feels insane.
I've never done it. I don't know.
due
I mean,
to
I've
the
done it.
government
We went to the local racetrack that place.
And what about the stones that were emitting heat? How did that happen, do you suppose?
Gets up to
yeah,
like,
that side was quite strange in itself. Quite a few standards so the hazardous circles, scenery emit heat.
yeah, that long straightaway into that almost 180 turn on a motorcycle is one of the scariest things I've ever felt.
One of
Have
those
you done that track?
stone number
Oh, that's
59
right.
is now
Yeah. I mean, except for that, my testicles were up into my stomach. Yeah. And I thought I'm a brave, courageous human, and I was just 100% power
what they did in
on a racetrack.
at
least they wipe out.
We
were watching Formula One there.
That
That is fucking wild. Those guys are flying. They're going so much faster than regular cars. You really get a perspective when you've actually driven around the car in like a GT car, driven to the track, right? And then you see those guys. It's wild. And there's levels too. Every time I think I'm good at something, then you go with somebody that's actually good at that thing. Seriously. It's so trash. Yeah, I thought I knew how to drive a car until I got lessons in like cars, so I could drive it too. Because you have a long litany of things that I suck at. Yeah. Which are just made so clear. And then unfortunately, I don't want to suck at it, so now I have this new addiction that I want to go to the fucking track all the time. Which is not the best thing for like time management. It's fucking full day thing, you know. It's like golf or something. Like, I've never played golf, I play golf because it's a time management thing. Like, I don't have that. Like, long white and 20-inch lift and go out and play for fucking 8 hours. Like, bro, I don't have 8 hours ever. I mean, 8 hours to get some stuff done on the golf course. What do you do? If you're a hedge fund manager, you want to figure out where people off. I enjoy shooting and golf have a lot in common. Like, precision rifle. So I enjoy that portion of it, so I definitely don't need to do this other thing, which is chloride and ball. I have a ball addiction, which is very similar. Billiards. Pretty high level. I have a real problem. I can play 8 or 9 hours a day. Those are goals. Yeah, real nerds are genius. And they're weird. And they're so freaking good. They're so fucking smart. That's what's crazy. Really good bowlers are fucking smart. Because you have to be. Because you have to, it's problem solving. You have to figure out how to manage geometry and also feel. And then you have to execute the shot too under pressure. There's a lot of jiu-jitsu in this physical application of this mental complex problem. Yeah. That is, you know, in real time changing every second. Yeah. I think jiu-jitsu is the most complex of those things. And the most, but it's also the one that breaks your body off. That's the problem with jiu-jitsu. And I'm really good in this long shit. I've totally changed now that all of these monsters have moved to Austin. And another example of where I thought I was just this freak grappler until I met real freak grapplers. And I'm not even top 20. You know, I'm maybe top 100 now. And so that realization with the Jean-Claude Bedonis and Gordon Ryan's and Victor Hugo's and Larry Galley's and the Craig Joneses, you know, like, wow, it's just crazy. Sean G's here now, too. His Academy of Sporting is amazing. I mean, no, it's not. This episode is brought to you by Eat Sleep. From superstar athletes to tech billionaires, successful people always seem to have one thing in common: deep, restful sleep. And a lot of them get it using their Eat Sleep pod cover. I have an interesting in the Eat Sleep pod cover I've had for a while. It's a game changer. I love it. It keeps me from, I never sweat in bed anymore. I used to sweat in bed sometimes. It keeps it at the perfect temperature for you. And it's all down to features that are packed in it. It's got dual-sided heating and cooling, which is great if you're a couple, like, you know, if your wife wants to sleep in the warm spot, you want to sleep when it's cold or whatever, vice versa. It's perfect. Plus, its autopilot feature automatically adjusts the temperature to help you sleep deeper and longer. Don't believe it? Well, you can see for yourself with its tracking technology that reports on your heart rate and other key sleep indicators. And thanks to all this, I'm having the best sleep of my life. But the best part is how little effort it took to set it up. It just fits over the mattress that you already have. It's time to bring high tech to bedroom. Reclaim your sleep by going to 8sleep.com/JRE for $200 off the pod plus free shipping. That's 8sleep.com/JRE for $200 off the pod plus free shipping. We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing their readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Roka stay in your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com. I mean, no, it's obvious. You know what I'm saying? This is spectrum. Great.
As they faced three of Stonehenge was a temple of manifestation. Talk to me a little bit more about that and maybe the role of these stones and the energy from these stones in the process of manifestation.
It's so important. And also you're very good at keeping up your physical body, which a lot of people are not. They just roll. Yeah, they just do, which you really can't. I split my efforts in a week almost evenly between grappling, striking, physical development, strength, speed, and then that long recovery, longevity aspect. My week is broken into for my training. You also have to treat your body like a pit crew. You have to change your phone tires. You have to do the whole thing. You can't just like, how they look good. You gotta like really treat it like there's a methodical approach that must be done in order to race. If you want to train, you kind of have to do that. So good for the ego. I got away with it last 25 and fighting. But you got away with it while you're also active too, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, I should have been a little bit more intentional and disciplined about how I spent my time. I took youth for granted. As everybody does. Youth is wasted on the young. Especially when you're dumb. It's hard. But most young people are dumb. It's mostly dumb people that do the kind of stuff that we enjoy. Dumb stuff. Yesterday, my man buddy Tyson, Rob from Rogan, gave him a bow. Another great person that does great things for people. Rob's great. Yeah, like he never gave me a bow. Like I was never given a bow. Like, how does this just happen? So he came over too long. I got a great bow. Where did you get a bow from Archery Country. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's my spot. Yeah, I was there this morning. Got Archery Country. I got 6 new arrows today. I shot through one of my archery targets and it hit the wood in the back, and I was like inspecting my arrow, and I saw like this just little tiny fine line on the side of it. And I was like, oh, carbon, yeah, carbon, yeah. I gotta be real careful with that. Those explode. It goes across my hand. I love those videos. I can't watch them. Do you watch them? Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah, I don't enjoy them. I check all my shit up religiously because I had a Teflon glove that I tried to wear for a while. A lot of guys wear a Teflon glove to make sure it never happens, but it's not happening yet. A Yeah, it's great. I built a 180-degree 3D archery range in the backyard, back 3 acres, and I got a full-size elk, and pigs, and coyotes, a bunch of little deer, so anywhere from 100 yards to 8 yards. 7 years, yeah. We should have changed over. We almost did when I was like just in high school. They're trying to change everybody over because it's so much easier. It makes more sense. America's so fucked up with that. Like, fuck the rest of the world. Inches, bitch. Mid to the moon on how inches and feet. Great. Thanks. Inches, feet, and fuck soccer. The rest of the world is like on the metric system. Like, I love how England still sticks with the power. They do stone. They're still the dumbest unit of measurement. When we used to do fights over there, I had to do it with weights. I used to have to say stone as well as pounds. Why are we doing this? Is this confusing when I just say pounds? It's confusing enough when we have to throw in how much somebody weighs in kilos that I'm used to in pounds and I throw stones. Yeah, I was like, okay. Oh, Celsius. All the girls who watch this video, this guy was talking about, well, it's 30 degrees out, so it's a nice day to go out and shoot. I was like, 30 degrees? I was like, oh, he's in Canada. Alright. Bullshit metrics, let's be really honest. They are. They're full on. I never thought it would happen that fast. Bro, it's so bad. I'm worried that my podcast is going to be censored in Canada because they just passed some new fucking legislation where they're allowed to. Like, the whole idea is like it's under the guise of Canadian content because they have a Canadian content law where they like give a certain amount of Canadian-based content on like the radio or television stuff like that. You can't just have monster from all over the world worldwide. You have to a certain percentage of it has to be Canadian. And so under the guise of that, but really it's Trudeau trying to enforce censorship on podcasts because they always do it to cover every dangerous freedom-censoring group does it under this idea of they're doing it for the greater good. Yeah, you know, it's like whether it's diversity, equity, inclusion, or it's making sure that not disinformation or misinformation is being populated into the masses. It's always through this veil of it's for your benefit. But you pull the veil back a little bit, it's just censorship. It's just control. Yeah, they're just trying to manipulate what information is available for people to try to base their opinions off. Have you ever seen that video of Trudeau from like 10 years ago? It might be from more, but I don't know. And he's talking about how he's opposed to
The secret history of Stonehenge. Here's Sean Lennon.
He's opposed to regulations for guns. Because he's like, regulations are the first step that they take, and the ultimate goal is to remove your guns. So we will not have regulations. Like, he's talking about this like in 2010, 2011. I mean, he was following a playbook. So he absolutely didn't believe that, though, because he knew that within a decade he would be trying to confiscate every single gun that he could get his hands on and make transfer of pistols illegal. It's illegal. Yeah. If I have a pistol and I want to sell you a pistol, I cannot. That's it. It's so wild. It's so wild how quick it changed over there. They use COVID to just enforce these sweeping legislations across all sectors. They don't have a free speech. They don't have a First Amendment over there. So they have hate speech laws, which can be interpreted so vaguely. And this is what Jordan Peterson was rallying against, like back when they had this bill that was set up to make people use someone's gender identity. And he was like, well, what gender identity are you talking about? There's 78 current gender identities that someone can choose to identify with, including just complete nonsense, made-up words, and it's going to keep going. I don't even know right now. It's like, the only way you enforce this is with, you have to enforce. And it's like the rule of law, now it's like you have to send armed thugs to arrest people for not using made-up
Bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/default. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-928.
Hey, it's nature, and here's a bunch of examples of it, but then also historically, here's a bunch of examples of it.
But there is
So it makes it really
no
hard to
cure for
dispute
HRV,
what
but
is
there
really
are
logical and
effective treatments
rational.
that, taken
If
as
you're
prescribed,
here
can
and they
help
want to go
you
from point A to point B, this is the
and
process for them to
get
get
to
there.
and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by man. If you're living with HRV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Science.
So he can explain things in a
No
way
matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff.
he's got all these
Get
bases
solutions
covered
real
when he
100%
discusses the
fruit
subject
juice to
and
help
can
them conquer the
fucking
day.
pull it off of his head.
Juicy Juice
Guy, he
is
has no
fully sweetened
notes.
by
He
the
just
flavor with
quote
no sugar
things and explain
no
things
fructose corn
in the
syrup,
most
and no
complex
artificial
manner
sweeteners.
and make it
Available in family-sized bottles at
absorbable to
boxes.
everybody. Yeah.
Find
You know,
Juicy Juice at your favorite local
we're
grocery
running a
retailer.
parallel fight right now
Info
on
at
the education side.
juicyjuice.com.
You know, I have Apogee, which is I have a physical school here, and we have
What would
online
be the
mentorship,
ultimate
and we're
host
launching an
without
additional
breakfast
50 schools this year.
Meet
Started a
Bartesian,
big, huge
your
foundation,
king of fruity and
Apogee
cocktails
Foundation,
alone.
all just to try
Imagine
to
the
turn this
ability to
public
instantly
school
create over
problem on its
60
ears. We've
handcrafted
indoctrinated
cocktails.
this
From
entire
classic
generation
whiskey
in
sours to
America.
indulgent espresso martinis with
We're
just
in
the
a
push of
really
a button.
scary position.
It's like having a
Military
personal
tech recruitment
mixologist right in
issues.
your kitchen serving up
You know,
fresh
we're having
cocktails.
identity
And for a
problems in
limited
every
time, when you
imaginable
buy
way with this,
Bartesian,
you know,
you'll
Gen
receive
Z
a free
millennials just
classic
not
collection
knowing
brand.
what their purpose is.
6 cocktail faves to
When you look at
jumpstart
the
your
public school
celery.
system and the Department
Each
of
capsule is
Education,
packed
it's just a
with
broken
juices,
system.
bitters, and extracts.
Teachers
Or as
are
an
great.
HGTV
Most of them,
editor's pick,
or majority, I
Bartesian
think,
is
have a
the
real
barkeep who will make your
pure
party
heart to do good,
level up
but
your
they're
next
in a
guy.
system
Order
that is
your
forcing
sleek
them,
Bartesian
or
today for
they're
free
allowing
shipping
to
and a free
manipulate
complimentary
kids to
cocktails gift.
radicalize them
Head
into
to
really anti-American ideas.
Bartesian.com/gift to get started.
And something has to change because the current trajectory,
bartesian.com/gift.
we're screwed. You know,
Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
the lack of individual responsibility and, as John would say, extreme ownership of what the issues are and how to solve them are absolutely absent. You know, we have entitlements, we have, you know, accepting these identities, we have obviously this mental health crisis. All of it really goes back when you look at the pandering that's happening in public schools for 8 hours in a day. There's no way that you can come out of that process without being jacked up.
Right.
You're gonna get some of it's gonna leak into your brain, no matter how much your parents talk to you, or no matter how much you have your own ideas about life. There's a certain amount that people just absorb in their atmosphere and accept. There's a certain amount of it that people just accept. And it's so manipulative with, you know, a third grade teachers assigning you a project of, okay, you are a Palestinian freedom fighter here in the United States. What are some ways that you can help the Palestinians in Gaza be free? Like that is your assignment. Give me 5 examples, or even better, you get 5 points extracurricular for extracurricular activities where you went and did something to help that Palestinian protest or pro-Palestinian, and it's just like you effectively radicalize the kid into a freedom fighter with more assignment, and they have no choice but to participate if they want to receive the grade. That was on the news yesterday. That exact situation was happening. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre that people don't see where this goes. They don't see the end of it. And it's not to say that we're playing the innocent Palestinians. It's not a fucking terrible situation. You're stuck in Gaza. Under the rule of Hamas, and then you have Israel just like using games one area. It's not good for them either. It's not good for 4 million people in size that in areas that are watching TVC. I like to use the word stuck. We have 240 hostages that are in Gaza, legitimate Israeli, American, Brazilian, from almost every single nation. There's hostages in Gaza currently from all over. But the 2.4 million people, Palestinians that live in Gaza, they're being held hostage by 30,000 to 40,000 radical Hamas. They're about 37 other radical organizations that are terrorist organizations. So you're more stuff. You're not more accurate. There are great one of the Muslims in Gaza that committed a terrorist organization with the PLO and Hamas were trying to figure out who was actually going to be the ruling party of the Palestinian people. Hamas won out, and now they are, besides the cartel, being funded $70 million a year from Iran to be pumped into Hamas. And all they're doing is taking every little bit of humanitarian aid and converting it into military resources. And those poor people, those poor Palestinians are trapped between all this. It's wild. It's such a complex problem that is such a like it's heartbreaking when you look at the individual level.
Just a quick programming note coming up on Coast to Coast tonight. That's Sunday, March 24th with George Knapp.
How do you fix it?
With his decades-long research into UFOs, Bigfoot, and other unknowns, Stan Warden has written more about strangeness in his home state of Pennsylvania than probably any other researcher in the state. He shares more of his research from Bigfoot and giant flying creatures to apparently sickly-looking humanoids, even stranger aquatic beasts. Stan joins George Knapp to take us on a journey into the realm that suggests that present-day sightings of mystifying creatures might be real. In the second half, listeners know that George Washington was heavily involved with the secret society of Freemasons, but how many of us know about George Washington's UFO sightings during the terrible winter at Valley Forge? How the experience guided his future, or that President Jimmy Carter was visited by UFOs multiple times.
So it's ludicrous, and it's insulting
New York
to the
Times
Palestinian people
bestseller
to start throwing stones at Israel when in fact they're the only group that has been trying to protect
Coast to Coast
in any administrative way to provide food, water, and resources to
conversation
people
with
that are
Maria
there.
Wheatley as we discuss the secret history of so much.
Not
Plus,
one
your
of them is
questions
accepting
and
any
comments.
Palestinian
That's all
refugees.
next on
What
Coast
is
to Coast
the
AM.
answer to that? Why there a problem that is with the radicals that are embedded inside of them? How do you differentiate between who is a peaceful as a Palestinian to who is a radical that is working for Hamas? Like, how do you do that?
Grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves.
As I'm
That's
getting
why FEMA and the Red Cross
evacuation
have
requests
at least
2 weeks
72
ago,
hours of
and we're trying to be
But here's the
good,
good news.
proper,
For Patriot,
judicious
such a preparedness company, is offering
servants.
listeners of this station a special
How
buy
do
one,
I
get two free deal
know
on
that
its
this name
best-selling
of this
72
person
hour survival
is
kit.
not trying to
This
fill
meal
out an
approved kit has
evacuation
20
form
servings of
to be
delicious
assisted to
food
move from an area that they're currently denied in,
designed to last
or their
25
area is
years.
their area of
It
movement
sells
is
for
restricted
$29 and it's been
for
rated
any other
4.4
reasons besides
stars.
that they need help.
Thousands of happy
Like,
customers.
it's a really
You act
hard
quickly and buy one kit, you will get
multiple
two more
levels of
kits
truth to try to
absolutely free. That's
peel
three kits
back
for
to
the
figure out
price
who
of
some of
one.
these people are and what their
$58
intentions
and
are.
free
And
food.
it's been that
Go to
way
free
for a
food
really long time. You go all the way back to 1987 when Hamas really started moving and fighting with the PLO for control of the area. Sorry, Arafat. He was meeting with Clinton and the Prime Minister of Israel. They're making negotiations in Oslo, all the way up to the first Intifada, the second Intifada, and then the suicide attacks, Syria is blowing up. How do you determine who's good and who's bad?
We also have a great women's collection
Do they
that
not?
just
Or
launched
like,
the Big
what
and
are their
Tall line
intentions?
kits. With
It's
20 new
wildly
stores planned in 2024, we now have over 100 globally. Visit us at untuckit.com or one of our many stores.
Your pet isn't just a pet, they're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of Dynamite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement adding back nutrients to your pup's health. Try Dynamite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at DINOVITE.com/radio. That's dynamite.com/radio. Happier with every bite sugar and that's helped with Dynamite.
DraftKings Sportsbook. To celebrate the game's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a chance to score big. You can bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150
The secret history of
bonus bets.
Stonehenge.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and
The
use the
second
code
phase of
ROGAN.
Stonehenge is a
Customers
manifestation
can bet
temple,
$5
and
to
some
get
of the strange things people have
$150
seen.
instantly in
People
bonus
have
bets, all
And I don't know if it's limited to Stonehenge, but throughout the Salisbury Plain, a lot of UFO activity, dogman sightings. Do you think this is also connected to places like Stonehenge?
68 hours after issuance.
Yes,
Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/people. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've snooped through their partner's phones. And that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only naturally curious. Who hasn't sat a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history. After all, you're related sessions. But it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? If you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is tap once and boom. Everything I do online gets sent through an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy. It just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my whole life online. Visit expressvpn.com/broken. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. ExpressVPN.com/ROGAN. What's happened in the past 3 years? There's actually 4 consecutive. So the day I got back from Afghanistan, so I went from Afghanistan to Albania, Brazil, and Italy, and Greece to try to help them take refugees. So my
wildcard line, Blair is in Phoenix, Arizona. Blair, good morning. Welcome to the show. Line is Maria Wheatley.
Because there are a lot of Afghan refugees and non-American citizens that wanted Afghanis, so we had to figure out where we're going to put them. So that carried off. The attack happened September 26th, or August 26th, where the APT went off. The American service members were killed. And we left a few days later. 2 weeks later, we're now in mid-September. I come back, and I immediately, the day I land, I get assigned to go to the Mexico border. I spent 6 months on the Mexican border on Operation Lone Star, part of a special operations task force, combating cartels, traffickers, human traffickers, drug smugglers. So there was humanitarian crisis number 2 in my life in 3 years, which was the Mexican border. There was some of the worst stuff I've ever seen in my life. On par with Afghanistan, on par with what was the next one, which was Ukraine. The day I got off orders, I was legally allowed to travel when I was not. So when you're on orders, you have to do what the Army says, right? And the Army said, this is what you're going to do. So for 6 months, I was on this assignment at the border. The day I got off those orders, I went back to a civilian in Kennedy. So then I traveled to Ukraine. I went to Ukraine for a few months during that conflict and post-invasion. Again, horrible. Some of the worst stuff I've ever seen. Come back and I get this like momentary lull where I was like, I think like Israel. This thing, and then this happens. And then October 7th happens. And it was just in 3 years for this level of horror to happen is indescribable. It is.
You saying that the experience you had at the border was as bad as anything? Oh yeah.
And so this is, you're not going to give me how to get to this here. So in Afghanistan, right, babies are stuck in concentrated wiring. Taliban is executing civilians in the street to try to prompt Americans to do a response. Troops trying to elicit some escalation, right? They're really just flexing to show that they were in charge. So that's Afghanistan on the ground. Birth babies, as I'm going out to try and find Americans or our allies that are out in the city of Kabul to bring them into HKIAT.
All right, great comments and questions. Thank you. David is east of the Rockies in Jacksonville, Florida. David, good morning. Welcome to Coast. You are on the line with Maria. Go ahead.
400 immigrants trying to cross the border. They have babies up on their shoulders, and the coyotes, the traffickers, every single person that's an immigrant has paid the cartels to be escorted across the border. Currently, the cartel's about to smuggle 500 meters up the river 2 dudes with bundles of fentanyl on their back. So I'm dealing with this gigantic humanitarian problem of a few hundred people at night trying to cross a dark, cold, flowing water with babies on their shoulders. And what do the coyotes do? The moment they start getting close to the shore, they grab the kids. Down to the water. Babies are floating. Little children are screaming. Why would they do this? Because I have to spend resources of my personnel to flood to try to save these immigrants from drowning in the river. And I have to throw a ton of resources and people at them to try and save them so they don't die in the river. At the exact same time, the resources that I have to use personnel-wise here, they're getting guys successfully onto the shore with bags full of fentanyl as they run into the inland, into the interior. They know exactly what they're doing. They're making money by moving people while they're currently making money smuggling drugs and throwing humanitarian crises at us so that they can move drugs simultaneously. And that's hard for people that are trying to do good. How do you choose which problem to attack? We had a service member that dived into the water to try to save a baby. He drowned. It took us a week to find his body. A Texas National Guardsman dove in there to try to find a baby that had got pushed off. And he drowned trying to save her. Is it a matter of resources?
Great question, David. I'm looking at a map here, Maria. Military bases near Stonehenge. You've got the RAF, Fairfield. You've got the King's Royal Hussars, the East Rutland, Royal Wessex Yeoman, Manry, forces base there.
There's lots of that's a hard question.
Military bases around
has a way different position than the federal government as to the immigration problem. And their approach are almost in conflict. So you get to the real bad actors with sexual trafficking, cartel members, drug smugglers, weapon smugglers. Of course you're going to see federal assets being leveraged to attack those problem sets. But the large humanitarian problem, the federal government is going to have a way different approach compared to the Texas government. The Texas government is like, no, this is illegal immigration. We have lawful port of entry. You have to legally come into the United States through a legal port of entry, and then once you're here, we will process you in accordance with what the Department of State says the immigration process is. Because there's a rule, and we're entry laws, so you have to follow the law. Anything else is illegal. The other side of that coin is the federal approach, which is anybody that makes it across the border, you are now here, and we're going to process you. Which is insane. Why do they do that? Do you think they're trying to bring in over? Yeah. It grows the government. It's more entitled people that you have to pay, more entitlement programs that you have to pay to support. Those people are immediately shipped to the interior.
Back to the phones.
I find it comical that
Phoenix, Arizona this morning.
it's not appropriate for the Texas government to be shipping immigrants to some of these sanctuary cities that they've said that they're sanctuary cities until they've actually received a lot of immigrants, and they're like, oh my god, we can't handle this number of immigrants. It is like 1% of what comes over the border every single day here in Texas that we have to deal with all the time. The Yankees, those north, they have no idea what it's like to be a border. The amount of just tens and hundreds of thousands of people that are coming across every single day. It's hard that they're allowed. When did it start? When did it ramp up? This was never 3 years ago.
isn't it? It's
Trump put some
absolutely
pretty powerful laws in place and empowered the federal immigration laws for us at the border to have lots of tools to one, turn somebody away. If you're coming across here to claim asylum, well, you have to go back to your country of origin, or you have to go to the country that you're trying to cross from, and that is where you're going to have your asylum process be determined. You're not going to come in, and we're not going to allow you to go to San Diego and hang out in San Diego during a court date. Which is currently happening right now. You're making a cross. Where are you going? I'm going to San Diego. All right, show up for your immigration court date. It's in a year and a half from now.
And everybody knows this, so that people just come and go.
Just flood.
It's so wild to watch those videos of just enormous, miles long lines of people.
Military age men. It's so heartbreaking. The men and women, Border Patrol, Department of Public Safety, Texas National Guardsmen, that they're working.
Thank you.
They are so incredible.
Standards
Selfless, hardworking,
are also seen in
love America, and also love people. They're putting their lives on the line every single day and trying to protect these
also
immigrants.
associated
They're also
with
trying
the
to
elongated skull people. Do we
protect the
find
law
long
and the
barrels,
rule of law.
for example?
That's a really
There's
hard
these
thing
burial mounds in
to
France as
reconcile.
well.
Is what is the humane thing to do, and is that in alignment with what is the just thing to do? That's hard.
And then once people are here and they cross over, there's not a real screening process in terms of like who's criminal, what your history is, your country of origin.
Get a weird Google thing. Google how many known people on the terror watch list have made it across, and it'll scare you crap. So Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, we have these gigantic lists of people that are on terror watch lists, criminal watch lists, and the number of those that we have captured at the border, obviously, is just going to be a drop in a bucket of those that have made it across. And it is, in light of what just happened in Israel, where they flew paragliders over borders, over walls, and they crashed through walls, and then they were able to kill 1,400 people in one day. And then you look at the number, that was 1,000 insurgents total. And then you look at the number of people that have come over the border in the past 3 years that we know are radicalized, that we know are on watch lists. It is scary, but it's scary to death. The position that we're at. We're gonna have a real bad year. Department of Homeland Security and the FBI yesterday, they talked about a bunch of known terrorist cells that are currently not operating. They are operating, but they're looking for opportunities, targeting opportunity to conduct terrorist activities here in the United States. The Department of State just released an entire worldwide warning to all Americans traveling abroad, saying that it is dangerous for any American to be traveling anywhere in the world right now with the amount of terrorist cells that have now been activated. So during the STEPS program, the Department of State's STEP, Smart Traveler something program, then you get notifications. If you travel abroad, you should enroll in the STEPS program.
Ancient sites
What
that
happens
utilize these
today you would have
standing
gotten an
stones.
email saying if you're going to be traveling to every single country that you enroll in STEPS, that you're going to be overseas in, you would have gotten an email from them warning you not to go there because it's dangerous.
They had the technology to communicate
if you're enrolled in like 5 different countries for STEPS, you would have gotten 5 emails today being like, hey bro, don't go there.
Worldwide caution to decrease tensions in various locations around the world. The potential for terrorist attacks, demonstrations, and violent actions against U.S. citizens and interests. The Department of State advises U.S. citizens overseas to exercise increased caution. U.S. citizens should stay alert in locations frequented by
tourists enroll in smart travel enrollment program to receive information and alerts to make it easier to locate you in emergency overseas. Follow the Department of State on Facebook and Twitter. Visit travel.state.gov. Yeah, this crisis intake form and the flights out of the variant, that is, so save our allies, the NGO that I was in Afghanistan for, the NGO that I was in Ukraine for, the NGO that I was just recently in Israel for, Department of State, they're an easy target to throw darts at sometimes, but they really do great for the American people. But there's always these gaps. Like, you'll fly out of, you're an American in Israel, right? You're a 75-year-old pastor that wants to go and walk where Jesus walked. Israel is just such a beautiful place where there's 2.5 million or 2.5 billion Christians in the world. There's 1.9 billion Muslims in the world. There's almost 20 million Jews in this world. And guess what? They're one place that they think to be the holies of holies are. That's right, in Israel. Right? Like it is the place for the largest religions in the world to all celebrate. So you're a pastor and you want to go to the Jordan River because that's where Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist. You are a Muslim and you want to go to the Dome. You want to walk the Dome of the Rock. You want to go to the mosque. They're calling the reason for attacking Israel was because they thought it was going to be destroyed, which it never will be. It's protected by Israel. Whatever your motivation was, you get there, you're an American, and then this attack happens. American cancels your flight, United cancels your flight, every single airline cancels your flight, and the only airline left is the Israeli airline. You're wherever you are in Israel, maybe you're on the Jordan River, maybe you're on North Haifa, maybe you're like way down south in a lot because you wanted to see the border of Egypt, and it's, you know, you have the Gulf of Aqaba, it's like the most beautiful water that connects to the Red Sea.
Maria, we've got to end it right there, but amazing information, the secret history of Stonehenge, and we've hooked up to your website at coasttocoastam.com as well. Thank you so much, Maria.
Now you're getting the thing from Department of State that says you have to go to Tel Aviv and connect with us and
For
follow
George
this
Troy,
crisis
George
intake form
Ronnie
for us
Willis,
to be
Lisa
able
Gar,
to
Lisa Nine, Stephanie Smith, Tom Dan Iser, Dan
where
Galante,
you are as an
Michael
American citizen to where you need to be to get out of this country where 1,400 people were being raped, murdered, burned alive, tortured. There's people being kidnapped, hostages being taken.
Until next time.
You're just an American that's now stuck here. Every single airline has canceled your flight, no matter how many times you booked it. Maybe we had this guy had booked 5 new flights, and every single of those flights had been charged on his credit card. And so then his credit card is frozen because he's just booked 5 next-day flights at, $3,000 to $4,000 a piece. And, he's on heart education. He's on insulin, whatever we have almost 400 people get out of Israel. But the Department of State, as amazing as there are, there's these little gaps that somebody has to go and help them with. That's comfortable moving in the middle of a war. That's really where ViralRabbi comes in, is because we go and fill that gap. Like, how do we find this guy in this hotel that is too scared to leave, doesn't know how to get a bus, doesn't know how to get a taxi, doesn't know how to get his tourist information, or his tourist guide is like, hey bro, I'm out, I'm gonna go down because my boys just got murdered. I'm gonna go help my family that, they're missing 3 of their family members. Of course they're gonna go and help. But now that guy's stuck, that his family's stuck, that pastor's stuck. So we had to go and find those people and move them to a place where they could get out of the country safely. It was freaking hard.
And use promo code
The volume of that
customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets entering the DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code
pastors
iHeart.
from
That's
California.
promo code iHeart. The
We had
crowd is
similar
yours.
situation. They
Must
booked
be 21
multiple
or older.
flights.
Indiana only.
They had
Bonus bets expire 168
pastor
hours
with them.
after issuance.
They didn't have the maneuverability of being able to pivot
DraftKings.com/bball.
exchange flights. Ultimately, we had to drive them from where
Tanya
they were
here, and there are
to
many
Haifa
ways that we could all
to
help
put them
raise
on a
awareness
private
around HIV.
chartered
But maybe the
airplane
most
to fly them from
important is
Haifa to
just
Cyprus,
talking about it openly
where
and
they could then
There's
fly
no
from there
cure
to
for
Athens to
HIV,
get home.
but there are
But we
effective
had
treatments.
privately
Taking it
sourced an
prescribed can
airplane
help
to
you live
fly
healthy
them
with
out of a
HIV
place
and get
to get them
and
to a
stay
place they
under
could fly out of
which
because
means the
all
amount
other
of the virus
aircraft
is so
had
low it can't be
grounded.
measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV
So
and
2
not
pastors could pick back their churches in California.
learn more at
Literally stuck.
treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Crazy.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
He was asked a real simple question, and it was during the civil rights protests where blacks are being beaten in the street, and hippies are being condemned as like the next plague and pestilence that society could ever see.
We tried less stimulating topics. It ended around us.
Mr. Rogers says COS TV needs to have
Los Angeles
always people trying to help.
I'm Shandy Wells live from the KFI 24-hour news. Three people from LA have been charged in connection with a series of smash and grab robberies across California.
The group allegedly hit luxury clothing stores in LA, Orange, and Riverside counties.
These aren't victimless crimes. Sometimes the suspects would use force against workers as they ran out.
Attorney General Rob says the group stole more than $300,000 worth of items from 2022 to last month. Investigators at the LAPD organized reach out line task force arrested the group. They say that these may be charged with even more crimes. At the LAPD headquarters, Blake Troll, KFI News.
A driver in Florida today killed after crashing into a wall. Police say it happened just after midnight at Rosecrans Avenue and Drummond Street. They say the driver was pronounced dead at the scene. Looking into what caused the crash. A 40-year-old girl in Long Beach has been killed by a pickup truck. Cops say the girl was crossing the sidewalk when she was hit by the truck on Friday night. They say the driver stayed on scene and cooperated with the investigation. Nothing speed or impaired driving impacted that accident. Federal officials have continued their investigation into the crash of a single-engine airplane near Acton. A spokesman for the FAA says the pilot of the plane reported an engine issue at about 6:30 Friday night, saying it flew about 35 miles before crash landing. Two people were rescued, taken by helicopter to the hospital. ISIS has claimed responsibility for the attack at a concert venue in Moscow. They killed at least 133 people and hurt even more. Russia's President Putin says officials have captured the 4 accused gunmen and 7 other alleged accomplices. Says they were running Ukraine. Putin has not confirmed if the men were alive. Our international soccer is on top today in Exposition Park.
The team from Guadalajara faces its arch rival Atlas FC. If you don't know who those teams are, just know it might be a little congested. Ramo Stadium. 2 games at Crypto.com Arena. First, the Clippers host the Sixers, and then the Lakers host the Pacers. And on the ice, Tampa Bay takes on the Ducks. With your weekend watch out for Truckers Watch, real close rival KFI Inspections.
Speaking of traffic, there's a mess in West LA. It's on the 405.
If I didn't try to do it now, I think I would.
The right lane is blocked. The Olympic exit is also shut down, and you're a bit slow from Santa Monica Boulevard.
There's something about that.
Universal City, or going northbound Jefferson Boulevard, all traffic to be blocked by a 2-car crash, and you think it's situation on 91 when the 2-car accident on the
And it just empowers you, and it gives you purpose.
KFI
And
is going to get there faster. I'm Eric Rubin.
should I get up and work out today?
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busca combinar un estilo moderno y un siglo, una galería terracota y una fonda abstracta.
And a woman behind me, and we're having to run through college to try to make it into trial.
Entregas gratis de un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos y un estilo que te gusta está en
Hey, it's me, your barista. So, you know how you come in almost every day for our cold foam coffee? Yeah, well, I might be getting myself out of the job at doing this, but now there's an easy way to foam at home. The new International Delight Cold Foam. With 3 new foaming flavors, French vanilla, super creamy, and caramel macchiato, who could blame you if you start coming in all together? Yeah, that's foaming delicious. You're welcome.
New International Delight Cold Foam Cream, now in stores. It's foaming delicious. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most fancy time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook at DraftKings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. ViralRabbi, a prescription medicine for people 6 months or more.
And of course, it's the best thing you could possibly have on the border. If you've been to the Mexican border, it is like,
This is radio.
do you hunt off horseback there? No,
You can't
it's
see
the best.
how it helps you stay ahead
Maybe
of your
like
exit.
Southwest Texas,
Or
elk
how it helps
hunting,
block
or
years of
bear hunting,
inflammation
or
inside the
hunting,
body
and you think you're
that
going
could
to
be
be able to
causing
go
it.
through in
You
and around
can't
Big
see
Bend
how
on
it
anything
helps
but a
you
horse.
experience from within.
You better be on a
But you
horse.
can see how Dupixent can help
And
you
there's
have
one
clearer
photo
skin,
of a guy
less
with his reins in his
individual
hand.
results may vary.
And
Serious allergic
they've
reactions
done
can occur that can
this
disappear.
border patrol
Get
guys
help right
quick.
away if you have wheezing,
That's not what
trouble breathing,
what's
or
happening.
swelling
He
of
was
your
using
face,
his
lips,
force
mouth,
to
tongue,
block people,
throat.
to
Tell your doctor
prevent
about
them from putting their
neuro-worsening
lives
eye
in danger
problems
by
such as
getting
eye
into
pain,
this
vision
flowing
changes or
river.
blurred vision,
That's
joint
what
aches
he
and
was doing.
pain, or a parasitic
And
infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines
interior,
without
like
talking to your doctor. See
of
for
people that
yourself.
die from
Ask
exposure.
your eczema
Once they
specialist
make
about
it across
Dupixent.
into the United
Visit
States, then
Dupixent.com
they try to
or
cross.
call 1-844
Let's
Dupixent.
say they came through Big Bend.
No matter what the day brings,
You know,
count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the new taste of
Hunting
real
around there,
100%
all
fruit
come
juice to help
across
them
a
conquer the
couple
day.
of immigrants.
Juicy Juice is
And
only
they
sweetened by the
are
fruit,
on
no sugar,
bites all the time.
no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweetener. Available in family-size bottles and
All the time.
boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local
These
grocery
guys, these
retailer.
men and women on the
Info
border
at
trying to protect them.
juicyjuice.com.
Similarly, in the propaganda vein, this
Southland weather from
pro
KFI.
Hamas.
Partly cloudy this morning, becoming mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. We have a wind advisory in effect that starts at 11 this morning and goes till 8 o'clock this evening. Gusts up to 45 miles per hour in some areas. High temps today would be in the lower 60s. Metro LA and OC mid-60s. Beaches mid-50s to lower 60s. Valleys and IE. Tonight mostly clear and cool. It'll be in the 40s mostly, and the valleys those lows upper 30s. And for tomorrow, Monday, it'll be sunny. Highs upper 60s for Metro LA and OC, mid 60s, beaches, the valleys, and the IE. Right now we're at 50 degrees in Fullerton, it's 50 in Anaheim, 46 in Burbank, and 50 in Marina Del Rey. We leave local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Bush. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Leftist, Marxist philosophy that is so untenable with the reality of the world, and yet they're teaching kids this, and then they're talking about this openly in public forums, openly in social media, openly in over 2,000 years ago in protests. It's fucking strange. It's so strange. It's dangerous. It's so dangerous. And for young people that admire those people, or that are being taught those people, don't know better when that person's in a position of power and influence, because they're discussing these things in classrooms or discussing things on social media. I just don't understand it. I'm so confused. I never thought things would deteriorate this rapidly. I'm disappointed, but I'm not confused. When you know the powers and the money that is being spent to try to destabilize America, when you look at our enemies, when you're looking at China, when you're looking at Russia, when you're looking at Iran, and the hundreds of millions of dollars they're spending in misinformation and disinformation, where they are perpetuating things that we 100% know to be not true, not factual, but they are very effectively. I mean, it's unnerving. Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister for Hitler, he had a playbook about how to spin truth and how to manipulate masses. How could you take what is a great, cool culture like the Germans were? One, they're trying to find their identity. They're trying to bounce back from a horrific war. And by the mid-30s and late 30s,
things and a face to those things and people to those things. We saw it here during COVID, the unvaccinated. And it happened fast. It happened in months. And the same way that police were demonized during the defund law enforcement and BLM movement. Now we know it to be complete hoax, a bunch of liars that manipulated truth and data and what really happened. And are there any justices? Absolutely. Are we a perfect nation? Totally not. Is law enforcement perfect? No, for sure. But by and large, the vast majority do want to do good. It says protect and serve. That's what they raise their hand to do.
For those of you
who they're just they're being destroyed by this misinformation campaign. And Russia and China want it.
And essentially starts the last
they want us to be fighting each other. They want pro-Palestinian protests. They want pro-Hamas protests. They want from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That is a call for genocide. They're calling for the river, the Jordan River, which is on the east side of all of Israel, the sea, the Mediterranean. In between those two things is where Israel lies. 7.4 million Jews. They want that to not exist. They want no Jews to be there. So every time that you hear from the river to the sea, it is a call for genocide or expulsion of all Jews out of Israel. That is the call of Hamas. And guess who's paying for that thing to be seen on Cornell and in Harvard and in every deep Russia and China? They're being manipulated by a bunch of our enemies as they're trying to destabilize us in a region and here in the United States.
It's the vulnerability of our we're such that the animal in which I wrote in on.
Yeah, but
they didn't even want.
Man, I love freedom.
I love it. I do. That's why I'm here. Yeah. That's why I moved here.
I love the way that freedom would work was that there was an educated and empowered citizen that was individually responsible for themselves and their family. And they were in a position of authority over the government. That's how the document worked on our beautiful Bill of Rights and the Constitution. It was because of the power of the people.
So it starts with deep-facing conviction. Luke 19:38
have become
you hear that Hosanna
and complacent,
the king comes in the name of the
subscribe to propaganda, radicals, aligned with agendas that are not pro-American. In the course of this time, it makes that document have no teeth. Right? There's nothing behind it because the government used to be scared of the people because the people when we decided to throw some tea in a harbor and the shot heard around the world. We went to people that went after the people that were attacking us and that were controlling us. And we killed them and we pushed them off this land. And then we wrote these founding documents that said the individual is going to maintain the power, the people are going to have the power. But the only way that works is if the people have power.
But this changes obviously 1 week later.
Bit by bit, diet by diet, day by day, lack of exercising of our
the chance of joy
given rights.
Praise.
We are now just soft. It's one of the reasons when I was kicking around with you, like, hey, am I gonna? Do we really want to talk about this? This is tough. Like, I have 25 pages of notes here about the Middle East conflict. But ultimately, I'm scared that can happen here because we are so vulnerable right now as people. It's the reason that Sheep Dog Response exists. My company is to train the American individual to take their own security, to preserve and protect your life and be able to provide for the family. That's the mission. Right now, I don't know what percentage of Americans are capable of doing that. It's a very small. Very small.
And they're frightening small. And this episode is brought to you by Squarespace. You probably already know that Squarespace is the all-in-one platform for creating a website. But they do so much more than that. For example, you can drive sales and engage your audience with Squarespace email campaigns. They make it easy to collect email subscribers and relieve business through regular email updates. You can sell anything you want with Squarespace, whether it's physical goods, digital products, or services. They have all the tools you need to set up an online store. You can even sell in person by connecting a Square reader to the Squarespace app and keep your orders, inventory, and customer data in sync with your website. Try it for yourself. For a free trial, just head to squarespace.com/Joe. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Joe to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
Appointed by God.
This episode is brought to you by Fast Growing Trees. If you want to know what you're putting in your body, growing your own food is a great place to start. But listen, starting a garden doesn't have to be intimidating. I'd like to recommend Fast Growing Trees, one of the biggest online nurseries in the U.S. with more than 10,000 different kinds of plants that will be shipped to your door in just 1 to 2 days. That includes lemon, avocado, olive, and fig trees that you can grow inside your home. I love that you don't even need to have a lot of land to work with these guys. And if you don't have the greenest of thumbs, don't worry. Fast Growing Trees has a 30-day Alive and Thrive guarantee, plus free plant consultations. I think it's great that they'll help you with every step from finding the best plants for your garden to designing the layout and talking you through plant care. Truly, this is where your self-sustainability starts. And right now, they have some of the best deals online, like up to half off on select plants. And listeners to our show can get an additional 15% off their first purchase when using the code JRE at checkout. That's an additional 15% off at fastgrowingtrees.com using the code JRE at checkout. One more time, fastgrowingtrees.com, code JRE. Offer is valid for limited time. Terms and conditions may apply.
Having received from the Father the promise of the Holy Spirit,
And that is being discussed as if somehow or another that small number is a strength thing. That we are somehow or another a more kind, more equitable nation because people are so soft. Because people are so.
they have their own vision of what God should be doing.
I don't know how you have those two things. How do you have such freedom that allows people to have these protests, that allows people to have these different perspectives and to speak about it openly and publicly, but yet still
You sit and you wait for God to do something, but you wait for God to do that
when
which
you
you
have
think is
all of these external factors, all these different countries and different organizations that are working to try to use propaganda and use money to destroy us. Because that's really what's happening. And that's like, that used to be like, if you said there's people out there that are trying to destroy America, oh, you're so crazy. Right wing, fucking all right. Well, God damn it, how much information do you have to see? How much truth do you have to see that you cannot deny? That's like Russian interference into the election. Yeah.
Bold-faced lying. They weren't interfering. They're perpetuating that they were interfering, but they weren't interfering. That Trump was being influenced by the Russian. Well, guess who was pushing that story? The Russians and China, because it destabilized our election process. So your question is, how do you reconcile having such freedoms where somebody can go and say something so detestable, like praising a group of people that went and raped and murdered 1,400 people that currently have 240 hostages? That's what Hamas has. They have 30,000 to 40,000 Hamas operatives within Gaza. They have a ton of hostages. Like, how can somebody have so much freedom to say that?
There's many scripture that
Well,
talk about
if the people are prepared to be able to protect and preserve and provide, then if you're in a position of authority, sovereignty, it's the next step past freedom. Sovereignty is what I want for me. It's what I want for every American. It's that they are in control of themselves. An external force comes and says, Tim, I want you to take this experimental thing and give it to your child and judge it for please. I say, no, I don't need it. Whatever it is you're about to withhold from me because I don't do this thing, I don't need because I can do it myself. That's sovereignty, right? I don't need you to come and try and protect my family because I can protect my family. Come and try mess with them because like my family is unattainable to anybody else. They're completely protected. Education. The reason I started these schools is because I do not want anyone else to have influence over the way that my children are going to learn how to be critical thinkers. I want them to be educated and powerful. I want them to be cognitive in every single debatable subject. To have the Socratic mind where they can sit and debate somebody like you with immense knowledge on all these variety of topics, but then they're fierce. That's sovereignty. We have for so long just given away every little benefit. Whether it was post 9/11 or during COVID or after the next active shooter, You are
in light of what just happened in Vegas.
Jesus Christ.
You know they're going to be coming after
To
us.
ask your question.
They're going to be looking for more laws to try and control more of the Second Amendment and whatever freedoms they can. So we know that, but we have to maintain this essence that is being affected, which is the sovereignty and individual responsibility that I am in charge of. It was infuriating to me about these mass shootings that Matt Walsh did a piece about this recently, where he discussed the prevalence of psychoactive drugs, the prevalence of psychiatric medications amongst school shooters, amongst mass shooters, that it is fucking off the charts. And they try to hide that. They try to hide that data by using gang violence as mass shootings. And they use like, there's no data to support that all that. It's like, no, that's not true at all. There's a giant difference between gang violence mass shootings, which occur all the time, which are also something that no one's trying to fix, and then the actual people that strap themselves up and go into places where people are unarmed and just slaughter people. Almost all of them are on something. They're almost all of them. They're on SSRIs. Almost all of them are on some sort of anxiety medication. Almost all of them are on something. And that we don't address that. It's not even talked about. That it's like fucking Voldemort. I'm not talking about Voldemort. Yeah, whatever it is. You're not supposed to say the name. I mean, it's like, it's very strange that this is never discussed on television. You said you can't research it. When you see it's buried, that data, if you were like, how many active shooters were on a antidepressant, anything, that all of that data is buried when it pops up in Chicago, in Southern California, it's buried in truth. So trying to find the real data of these active shooters in schools, like this guy that in Maine, no mental health problems, and he actually tried to buy a suppressor, and failed to try to buy the suppressor because he self-elected. He told them that he just recently got out of a mental institution. So like, kudos to them. I'm part of this group called Double Check that's trying to figure out ways to identify outliers like this, where people have information, they wrote their manifesto, like, hey, I'm going to go murder a bunch of people, I'm going to go to this black church and kill everybody. A lot of times that information is available.
Hey, it's June. Today, black folks are not
I love the Second Amendment. Every single person should be able to have a tank and a machine gun, in my opinion.
There's no cure for HIV.
But when somebody is dealing with mental health problems, they're on a bunch of drugs, they're actively trying to hurt people. Like maybe there's a restraining order, they're a multi-time felon. Should that guy be able to go in and buy? Well, clearly, that guy right there was stopped from getting a tool to maybe hurt more people by just, as a small business owner, it is my choice who I'm going to sell to, and
No
who
matter
I'm
what the
going
day
to
brings,
who I'm going to choose to sell a product to. If that product is a thing, like ultimate individual responsibility as an entrepreneur and a small business owner is like, it is my choice who I sell this to. That guy comes in and he says that he's on drugs and he just got out of a mental health hospital. And he'll buy your suppressor somewhere else. Like that guy may just went through it. So Double Check is trying to infuse themselves in a really helpful way to protect people like me that fall to the gun store. Or if that guy walks into my door, I can have real data to point to him. So like, I do a little search, it pops up as like, hey man, you just wrote that. You want to go shoot the school?
In other words,
we talked about that before selling a gun.
We'll say that again.
You said that you hate black people,
Sounds too good to be true.
and that you think they all should die. Or like that guy in Harvard Square yesterday that was walking around saying that every Jew should have their neck slit. There should be no Jew businesses. It's like, in Harvard Square, like, if that guy walked into my gun store, I'm going to go to Double Check and be like, man, so you just said some pretty outrageous things yesterday. I think you need help. Let's go for a run, and let's go get you some real help. What help do they get? I mean, and also, like, how much help do they get getting off of that shit? And is there a way to get off of that shit? If you are legitimately or you're on a host of psychiatric
Sandy's approved West LA 5 car runs through pile up is gone from the 405 southbound Sawtell.
What motivation do they have to even take you off that shit?
They don't have motivation. They don't make money. So they're not taking drugs. It's fucking terrifying. I know the answer to this. So in
eastbound 91 at Beach Boulevard, 2-car wreck has been
all of the things I've experienced in the past 3 years.
Let's get to there faster. I never would.
Post-traumatic stress, any single one of those single days over the course of months upon months would be enough for me to be like, okay, I'm happy, right? Instead, definitely not on any drugs. Exercise every single day, cold plunge, hang out with my friends, do crap, contribute way back to society. I have an amazing relationship with my beautiful wife. I have incredible children. I'm so proud of them. And I'm now playing hockey with my son as a full 5-year-old dude that just went to a bar cell to buy all my hockey stuff so I can get out there and try to dunk on my 8-year-old. Skates around me, making me look like an idiot. I also got all my lacrosse stuff. I got tap shoes so I can start doing tap dancing with my 4-year-old. You know, like these are the things that healthy people do. Sitting on the couch, eating a bunch of shit, not going outside, not having relationships, not having any community, not finding ways to get back to the community. Of course you're broken. So how do you get off the drugs? You start doing little tiny little bits of 1% improvement every single day. And ultimately, like, the sun is brighter, your wife is more beautiful, your kids are just a little bit more rad, you know, and they're able to go do more good for more people.
The people that don't have this guidance, that's what's crazy. This truth that you're speaking is not common. This is not something that people discuss. And
starting out with such deep faith and conviction,
what they're trying to do is
1948 shows as people called out, they cried out.
Let's all do your stuff.
I just got chastised by my doctor. I'm 45, so I was going to go with is my gut.
So it's not the healthy thing that you do at this age. You were missing, the most important part. You're missing the totality.
I've been sick for 7 years.
And last time I was understanding that, missing that,
tore my toe off.
The expectation is
second. Put my toe back on. So like,
how often does this happen for you that an expectation
you need this now because
seeing the beauty, the true beauty of the situation, and it ends up letting you down.
And I was like, well, I just don't want to get gut and like butthole cancer, so I really like to go do these things. You know, but I have to come in and see you for you to like buy a thing, for me to go see these other people.
Is the mother of disappointment.
I got it.
Well,
and in this case, that expectation that
their mandate is
started with this praise and worship ended with my crucifixion. And some of the same people screaming yelling for Barabbas.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Your expectation is what killed.
But be healthy.
And be healthy. Be actually healthy. Work at it.
The perspective was on.
That discipline.
They wanted me to destroy Rome. They thought that's what I was there
so
for. That was the sad in the eyes of man.
I pity the easy solution person. Or like I can take a pill and I'll feel better.
And they missed.
Or I can take a pill and I'll be less fat. Or
they missed.
I'll be sold on this idea that this media company is telling me that if I do this thing,
it talks about
I'm gonna sleep better, or like my dick's gonna work better with this thing. Yeah, like the truth.
But not only did I point out to everyone, or just the lay people,
you gotta get up early. You have to have calloused hands.
I pointed out,
you know, like
to the religious
leaders. I love my wife, and I love being able to.
The religious leaders as well
have an amazing relationship with her, and that would not be possible if I didn't work at it. You know, I like being a freak physical thing in my middle 40s. That would not be possible.
Well, I certainly said
I like being a successful business person.
Expectations and how they can
that would not be possible. And I can like work.
Your vision and understanding of what's going to take place for the bigger picture. Just like small thing, you're
actual work.
and saying, God,
get up earlier
than me.
I don't even have a frame of reference. There's so many people out there that don't know anybody who actually works. Like works at it the way you do. The way many people do it that we know.
To get these things out of your
flying back from Israel,
to make you
every one of those people
and even happy.
in the kibbutz all around Gaza,
but you hold on everything else to say, well, just remove this one thing.
No fat on their faces, you know, like striations on their shoulders. Like, these are
relationships
cops
as well.
Or now reserve recently activated people.
Focused on this
Like
little
going
thing.
to Tel Aviv.
And
I'm not joking. The entire time I was there, I saw 2 fat people. The whole entire time, and I was like, I had to. I was compelled. I was like, hey, are you guys? And they turn around and they're both American. Of course. Both instances of like only fat people. And then I have to take a flight from Tel Aviv directly to New York. I land in New York, and I'm heading towards immigration and passport control. And I'm just like inundated with the Jesus Christ over what you dangerously violate these Americans. It's the stark contrast of a place that has been trying to fight for their existence since May of 1948. Every small neighboring country means and threatened to like the 6-Day War, the Cold War, the First Intifada to the Second Intifada, and now what just happened on October 7th, where they're just like under the stress of being capable and individually responsible for their safety. They will 100% to then come into New York.
They live very on a shore beach, so they'll need just a few million more to comply with their mandates. The taxpayer-funded grant announced this week will retrofit his 3 boats to electric by 2026. The more than 100-year-old company ferries about 1.5 million people and 300,000 cars each year. In Orange County, 4 mid-cars in KFI News.
Been arrested in connection with a fatal shooting in Long Beach. They say they responded yesterday morning when they found a guy who had been shot in the upper body. He was pronounced dead on scene. They say witnesses described a car they saw leaving the area, and officers on patrol were able to locate the car nearby and take the men into custody. None was recovered. Lawmakers in D.C. have passed a $1.2 trillion spending package voting a partial government shutdown. The bill was passed early yesterday morning after the Senate failed to vote by its midnight deadline. ABC's Mary Alice Park says the bill will fund 70% of the government.
It includes a pay raise for U.S. troops, funding to hire about 2,000 new Border Patrol agents, additional funds for things like Head Start, childcare, cancer, and Alzheimer's research.
President Biden signed the bill saying it will keep the government funded until the fall. The back up New York City's worst landlord has been attacked and Rikers Island prison. Man turned himself in Friday after an arrest warrant had been issued. He's supposed to spend 60 days behind bars for 700 building violations. The city says the tough approach is designed as a deterrent and pressure bad landlords. New York, man was fined $3 million for violations at another property last year. Let's see, let's check this out right now. What's going on in the street? What's the difference? Southwest Medical KFI will ship a wind advisory to be in effect starting at 11 a.m. for hundreds of thousands of people who work every day. Winds could pick up to about 45 miles per hour with gusts in some areas of LA and Orange County. Partly cloudy this morning, becoming mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs in the lower 60s in Metro LA and OC, mid-60s along the coast, and mid-50s to low 60s in the valleys of the Inland Empire, and 20s to low 50s in Antelope Valley. It'll be mostly clear tonight and sunny tomorrow. The warmer, it's 54 in Newport Beach, 53 in Santa Ana. Leading local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells.
KFI 1640. Radio station. More stimulating talk.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right, to celebrate college basketball's most crazy time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours.
The healthy and natural way to
bonus bets expire 168 hours
shot placement. This is, you have to know how to shoot first. We teach fundamentals of architecture, non-standard shooting decisions. Like how many times you can lay down and throw off bypass and shoot something.
Today,
Hunting, can I shoot off the hole? Can I shoot off a tree?
kneeling,
But there is
standing off
something we
hand.
can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there
If I
are
get
effective
a designated
treatments
zone
that take it
in
as
Arizona or New
prescribed
Mexico,
can help you live
can I
healthy
navigate from where I can
and
park
get
to where I have
you
to go
and stay
hunt without
undetected, which means
illegally
the amount of virus
trespassing
is
on
so
anybody's
low
property?
it can't be measured by lab
So
tests.
the barrier
If you're
between
living
I
with
want to
HIV
hunt
and not
and
on
I
treatment,
can't
talk to
hunt
your doctor about treatment.
is
Learn
hard for
more
some
at
people.
treathivtoday.com.
As we're sitting here
This
talking about
message
like
was sponsored
how
by Gilead
amazing
Sciences.
it is to hunt, and it is the most amazing
No
thing
matter what
that I
the
want
day
everybody
brings,
to do.
count on Juicy
That
Juice
barrier
for the
entry
good stuff.
seems hard for some people.
Get the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them
Right.
every
And that's the
day.
idea. Like I want this for
Juicy
everybody.
Juice is only
And the
sweetened
final
by
day,
fruit
we
with
give
no
you your
sugar
lot.
added,
We give
no
you your
high
animal.
fructose
You
corn
have to
syrup,
navigate
and
to
no
that place.
artificial sweeteners.
You then have to
Available in
PID,
30-size
like
bottles,
positively identify
boxes.
the animal that you're supposed to shoot.
Find Juicy Juice
And
at your
then
favorite
you
local
go to
grocery
take a shot off.
retailer.
Once you take your
Okay,
once you take your
juicyjuice.com.
shot off of it, we photograph how you're gonna take that shot. Standing,
Every
kneeling,
basket
sticks. We
is
measure the
backed
distance. We laser
with
at
the most
210
advanced
meters.
home cocktail
And
maker
then
for
we go
celebration.
duplicate that on an actual shooting range on the same
Master
target.
Mixology Madness
And,
during the tournament.
And it's
Partition is offering
so
a $50
fun to
discount
see
with
like
a
the
big
full
game
on
bundle.
fever of
Partition
somebody
gives you the
freaking out
perfect home bar
where they don't even
setup
have a
to
round
freshly
chamber.
mixed
They're
cocktails
just
with the
looking at
press of a button
a
in under 30
target
seconds.
out
The
at
big
a
game bundle
range.
includes the Partition and 32
It is such a
cocktail
joy
glasses,
to
including the tropical
introduce,
margarita,
you know, every
vodka,
class we
whiskey,
have
and
40
gin
people,
lovers collections,
and
plus
every
a
class is
cocktail
sold
drawer
out.
to organize your Partition
And
madness
result at
before
the
you're
end
feeling the
of
rest this
3
spring.
days on these
Prepare
people
for
that
the
are just
party
like
with Partition.
they feel like they're gonna explode.
Order
with
your Partition
excitement
Big
about
Game
what it
Monday and
means.
save
They now
$50
know
plus
that it
free
can go
shipping.
out.
Shop
Do you
now
have
at
a
partition.com/game.
management
That's
program
BARTESIAN.com/game. Partition,
Yeah,
premium
you're familiar with
cocktails
Joel
on
Turner's
demand.
work, the shot IQ system? Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, for sure. Changed everything for me. And
The
so many
free
other people.
iHeartRadio app is #1 for
World-class
music, radio,
archers
and
and
podcasts,
for
all in
decades.
one. Discover a new podcast from a library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. A Rube Goldberg machine is a device that performs a simple
actually
task
having
critical
a
to
shot.
play.
Yeah, you must go through every time you execute a shot.
Takes everything. And usually at the end of the sequence, it performs an important task,
Process and repetition.
such as turning the
Solve
page
a
of a
problem.
newspaper.
Oh my god.
In
Mind
2007,
blown. I
a
mean, that's
serial murderer
it's just for everybody. Like, what is the
inspired by
military's
these
approach to literally
machines
every single thing?
called the Rhythm
Fact.
Killer.
Right. Like, what is
This
your
just
approach to
in,
not
Sierra
being
Black,
fact? Exact. What is your approach to like trying to build a real critical thinker that is going to move into society and contribute to society? It is that.
And also
The
understanding
Rhythm
the
Killer
factors that
murdered
are in
2
play.
other people in
Instead of
Sierra
just
Leone,
being like a
Texas,
prisoner of the
then
moment, being
vanished,
captive
never
by
to
your
be seen
emotions and
again.
these
Since
human
then,
systems that have existed
authorities
forever.
have written
Like
the
having
murders
an
as
understanding
cartel
of what's
violence
going on. Like,
spilling
why am I
over
freaking out? What is there anything that I can do? How do I learn how to control my breathing? How do I learn how to mitigate stress? How do I learn how to manage my mind in these critical
On
moments?
the heads of Sierra Leone, I will take you in real time.
Hunting is one of the very few things that still sparks that feeling of like
Listen and follow this
elation,
podcast for free
excitement,
on
and
the
nervousness.
iHeartRadio app.
But I still
#1
fall
for
back
music,
to
radio, and podcasts,
I'm
all in
disciplined
one.
and done the work.
The voice of the people.
I have a process.
Better
I
Almost.
now execute.
John
And
Phillips.
I
Twice
put
every
in
Friday
the work
between
for
3 and
you
4
to be
on
successful.
JLI.
And that's like success. And that same discipline, process, hard work approach to the people externally will look at, say, our allies in the middle of peak combat in a completely non-permissive environment. And they're like, what the hell are these people? And it's an incredible group of disciplined people that have a process that has been perfected over now 20 years at the global war on terror. And they are doing the work that needs to be done. But those 3 things are still prevalent and evident in everything.
Yeah, everything difficult in all of life.
It is.
And it's
My show.
how do you
Your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I'm with you every single
get
Sunday
someone
right here,
to
answering your
subscribe to
questions and
I
talk about
think they have to hear about it first, and that's
And
one
of
of the
course,
reasons
the
why I think conversations like this are so
I
important.
encourage you to be bold.
Is because in everyday
Go to
life,
fund
you
your
work in an
theology
office
questions
and
in
you're
life
dealing with
situation.
regular people, you
Anyway,
in the U.S. Bank dial 800-520-15. That's 800-520-15.
How come I can't keep my shit together?
Follow us
Nervous. How come I can't keep my shit together? These are three moments that
show
require me to stay calm and make good choices. What is wrong with me? What is it? Am I just a bitch? What is it? No, you just have an undisciplined mind. You have an untrained mind. You've got the reps. You haven't got the reps.
Expectations from other discipline.
Yeah.
And I want you to take that away with you today.
As
And into
worried as I am about the future,
understanding how you bring expectations to life
and achieve a response and a safe allies and
whether it be a
first responders action group.
in relationship.
I'm in all of these different groups where I see these young men and women that are on this
How many
train.
times have you heard people that
I
are
know
praising
I'm
God,
not in
loving God, and
a
something
cross
goes
section
wrong?
of the United States right now that is really struggling
All of a
with
sudden,
all of the problems of mental health and obesity and diet. But in this little group that I'm around,
there are some
I'm
expectations
just
that
so
are written
encouraged by
in stone.
the work and the discipline and the subscription
And
to the
still,
process.
man,
Like last night in my
looks away
jiu-jitsu school,
like death.
I had 60 kids on our mat at one time. I said, hey parents, everybody come into the classroom really fast. We're going to have a Q&A session about the competition and what this next season looks like. Every parent like stood up, walked in there. They had questions, like they didn't even know, but they didn't know that we were going to do a Q&A. They had pre-prepared questions. They were looking for an opportunity to ask the staff about like, okay, how is coaching going to be for the next tournament? And I was like, I'm loving it. You know, like the parents to the Apogee families, because we take a totally different approach. We're a whole family approach in education. Like if you subscribe to this idea that you can take your kid and you can drop them off at a place and you're going to get this amazing thing back that you don't have any control about what they're taught, you are just an idiot, you're a crazy person.
Later on in Luke
You send your people
41 and 42, it
Caesar.
says that
You
when
send
I
your people
approached
wrong and you don't think you're going to get a Roman back,
I saw the city
and
and
that's what's going to happen.
said, if you had known in this day, even
Our
you,
approach is there's a whole family inclusion here. It is not just our responsibility to train and to educate your children. It is our
I'm telling them, if you would have recognized, if you would have fully understood who I am,
keep a journal of
this
your diet.
minor piece
Here
that
is
you
your
see,
prescribed reading list.
this
Here are
desire
books that your kids are going to be reading that you're
me
also going to be reading with them.
conquer
If
Rome,
your kid is reading it, then you're
that
going to be
was
reading it
all
too.
that they wish.
You'd be very appalled at some of the books that are assigned to children in public school to read. And I think if a parent actually picked this book up, it's like
Sunday 2,000 years ago,
he brought it and it was a read for the first time
you had people
next to his friend.
with false expectations, thinking that I was just going to come and
So
destroy
this whole
Rome,
family
and
approach,
then all would be well. But it was bigger than that.
truly
And
this is not big. This has been around for a long time.
Wish.
And I'm so encouraged to see the activation, the discipline, the process, and the hard work from the youngest kindergartner all the way up to like the 60-year-old parent that's like doing the work.
It's so bizarre to me that a rejection of teaching
started to see
overt sexuality to young kids is somehow or another dismissed as anti-gay or anti-LGBTQ. So strange, because you could never imagine heterosexual sex being discussed to 5-year-olds.
Religious speakers of the day had their own
This is how
thoughts
a
as
man
to who I was,
chooses to
and
have
more importantly to them, who I was.
sexual relationships with
In Luke
women. And this is how
19:38,
women
the
choose their
crowd
sexual
were
relationship.
crying,
No, that's never
"Blessed is the
discussed.
King
That's
who comes
wildly
in the name of the
inappropriate.
Lord."
Wildly inappropriate, but somehow or another it's okay if you're discussing gay sex. Like it's very strange.
Just a little bit further, if you go to the very next verse, what do you read?
It's dangerous. It's grooming behavior.
Some of the
If you're
Pharisees,
trying to broach any
some of the
sexual
Pharisees,
topic with a child that is not of age to have sex, that is
Except for
grooming. That is the definition of grooming.
Right, and grooming itself, that term is dismissed as
why did they want me to rebuke them? Well, they wanted me to rebuke them because they were giving me praise. They were saying, "Blessed is the King who
This is the
comes
idea
in the
about
name
being
of the
best,
Lord."
right? Like, don't care, bro. Do anything that you want.
So on one side, you have the
You
people
talk
that
to my 8-year-old about
understand at
anything
least in the
sexual,
beginning who I
hetero,
was, but didn't
homo,
understand what I was
anything.
there to do.
It's wildly inappropriate.
And then you have the religious
Right.
people
You know?
who did not even understand who I was.
There's one reason, and it is not for the benefit of
And they want me to
indoctrination.
rebuke
Yeah,
the
and to
lay
say
people
that
for
somehow
getting
or
it
another
right.
is homophobic, which is so insane.
Because they didn't
Like,
see
how
me
did
to be the
that
Messiah. They
become
expected,
reality? That
they
we're dealing with
expected
this, because
someone
this
else.
is not the case a decade ago, 2 decades ago.
Whereas
This is
the
very
lay
recent
people saw me
in terms
as
of
the Messiah.
modern
They
society
expected
in
me
this
to
country.
do something else. The religious people saw me
It's fucking
altogether.
crazy. It's crazy.
It's not the Messiah at all.
It also, to me, it just,
Wanting me to
it's so
rebuke
confusing that other people don't
wanting me to
recognize that.
rebuke those
And
that
that
said,
people are
"Hosanna."
so
they're so scared of being labeled as homophobic or being labeled as transphobic or anti-LGBTQ that they allow these things to take place under the guise of we're being more inclusive. It does hurt to be called a bigot. Because I knew you're racist or you're anti-LGBTQ. Like I don't like those things said about me, and I know that they're just completely wrong. But they're going to lob that unfounded accusation at me because I'm going to stand on the principle of protecting my children.
This is something that you
would I rather take this great photo of a dad standing over his children, and on his back he has like all these darts. And the cartoon was
expectations that get in your way.
And the darts were named. It was Disney propaganda. It was LGBTQ indoctrination. It's racial discrimination. It was Six That Project. It was like every single thing they're attacked with just relentlessly every single day. The dad just take it, and that is our job, is to take it. So you can call me any names that you want, but first and foremost, my position is to protect my children and to raise someone that will be a contributing member of society. My partner at Boudreaux at Apogee, he was in public education. That was his origin. That was his start. The genesis of his journey, where we collided, was he had went and started the two largest Socratic schools in the United States. Hundreds and hundreds of students going to learn just the Socratic approach. And he thought that there was more that needed to be done on the full family approach, where the dad and the mom and the brothers and the sisters, everybody's on the same journey to become the best versions of themselves. So Matt and I collide with both of us working at the exact same thing, with the same ideas, with the same approaches, with the same love for America. And the end result is dads and moms becoming those things where they will be the stopgap between all of this hate and all of these dangerous ideas. And if you're not doing that, like if parenting's not hard,
the people of Israel,
maybe you're not a good parent.
Are you?
Because parenting is hard. It's complicated. It is.
You get these expectations.
My wife and I last night sat there for an hour and broke down like next school year, books that we're reading. For an hour.
This expectation
on a Tuesday night. We're just sitting there like hammering through. Like there are a lot of other things I'd rather be doing for an hour with my wife.
It comes from you thinking that you know best always.
Highs and lows on Sunday.
That's the weird
my son had a cross practice. It was cold. It was rainy. And his whole entire team of third graders
often
out
things
there
you sit there going, okay, God is the one. It's like having,
I was like, my heart was exploding with pride. And I never said you had to stay out there.
So you think, well, all I need is
practice to stay. We get there. The coach was in shorts, and he was just, his fingers were white. His cheeks were like bright red from the cold. But he stood there and he took it. He showed grit. And then all these third graders followed in suit. And I was just like heart exploding with pride as my son demonstrated like this
the father's not there just to
follow through with this thing that I've committed to do. And it hurt me to watch my son be cold. And it hurt me, and this is why parenting's hard. And if it doesn't, and if I didn't care, I don't think there's any greater insult than indifference. And to be indifferent to your kid is just like
the steadfastness,
the worst thing you could be as a human. Yeah, it's so selfish.
And look crazy inside of the situation.
But so many people are just so occupied.
God has plans.
They're so busy.
Always.
They just don't have the time to have conversations with kids or even think about it. Like, yeah, they're going to school. That's school's job. Anyone busier than you or me.
But how many times you hear people say, gosh, if I only had this, if I only had $1 million, or if I only had a better boss, or if I only had a better job, or if I only had a better car.
I don't know. We're pretty busy. Yeah, I think it's
all these things you start seeing, you start expecting. They would make your life better. I expect my life would be better if I had a
fitness freak. She's a nut. She's got fit now. She's 13. She's a
savage.
To
say that's
so
where
that did 20,000 steps.
Where God wants
she gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Just the gym before she goes to school.
This much money, or just
like she had
just in the
she was a volleyball
just with this
job. She had a volleyball game. She got up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Ran for 2 miles. Then went to the volleyball game. Did the volleyball game. They're playing in this tournament. They play these 3 games. Comes back home. Hits the gym again.
The father
so she's getting 3 workouts in a day.
of
She
health.
showed me her results and all this thing, and then
The
we're
true
obviously
enemy
giving
that
her a lot of
desires
positive
to
feedback because of it,
absorb
but now
and
she's like
zap
super
all
fired up,
junk,
and then she like
all
see
pieces
the
of
difference in her
all
body,
things
like
of
her
the
abs are showing, and her body feels like her, and she's like a fucking
2,000 years ago on Palm Sunday, the desire was just to get
I
romance,
so rewarded.
as if
Not
another
to be,
army wouldn't
and I don't want to
arise,
disparage other families that haven't made it there yet or haven't subscribed to these ideas
as
of
if that was the
discipline
only
and regimen.
thing in their way. And
But
this
our
happens
kids compared to
every single
my
day.
son, my daughters, they're just so much better than everybody else. I know it sounds terrible, but like, they do the work. I also think it's a lead by example.
You can almost watch
Children need to teach
politicians
them
with
things, but they
exception.
learn a lot
They
from just watching.
they
They learn a lot. They learn a
just
lot.
as triumphant
They learn what the standards are.
with praise,
When you see someone who's happy and fulfilled and also successful, and you're like, what is that person doing? Like, well, that person's my
part of
mom.
that is legitimate hope, as you should have.
Look at her.
When
She's
they're doing
doing
this
her. And that's how kids learn.
every opportunity,
They learn from seeing
every
things too.
politician.
They don't just learn from the things you tell them. They learn
They have
from
the
watching you
attitude of
and watching you live your own life.
new.
And if you're a slob and you come home and just fucking eating
Those
sub sandwiches and just drinking whiskey all night,
exactly
just
what you want.
falling asleep
Exactly
watching
what you
sports, like kids are like, this fucking aimless existence.
You shoot
This
them
is
down,
stupid. Like, God, life is meaningless.
regardless
You have
of
to
what
have
side
purpose.
you
Right.
are.
We're
Yes, it is.
such a society void of
And it's
purpose.
because of those expectations, what you
My
think
lover
that someone should
great
be doing.
prepared.
Your husband, your wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever
In that,
it may
one of
be.
the big takeaways
This
was
is what it should be.
it doesn't
and
have
it's
to be
not.
your purpose, but one of the reasons me as an American, me as a protector, me as a father, me as a husband, it is my job and my responsibility to be prepared to protect my family. And as your children learn the osmosis, like my example, the things that you do. I have to like pull my son out of his seat so I can sit facing the door. My man, you knew where to sit. You know, like, you go sit by your mom right now, you know? And, you know, he sees the outliers. Mike would call it bump in the pattern. Like, I call them outliers, where like something is off, where I sit down in a place like,
Introducing Ricola Max Throat
that
Care.
person doesn't
Ricola's
belong
most
here.
powerful drop yet. It's the best of Swiss nature, wrapped around the powerful liquid menthol
Cognitive
essence for maximum relief from your worst cough and
well,
sore
our
throat.
struggling brain to pay
Maximum
attention
nature
to this
for
what person
maximum
is doing
relief.
over here.
Try
It's my
Ricola Max
responsibility.
now, available in a folding
And
coffee.
Americans better figure this out pretty fast,
In our
because
network.
we are
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right, to celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART.
which is like one of the most ridiculously out-of-touch places on earth.
in bonus bets
Everyone had
only with
American
DraftKings
flags.
Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's
There was
promo
this
code
feeling like we
IHEART.
are in this
The
together.
crown is yours.
That there are forces of evil out there in the world, and now we understand, and now we
68 hours after issuance. Eligibility
I
and
hope
deposit restrictions apply.
that we don't
Terms
need
at
that catalyst. I hope so.
sportsbook.draftkings.com/detail. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there
It's
are
really
many
one of those
ways that we can
secure
all help
nations
raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most
They're
important is just
which is
talking about it
impressive
openly and
from
honestly. There's
them
no
fighting
cure for HIV, but there
for
are
their
effective
existence the day
treatments
that
that,
they became
taken as
country
prescribed, can
to
help you live
the
healthy with
Six-Day
HIV
War, where
and get
every single one of
and
their
stay
neighboring countries
undetectable,
invaded them,
which means the
to
amount of
the
virus is so low
where
it
again,
can't be
led
measured
by
by
Egypt,
labs.
every
If you're
single
living
one
with
of their
HIV
neighboring countries
and not
invaded
on
them.
treatment, talk
To
to your doctor
what
about
just
treatment
happened, where
options. Learn more at
they have
treathIV
one of the most
today.com.
complex
This
security
message is
military
sponsored by
and
Gilead
intelligence
Sciences.
networks on the planet.
No matter what the day brings,
And Hamas
count on
killed
Juicy Juice
4
for the
times,
good
almost
stuff.
Pearl Harbor
Get
level
just the nutrients
numbers,
of real
almost
100%
9/11
fruit juice to help them
numbers.
conquer the day.
Just
Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high
indescribably
fructose corn syrup,
barbaric for me.
and no
Because
artificial
there's
sweeteners.
there's
Available in
people
70
died
size
in
bottles
buildings
and juice
for
boxes.
getting shot
Find
from
Juicy Juice
airplanes.
at your favorite local
This was
grocery retailer.
like
Info at juicyjuice.com.
that baby
During America's darkest
People are
day,
saying it was propaganda. What happened? It was these things really happened on the ground, and anybody that denies it is
who put their lives on the line for our country and our
if you go
community
to one of these
now
pro
more than ever.
Hamas
Join
protests right now,
transmission
then
to
show me a
keep
picture of
good
a baby that
alive.
got their head decapitated. That didn't really
The
happen.
sacrifices of these
You really need, because
and their families.
IDF said that 80% of all of the victims within the kibutzes were tortured before they were born. 80% of all of the victims. I know
Coming out
firsthand,
of Drill on the
saw
Riverside Freeway, there's a hit and run accident about
was
right shoulder
shown
91 westbound past
in
3
half,
Road.
which I'll
Serious
never
situation
show.
on the Pasadena Freeway in south
Pictures of
past
these
110
things
south
really
on
happen.
4 Fair Road. Stalled
And if
car
it
in
could
the left
happen
lane.
in the
Sounds
most
like the
secure
driver
nation
of a
that
death.
has been invaded
And
by
going to
every
Frisco
single one
Freeway
of
in
their
80
neighbors
210
multiple
wrecking
times in
slow lane
history.
210 westbound
But
before
we here in
Baltimore
America
Avenue.
think
Cars
that the $350 million are somehow safe, that the government is somehow going to protect us, that our local police department, like if you pick up the phone right now and you call for help 911, how long would it take for somebody to come here and try and help and save you?
Especially with the defund police.
Okay.
Ain't no sunshine where she's
They're figuring it out here. You gotta tell our friends that are law enforcement in this area, the murder detectives, counter gang task forces pour all of their murder investigations towards the straight because they don't have enough police officers.
Your Holy Host, Sunday is
Mentioned the recruiting crisis.
right here.
If we are struggling to meet the demand of basic soldiers, the available population of combat arms that special operations can pick from, that shrinks, right? And then that pool gets smaller. So ultimately, by the time you get to the guys that really do the work on the ground, there's nobody left to pick from. And we're
And I think we know every
not just strategically in maybe the most vulnerable position in a really long time, but nationally here in the United States, I think that we are more vulnerable than we've ever been. There's nobody coming to save you. There's nobody that's going to come, that's going to pick up the phone and be like, yeah, I'll be here in 3 minutes.
Jesus Show on Twitter.
They're not coming.
That's Jesus Show.
It took 6 to 8 hours for any of the military or police to make it to any of those villages that are immediately adjacent from Gaza to come and try and fight Hamas back. They had 6 hours to do whatever they wanted to all the women, the children, and the Holocaust survivors that were still there. Like these were people that survived Holocaust camps, concentration camps in World War II, still alive, 102 years old. They're like, Hamas is like,
and others were cutting branches from the trees.
I'm actually just recalling it by team. Every single one of these families
talking
were
about
going after.
the concept,
And they went after.
and they were laying it on the ground so that an animal
prepared for what's coming.
would not even touch the ground.
I think there's
And so it becomes a Palm Sunday for that reason. That's why the Palm Sunday becomes such a simple on this day. So it's really about the entrance to Jerusalem. And this missed expectation, this missed understanding of
They'll try to sympathize and almost position themselves to be
interestingly enough, Florida,
Anti-Semitism across the United States.
It's like people came out of the woodwork. It's like they were hiding in the woods, and then all of a sudden you're seeing it open.
Because of the term that was used for
I saw one where it's
Spanish.
we should boycott Jewish businesses
Put
here in
this
the United States.
location.
Maybe have them like put a star on their chest or something, or like maybe put a gold star on their business. Is that what you're suggesting? Because that is what you're suggesting.
But on Sunday, that's where
Evidently we haven't.
short
It took 6 million to be persecuted.
garments on the
And
ground, but also
those Jews, man, from the Germans to the Egyptians to the Romans, you know, Palestine did exist. You can go back 3,000 years to King David and his son, King Solomon, saying that like this is the capital of the Jewish people here in Judah and Israel, Jerusalem. That is 1900, 1700 BC, right? We have to go to 80 AD, where after Jesus already come here, now we have the origin of Judaism.
And then historically, not religious documents, like this is the origin of the Jewish people is here in this specific land with very clear geographic references. This is what it is. To then being the origin of the Christian faith with Jesus being there and then being crucified. And then 200 years later, God and us learning that the Muslim religion also beginning there. The Romans destroyed the temple in 80. And then they coined the term Palestine for that area. For the 2,000 years before that, it had just been Israel.
Yes.
Egypt, the Romans, they're now conquered from every imaginable group of people for the next, 1,500 years. Murdered at every opportunity leading up to the Holocaust. Going to post-World War II, 1947, the UN says, hey, it's cool that Israel has its own nation in the place that it has always been Israel. May of 1948, independence kicks off, and every neighbor comes in to try to kill them. And now here we're in 2023, and we're still talking about boycotting Jews, and it's cool to slit their throats, don't let them make babies, let's find them from the river to the sea, get rid of the Jews.
Very well put. Just taking a synopsis of what was taking place. Absolutely, there were many people that not only followed this kind of did the magic tricks and said, "Look, I'm doing miracles too." On every street corner, somebody claiming to be the Christ. As a matter of fact, a lot of people misunderstand this in Scripture, but in Matthew, where it talks about there will be those in the end times, those that claim to be the Christ. A lot of people think, well, for instance, there was a radio show where someone portraying Christ to teach people and inspire them about this.
Why don't you want to see a picture of a 9-year-old girl
what it's talking about is actual false Christ.
now a hostage
People
by a terrorist group
movies or television, even
why don't you want to see that? Why are you tearing
it's
that
talking
down?
about people who
I think that the
actually
answer
claim to be
is
Christ and say Jesus wasn't the Messiah, I am.
goes in direct
And so
conflict
that's a problem
with the thing that
yeah,
they want to believe.
and it still happens every once in a
They
while.
think that it perpetuates a cycle of violence.
Jesus
And that's
wasn't,
them tearing it down, and that is them
that took place there.
protecting the
It wasn't
Palestinian
about politics of the
poor,
day. It was about
impoverished
understanding
people,
that
when in fact they're tearing down
that
the
they
victim,
still could have seen
the Jew,
so yes,
that
was there
or the
reason for them
Christian,
not to
or
see me,
the Brazilian
to look
that was
away?
kidnapped,
Yes, there were
that is
distractions.
now
But
being
that's
held
like saying that
hostage
the
in
gym is
Gaza by
for
a
a
terrorist
business to
group
go
of
out of
people, and it
business
sucks.
because they don't want to accept
Why are
the
you tearing
because
that
there's so
down?
many counterfeits out there. Just means do the homework,
This
take
is
the
very
time,
bizarre progressive
what's true versus what's a counterfeit. And they had every ability to do that. And
You know,
those that
although
didn't
there's a
get
reality of Gaza, but Gaza is essentially like an open
to the Jesus Christ show.
Yeah, that is a reality. Those people they're stuck there, and it doesn't seem to be a good solution on the table. And I don't know what can be done, especially now, to change that. That's true. That is true. And there is hostility, deep hostility towards Israelis and Palestinians.
AM 640, the news, what it means, why it matters.
I've seen many videos of atrocities,
KOST HD2.
which is just a horrible consequence of war and conflict. What do you think?
Bouncing live on the news, I'm Sandy Wells live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Palestinians in Gaza. If every one of the people in
Search
Gaza
underway in Northern California
laid
for a
down
mountain
the
lion that
arms
attacked two brothers, one fatally.
and stopped
Dixie's Mark
attacking,
Criminal says the young men
what
were
would
hunting for
Israel
shed
do?
antlers in El Dorado County yesterday when it happened.
Deputies arrived to find the younger brother with serious injuries to his face. Minutes later, they say they found the mountain lion crouched next to the body of the older brother.
Officers fired their guns and scared it away. Mountain lions are known to attack people, but the last fatal encounter was in 2004 in Orange County. LA County has approved new short-term rental rules for unincorporated areas.
The rules now include an annual fee of $914 and a requirement to host only renowned primary residence. That means no accessory dwelling units or vacation rentals. County leaders say this action is to preserve the long-term housing stock and quality of life, and also leave some room for others to rent out their spaces on a short-term basis. The rules are only for unincorporated areas in LA County, not cities, but don't yet impact places like Del Rey or Cali
That's their motto, the origin of their existence, all the way back to the Grand Mufti, traveling to him to ask, how do we solve the Jewish
Israeli raid
that
in
you would
Iran.
follow from
That's
the
what
Muslim
main hospitals
Hamas
say. They
to
have endured days of heavy fighting, mass arrests, and forced marches past dead
and
bodies
you
from
see the
flattened
origins
buildings.
of like
Israeli
one
military
thing, which
says
is how it's all
it
the
has
Jewish
killed
problem, is
more
to
than
eradicate
170 militants
That is
and
what
detained some
Hamas came from,
480
not the
suspects. The
Palestinians.
raid on
Now,
Shifa
there's more
Hospital
people stuck in
began
Gaza.
last Monday.
But
Says
if
the raid
that
was a
problem,
heavy blow to
if
Hamas
all
and
of
other armed
Hamas
groups.
just
It
went
says
away,
had
we
regrouped
would have
in a
peace.
medical compound.
If they laid down their
Russia
arms
has
and they
ended a
stopped
national day
murdering
of
innocent
mourning
civilians
following
and
the terrorist
raping
attack that
women
killed at
and
least
children babies,
133 people
we
in
have
Moscow.
peace.
BBC's Patrick Gravel
If the
says
other side
ISIS has claimed
laid down their
responsibility
arms,
twice,
they would
even
all
releasing a
be
video.
murdered.
Vladimir
All
Putin
7.5 million
ignored
of
the
them.
ISIS claims. Putin
Until they
instead
just
trying to link
walking
it to
blood through
Ukraine.
Jordan.
Putin saying the suspected
How do
attackers
you solve
have been
it?
arrested trying to flee to Ukraine
The
and
radicals
suggested
have to
without
be
evidence that a
eliminated.
crossing
The
had been prepared for
terrorists
them
have
there.
to go.
Putin
And
has
it's not,
vowed
I'm not
retribution. The US says
conflating
Ukraine played no
the
role in the
Palestinians
attack.
and the terrorists. Those
The
are separate
Cathedral of Our
things.
Lady of Angels in LA is
But if there's
celebrating
2.5
Palm Sunday.
million
There
people
will be one
that are
mass in
living in
English
Gaza
at
that
10
are
this
allowing
morning and another in Spanish
30,000
at 12:30.
terrorists to
The
run them.
cathedral says it will begin outdoors for the blessing of palm branches, which
At
will
some
begin,
point,
which will then be
the whole
carried inside
branch
the
cannot
church
be extended
on
from
Sunday
Israel.
begins Holy Week,
30,000
remembering
people
Jesus'
are
entry
using
into
that region
Jerusalem
to launch
before
attacks
his
into
death.
their sovereign nation.
Talking about the propaganda that's exists in America. What about the propaganda that exists in Palestine?
Usher
What
Britney
is
Spears'
their
photo on the
no,
X
it's
Factor in
crazy.
2012 was up for auction, and
Did you
chainmail
see
TikTok could
the
sell for
hospital that got destroyed?
thousands. Bidding starts
Well,
at
it didn't
$500,
really, right?
but it's been praised for
No, but the New York
$20,000 to
Times said it did.
It's
The
where
New York
the clothing
Times
worn
said
by
it
the singers
covers
would go up
women,
for
which
auction
is
since Spears sold
insane, and they
most of
didn't
her iconic
retract
outfits
it.
to her
They said
charity,
it was
the
forced
Britney
you on.
Spears
Yeah,
Foundation.
yeah.
We've got
It
double
destroyed
trouble
the
on the
hospital.
210
So evil. It's been so crazy that they printed that in the New York Times, and that's the paper of record. That's the most important newspaper that we have in America. In terms of if we want an objective source of information.
Up ahead in Pasadena,
Rothschild was
westbound
the best
210 before Skyline Cola Avenue, solo crashes taking out the right lane of the truck towards the wall. And in
I did it. It
Pasadena,
wasn't
110
even
southbound
that
before Fair Road,
profitable. I
CSP
delivered the
still
Boston
trying to
Globe,
wrestle
my
a
main
stalled car
newspaper that I
out of the
delivered.
left lane.
And then I
Can't
delivered the
find a
Boston
site
Herald
Hubs
as
Gazette
well.
and get
And
Hubs
then I
Gazette
got a
faster.
New York Times route, and I was proud of that. Because the New York
Some
Times
people
was the
just know
real
marketing with
newspaper,
us,
the
they use
intelligent
big savings.
brand.
Just like
It
they
was
know
a
the right
different,
ingredient
it was a
means
different
big
plastic
savings.
wrapper. Yeah. You got a clear, you got a clear wrapper for the Herald and a clear wrapper for the Globe, but for the New York Times, I got a loaded wrapper. And I was like one of the people that got to deliver the New York Times. And I remember thinking as a 20-year-old kid, like, oh boy, I'm delivering the New York Times. And when I would drop the paper off these people's house, like, that's a fucking smart house. These people read the New York Times. And I really loved that. I was proud of that. I delivered the best newspaper in the world. Really, I did that. Literally, it wasn't that much money. It was a crazy route because I'd have to go like a mile between houses. Whereas, like, with the Boston Globe, I'd have like 5, 6 houses on one street that I would drop off papers to. And the New York Times was this fucking crazy route. I had to go all over the place to get rid of 100 newspapers. Yeah, and then now, 2023, they're circulating terrorist propaganda.
We've heard a lot of theories about that. I thought it was an eco movement.
With no repercussions. No repercussions.
You could say it.
And one thing today, kind of tragedy to this thing, we fucked up. We launched a missile get launched from Gaza. She's here 1/3 of all missiles that are launched from Gaza land in Gaza. Just like, think about how sad that is. 28% of missiles launched from Hamas land on top of the Palestinian people.
College hoops
And
fans,
obviously,
it's
their
tournament
ability
time.
to
The thrill and
direct
excitement
any
of March
military
Mania
targets
is
when
here. And
these
you can
crappy
get in on
missiles
the
are being
action with
launched into
DraftKings
Israel.
Sportsbook,
They're just like
one of America's
pocketed in
top-rated
there.
sportsbook
I
offers.
went and did on Fox News.
Basketball national tournament
I
game,
stand up
entering
in the city,
$5 into
directly north of
$150
Gaza, that is the
instantly in
most
bonus
rocketed
bets.
city in
That's
all
right,
of
to
Israel.
celebrate
And
college basketball's
the one day that we were
fancy
there, we
time
had
of the year,
like 6
DraftKings is
rocket
giving new
attacks.
customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app
Weirdest
and
thing
use promo
that
code
the
IHEART.
New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The prize is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and bounds and restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/default. Gambling problem?
there that is taken control of by Hamas.
Southern weather from Camp High County cloudy this morning, becoming mostly cloudy.
In the
Later on,
tunnels,
the
and
chance
they
of
build
showers
military infrastructure, and then they turn
this
this
afternoon.
whatever they can
High
into
temperatures in the
rockets.
lower 60s for metro LA
The
and OC,
humanitarian aid
mid-60s
that
at
is
the
supposed to
coast,
be
mid-50s to low
distributed
60s in the
they
valleys
have
and
control of.
inland empire. We've got a wind advisory in effect starting at 11 this morning till 8
That's
this
housing.
evening. It's 47 now in Fullerton, it's 51 in Garden Grove, 47 in Pasadena, 51 degrees in Compton. Really local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells. Listen on the free Hour Radio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
On the good side. How do they sift through fact from fiction when what they're being told and being fed is being fed to them by Hamas?
Over 2,000 years ago,
How do they get access to
teaching
other information? How do they ever
ultimate sacrifice.
discuss this openly without fear of losing their lives, being tortured? The time that you had consistent water and power going into Gaza was when Israel was controlling Gaza. Now that Hamas is running, it is nightmarish,
but have eternal life.
but they're still in charge.
What if?
And they're being protected. And here in the United States, we might call them freedom fighters. They are barbaric murderers and absolute terrorists that want nothing besides the genocide of
the Jesus Christ.
When I saw the LGBTQ flags of LGBTQ stands with the Hamas, my it's hilarious. Have you ever seen that? It says queers for Palestine, Palestine for queers. Like, yeah. They were there like hours. They pushed up over the top of our life. I mean, but they don't. But the narrative in this country is not that. It's just so strange. And like, there's sort of overwhelming evidence about folks that they have gay people. But yet, somehow or another, there's this I stand with Palestine thing that makes you a progressive. Could you tell me as a gay person,
this Sunday
walk around with your gay pride shirt, with your husband or wife of the same sex? Nobody will bat an eye. Nobody cares. Everybody's like, what up? You know, like,
question or life situation question anywhere in the U.S.
She and her wife tried to walk down the road in Gaza. Oh man, you know, it is so this tinderbox that is that region with the West Bank, with the Golan Heights in the north, with Hezbollah, which is being supported by Iran, their own position on the border, with Iraq allowing people from Afghanistan, Taliban to move through. Taliban being funded by us, $40 million right now is what we're continuing to give them to Taliban. What's the cynical side? That is, we want to recognize them as a legitimate government, and we are paying for them to start a democratic process of, like, that is the, that would be the tagline of what they actually we want them to do. What it is actually doing is the same thing that happens when we release $6 billion to Iran in exchange for hostages. They then take that $6 billion. No, they're not using that exact money to fund terrorism with Hezbollah or Hamas. But I have one bank account that has an additional $6 billion in it. And now I'm able to spend $6 billion over here to finance other things that are going to destabilize the nation that I've sworn to eradicate, Israel and America.
A few things. One of
I'll
which
happily give some more money to. They've been planning
physical
this
nature of humanity,
for 4 years.
biological machine that you are,
The Iranian special operations guys training and preparing Hamas, advising on how to execute it. How do they get the intelligence to know what direction they need to fly with their paragliders, which areas, which you don't think they have scouts and all the places around Gaza to identify which houses they're going to be targeting? How did they find all that stuff out? The people that Israel was allowing out of Gaza to work as agricultural workers, they were going into these areas, these places, these houses, these villages, doing recon for Hamas. So there were lots of ones that were attacked on October 7th. It funded. There's this amazing book called The New Rules of War. And The New Rules of War lines out all of the ways that America is not prepared to fight a war. By non-state actors, by corporations, by cartels, by violent extremist organizations, using proxy methods. So like we are at war with Iran.
So you're saying that
they are funding every single group that just attacked our American base in Syria, that attacked our American base in Iraq, that attacked and killed a bunch of Americans in Israel. That was funded by Iran and trained by Iran. But we don't have an appetite to try and fight the war that they're fighting because they're doing it in just such a. You want that World War II, right? Pat again, standing on top of the tank, coming across, being like, "There's Rommel, go and get him." Like that, and that war is never going to happen again. And we're just not ready to fight this new type of war under these new rules of war, which is fighting non-state actors, fighting proxy wars, fighting corporations funded by governments, fighting cartels that are being subsidized by governments, all to destabilize the greatest nation to ever exist in the history of mankind, us. You were saying you were more vulnerable now than ever before you were genuinely worried about the United States would fall. I am more worried now because of the lack of preparedness of the individual Americans are fatter than they've ever been. They are, even though there's more guns now owned, there are fewer per capita owned by individual people that train regularly with them, people that are able to provide and protect their families. All the metrics and measurements of like effectiveness. That is the smallest that it's ever been. Our government right now is more vulnerable internationally than we've ever been. Our military is, even though I'm so proud to be a service member, when the Army tells me to do something, I 100% have no say whatsoever. I gotta go do it. I'm really proud to be part of the most elite fighting force on the planet. I think we are the weakest that we've ever been. For a variety of reasons. When you put all of these things together, you just take a step back.
This is certainly not a show
the aggregate, like
that deals with
the accumulation of all of these different factors maybe
I look at the morality of things, and we use scripture to take a look at the world and to see it through that lens.
The only way to combat that is that individuals to start taking their own security and preparedness seriously. Get less fat. Get more healthy. Go and train. Go buy a gun. Go start exercising your freedoms. Like learn what it means to volunteer in your school. So you have cool. You can't start your own school. Cool. You can't homeschool. Well, get involved in your kid's school. Like you gotta do something because if we continue down the path that we're in, we're done for.
There's some of the markers that you've given me
not like a generation.
Point to anxiety.
Right now.
The marker about the 4 months now, 1.5 months. There are certain things that you've said that point to anxiety. Would you have considered yourself a patient's person, or have people pointing out that you're not always patient?
But that's good. There's a 20-year special forces dude that in the past 3 years has been in 4 gigantic international crises in 3 weeks. I've spent my entire adult life doing this. I run companies that train people to do this. And the sole mission statement of the large company and every single subsidiary under them ultimately goes down to preparing people to provide for their families and protect themselves.
It changed, but it doesn't mean that
the way
it changed the day
elevator pitch would be like, that's all we do.
What sounds like panic.
I'm scared.
What sounds like intense anxiety. The
for it not to be Titanic,
it
only took a couple of degrees to change.
Things work so much so that you knew you felt
for the Titanic not to hit the iceberg.
Something slipped away.
It just been like,
felt like,
early
hey,
enough, us
the ground
turning it just like,
me does
I
not
don't think
feel
we're past
solid.
the point where that can still be changed. Or we can still avoid this type
So
of catalyst of destruction for this nation.
Now the doctors to balance that out because it.
But the individual has to step up. Well, the individual
gave you new chemicals.
We have
to take away the symptom of that, which is to put you to sleep, essentially.
Lobbyists have to go away. These gigantic packs have to go away.
Medicine is miraculous in many ways to make things, and doctors,
these things don't happen.
depending on who you see, did you go general practitioner or your general doctor and they prescribe you sleep medicine?
They give you an antidepressant because they think depression is not related to each other. And so
when you see Mitch McConnell,
they gave you that, and then some very strong benzodiazepine that totally can't stay on very long. That's supposed to knock you out for 8 hours.
That was like hitting her
Like you're supposed to get 2 hours out of it, and then after a week and a half, she goes, well, take one, and 2 hours later you wake up, take another one.
How's it not?
So I can take myself off a high dose of it because I was back to
She's
back.
not voting anymore. You're voting for
But I
it.
finally got to
You're
sleep
dictating
4
how
or
she
5
should vote.
hours, and
Yeah,
then
that's
she
gaining
also
some
was
power.
securing my
People
pattern.
in the world
And after
that
months
aid
and she
was
said,
making
you
that
gotta get
decision
off of
off of
this
the lobbyists that were telling her what to do.
to get me off of that.
All the special interests that were saying, get on these issues, this is how you're going to vote. And then that aide went and effectively voted for a congresswoman.
It's interesting that's been hanging out for the last 2 years.
Okay, so again,
George Washington.
So I'm thinking maybe the stuff I use to get off is back a little bit. It would take a while for it to come back.
You said that you have or have not visited a psychiatrist.
That's the kind of thing, whether or not I've been tired of this process, and right now I've called so many of them, some want to get on the phone, they are horrified, 600 for the first hour and a half of this, and then
People are so
after that was pretty pricey,
that's also
but they can guarantee it, it's worth it.
Well, there's no guarantees, but I will tell you this from what you said, and it's very reasonable to say that you've altered things, and let's look at it from your strength, right, as a trainer. There are people that have done horrible things to their body, the foods they eat, the exercise, and your job is to reverse that and get them into really good patterns, right? Not to give them a diet, not to just say, okay, here's a quick fix. It's a lifestyle change process.
And you understand if I had an ankle injury or if I had a disease or that, I do rehab, I be able to work on something. This thing, it's like my brain.
You're out of your strength.
Decay of the things that make them special.
If you're so bright, you're so intelligent, how do you not figure out how to balance out your own chemicals?
We're still the greatest ever.
Well, sometimes
It's not. It's not. And I will be positive, and I will be hopeful that
general
how do you
practitioner
fix this?
doctors
Like, what do you think, Joe? Like, what are the things that an
but sometimes if
individual
you're
can do in
dealing
a day?
with
It seems just that you're not
dealing
right.
with those
Like,
symptoms.
like, I can't fix
So I think
cars. Like,
that's
I don't get the next president. I can only in charge of me. Be in charge of you. What does that look like?
Right, we need a polar shift in understanding of the importance. Hopefully they go, oh, no, I've seen it many times.
I don't think
tried
you're
this.
getting that from many places.
It may or may not be that quick, to be honest with you, Joe, but I will tell you this,
People talking
that
about
the little time that we spent together, I would say that it is a wonderful choice
these massive
to find out and see if the psychiatrist has different insights and can wean you off some of these things that sound like they leveled you out, that you have no highs and no lows, kind of just your tonality on the air. You speak to a lot of people. However, I will say on the God side of things, the spiritual side of things, you do have an issue with addictions. I can hear it in your voice. I can hear it in your voice, and I can hear it even pushing through communication. And I understand that it's been a long time that you've been wrestling with this, and that that's going to be a natural part of that. But I can hear that, so I offer you this, that whenever God allows you to go through a trial and you're going through it and there's something about it that just doesn't seem right, you're not hearing, or you're not grasping that one thing that He's trying to get to you. And I think patience is going to be a very powerful part of that. So I want you to kind of meditate to think on that. I'd love for you to open up scripture, maybe if it's just one of the Proverbs, just reading the bits and pieces, start under prayer and see what God has to say. Really do this, not just, hey, God, help me, get me out of this, but just, what do you want me to see? What am I missing? And I think that that will have, along with these other decisions, will have a powerful change.
Fascinating, not a study, example of China combating gentrification. So on TikTok, the advertisements that are being fed to, let's say, a 14-year-old boy, right? He's seen like soft porn, he's seen like skinny flat girls, he's seen like drug, fake things.
in America, that is the constant ad that is being fed. And go and party, be a TikTok star, be a YouTube influencer. Like these are the things that being said, fed nonstop. That exact same age person in China on a China app, they're talking about a strong contributing member of the Chinese society, being good in school, being a good athlete. Scientific America, they're fed things that destroy the individual. B, in China, they're being fed things that make the individual stronger and a better person in that society.
But the only way that you can get that
DraftKings is giving
is
new
you have to
customers
give
a
the
shot to
government
pick
control.
up some
The
bonus
government has
bets.
to be doing
Download the
I
DraftKings
think that's
Sportsbook
good
app
for the
and
overall good
use
of the
promo
nation.
code
That's
IHEART.
what their
Customers
perspective
can
is
bet
when they're
$5
trying
to
to
get
make stronger Chinese
$150
citizens.
instantly in bonus
They're
bets
doing it
only with
because of a
DraftKings
very specific
Sportsbook with
government
promo
mandate
code
that's trying to
IHEART.
strengthen China.
That's
They
promo
want
code
their men to be more
IHEART.
men.
The
They
crowd
want all
is
these things
yours.
to take place
Must be 21
that
or
will
older.
strengthen the
BPN
nation.
only. Bonus
Yeah,
bets
and
expire
what do they want
168
from
hours after
America?
issuance.
They want us to
Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambler
But I don't think people realize that that's what
Hey,
it is. I
it's
think when
Jody.
people are trying
Today,
to do
Black
TikToks
Box
and
Documentary are still
what they're saying, well, I don't want to work at
but
a
there is
fucking
something you can
insurance
do
company.
about it. There's
Like,
no
what
cure
other
for
job
HRV.
can I go? Can I just like make wild, wacky videos of me eating and I can make more money than I would ever if I got a college
you would
degree?
stay
Like,
undetected.
yeah, you
Which
can.
means
Yeah,
the
you would be
amount
the
of
richest
dollars
person
is so
on planet
low,
right now.
it can't
In
be measured
Austin,
by lab tests.
being
If you're living with HRV and not
being
on
an
treatment,
electrician,
talk to your doctor about treatment options.
be a
Learn more at
do you know how much those people are charging right now here?
This message was sponsored by
This is
Good
a
Head
little town.
Science.
They're worth like
No matter what the day brings,
$200,000.
count on Juicy Juice for the
Average
good
income
stuff.
of a good electrician here in
Nutrients
Austin
of
right now.
real 100% fruit juice to help them
You go to 2 years of trade school to
Juicy
become an
Juice is
electrician,
only
right?
sweetened by the
You
fruit.
spend a year and a half or 2 as an
No high
apprentice,
fructose corn
and
syrup.
then you go and you start working for a couple of years for a guy that owns a shop. You go and start your electrician business. Is going to be a little bit of work. I'll give that to you, but you're not going to do the work to be worth $10 million in 3-4 years from now. To do something that like that's another wild thing is like some of these jobs have been demonized. You know, it's not cool to be a plumber. It's not cool to be an electrician. It's not cool to be a roofer. Well, I'll tell you what, it's pretty cool to have a badass truck. Be able to go home whenever you want. Be able to hang out with your kids, make it every single weekend to the lacrosse or hockey games. Because you have successful businesses and you just did the work for a few years to build that thing. It's very bizarre that we've somehow
6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Artesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Not like your next gathering. Order your Sleep Artesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to artesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Artesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
This is a radio franchise for prescription medicine for people 6 months alone with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapy. This is radio. You can't see.
And it's been the cycle for the past 30 years.
How it helps you stay out of
We
your
can break that cycle.
or how it helps block
Right?
key
You
sources
get
of
up early,
information
you
inside
go
the
work
body.
out, but man, I got a 9 to 5,
You can't see
and I have to leave
how
at
it
8
helps
to
you
commute.
steal from
Got
you.
it. Wake up
But
at
you can
6.
see how
You get an
Dixon
hour
can
workout.
help
You
you.
get a great breakfast from the chickens. You just walk out, you pick up like these fantastic 10 grams of protein, micronutrient-rich things, and you put them in a pan with some just butter. Don't use anything else. Stay away from those seed oils. Then you come home from work. I got a 30-minute commute through traffic. That sucks. Go to jiu-jitsu. Come back and have dinner with your family. Put the biggest smile on your wife's face after you guys pass out.
Specialist about Dixon. Visit Dixon.com
for a couple of
or
years.
call 1-844.
Starting our business.
We all need help understanding God's words
They don't.
sometimes.
They don't hear
The
it
In Touch Radio
anymore, which is
Network and
crazy. They hear it from a few
iHeartRadio
places.
provide biblical teaching with
But
deep
that
truth,
looking like
featuring
the
daily
Evans,
devotions, the
Black
sermons
Rifle
of
Coffee,
Dr. Charles Stanley,
Mike
and our
Glover, Field
Spanish
Craft
station,
Survival, Tony
Different
Pringle,
Topics.
A Course of
The
Action.
In Touch
You know,
Radio
Jack
Network
Carr,
will
from,
lift you up
not just
throughout
his
your day
success as
and
an
help
author,
you
but
dig
also as a
deeper
businessman.
understanding of
Like, when you
God's
just go
word.
down the list of all these
Listen
guys that
anytime and
just
anywhere.
grabbed
Just
the
search
reins of their horse and started directing it in the thing that they were passionate about, with discipline, a process, and hard work. Those 3 things you gotta get.
CHP still
And
beating
look at
the
where they are right now.
on the
Now, I'm so proud of all the
80
friends,
westbound
but
210
more
before
importantly, I'm so
Bradley
proud that they're
Speak out injury
Americans.
rate still
Because that's the
two
idea.
right lanes. That's meanwhile, less than 210 before Star Market Villa Avenue to Solo crash in the right lane. And also, good news to folks on the 101 and Newberry Farm, a kiddie pool has slid from the middle lane, one of them there by before Rancho to make the area. Can't find this guy hooks gets again faster.
By the FBI. Because he was telling people how to can food and pickle things. So you should be prepared in case something goes south. Yeah, they got the signs that this administration would and will not call Hamas the radical extremist, violent extremist organization and terrorist organization that they are, but will call MAGA people radical insurrectionists.
It is the Jesus Christ show.
Party justice thing that we got going on right now.
I'm going to be with you this Sunday as I do every single Sunday right here, answering your questions, talking about the things that truly matter.
Mike Glover is an amazing dude. He served his country for 20 years. You know, he was my boss for on the special operations side. Went to sniper school together. Saved my life at sniper school. Do you know the story? No.
800-520-1000.
Not that I need to like talk about all these my corporate, but he's an amazing human. All those dudes, you know, Andy, like Mike Sorelli, like just great people. So I'm writing a book right now called The Purpose of Hate. And my sniper partner during sniper school, he is dealing with a bunch of stuff, trauma from his last 8 years. And I'm such a selfish little prick. I'm more concerned about being like the number one shooter in the school than my brother that is next to me every single day. Right? Like,
but there's a great
we're sitting here in a stock with him for 20, 30 hours at a time.
I know it's not
we're sitting here looking at the back of a tree. We're discussing every single thing. But I'm not listening into what he's actually telling me, and he's pouring it all out there. Because I'm too concerned with, like, you know, being Special Forces Sniper School on a graduate or something stupid that
not something that the Bible is ignorant of.
During the field shoot, which is a must-pass event
are starting to put their faith into themselves. And I know on the surface,
literally
you
just
hear
stands
that
up.
and think, well, that's
he makes a wind call
good.
in the opposite of the wind direction, so I see him left to right. So we should take the target, dissect it, and hold it into the wind so the bullet travels into the target, right? So I see him left to right, and he gives me a right call as like,
then you are your own God. And I assure you, if you are your own God, you're going to let yourself down.
And I see his eyes start like darting around, and he's just like getting
now, on the flip
pressure.
side of that,
he stands up beside
there are those that have faith
in the middle of sniper school
that look towards God.
And so the instructor's right, all right, Tim, you're out. I'm like,
frustration.
I'm not out. Like, I still got a shot. Such a selfish.
Say, why, God,
I just
are
want to
you
go back
taking
to that 26-year-old kid. Smash.
Well, the Bible's very clear. You will go through trials. You will experience tough times. Faith, Christianity doesn't remove those tough times from your life.
I can do it right now. Let me lay down. I'll make my own wind call. Like, this is sniper school. It's you.
Learn something.
So they walk over to the people that have already shot, and they say, hey, I need one person to volunteer for 10 with one target with one bullet. It's a go, no go. He gets a first-round hit. He graduates. He misses. He's out of school.
It is very
this is
easy
like
to say,
the people.
God,
Mike
why?
Glover's hand pops up.
But usually, when
I
people are
know
saying
him. We're both in
the
special mission,
expectation
like this unit
is
called
to
the Griff.
jar God
At the time, the commander's
and
name
have God go, oh my gosh,
it's a
yeah,
special operations counterterrorism hostage rescue unit within special forces.
clear the way.
It's a very
Rather
small
than say,
group of
God,
people. So I knew who he was.
why?
His hand goes up. The
What do
instructor
you have
tucked his
planned?
goes, okay,
What do you
graduation
learn? What
depends
do you
on
want
the
to
shot.
see? What do you want me to know
What
that
did
I
you
don't?
answer? I don't know.
And
I've never
coming
shot.
from
He volunteers and effectively
trial
puts his
in that
graduation
mindset
go of Special
will
Forces
set you
Sniper
up
School
to receive
on
and
me
to
to come and
understand
lay down with me to make a
better
shot.
than
So they give me an
just the kicking you
M118
can
LR. It's a
and
175
being
grain
frustrated.
match grade bullet.
But I assure
For my
you, if you're in that trial,
And they walk over and they go,
there's
here's your
something,
bullet. There's your target. So we measure it. We're slightly over 700 meters.
you are listening
We get our wind call.
to Jesus Christ.
Take the shot. And as the bullet travels, you see a thing called trace. It's the displacement of vapor in the air. And that looks like this laser beam that when you're shooting really far, especially with a large kind of slow bullet, 26 meters per second, for a 175 grain bullet.
And the Sacramento
This laser
Beach has
going
introduced
directly
a bill
towards
to
the target.
strengthen
So the
protection
moment
for
I press
people
that trigger,
hurt by violent crime.
Mike's like,
The goal was that the woman Diane Dixon says
Before
is
it
to
even hits,
prevent
right?
people
Before
from
it
having to
even
face
hits
abusers
that
over and
impact,
over
that
in
force
or executing restraining orders.
She gets flashed, but it takes 24 seconds for the sound of the impact.
For a serious felony.
So I see the trace, I know it's going to be hit. Mine stands
I
up.
was sexually abused at the tender age of 12 and 13 by
Center
my middle
impact.
school PE teacher who was also my club
And he's
soccer
like,
coach. When I turned
"We're
it
dead
in, the
as
hell
graduates."
was unbearable.
She says the law protected her once the guy's so-called lifetime probation was lifted for
That
good
is the fight
behavior.
club that I
In
know.
Orange County,
And that was the
Corbin
fight club
Carson
that
can't
was
find it.
More than 133
spent
people
20
were killed
years
in
serving this
North
country
in the terrorist attacks
in
in
the
the concert
military,
hall in
and
Moscow.
then spent an
Many
additional
witnesses
10
said
years
they
as a
feared for their lives
contractor
Friday
working
night. This
for
woman who
the
works at
three-letter
an aquarium in
agencies
the same
protecting
entertainment complex
America,
says she
and
felt the
then they
explosion.
have the audacity
While
to label somebody like
we
that.
came to the central entrance. We saw a fire in the focus hall roof. When we went near one of the buildings, we saw a lot of dead bodies inside.
Russia's federal security says they captured 4 men thought to be responsible and members of ISIS. Pope Francis has skipped his homily during the Palm Sunday service in the Vatican. The Pope has been dealing with bronchitis and the flu recently and has not been reading addresses himself. And skipping the homily with a major event like today is considered rare.
To see if they're
Checking traffic, we've got a mattress in lanes on the 110.
let these people into the United States.
Yes, indeed. It's a heads-up situation on the highway in South LA. That mattress in the right lane, 110 northbound, just before slash 9 8. Got a big problem with the state freeway in Passaic. It's an injury crash southbound 504 Temple Highway. That rig went over the side. And Captain is still trying to close out this situation on the freeway in Arcadia. It's a two-car injury wreck westbound 210 before Boston Avenue. The two right lanes are out of bounds. KLI in the sky, let's get to there faster. I'm
If you are seriously thinking of selling your home, call directbuyers.com at 844-242-SELL.
Southern weather from KFI, wind advisory starting at 11 this morning, partly cloudy, in the morning becoming mostly cloudy, with chance of showers, slight chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. It's 53 now in Cotton Valley, 55 in Dana Point. Weekly local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells.
When something happens in the KFI studios, check it out on our socials. At KFI before somebody makes us take it down. Holy Troops fans, it's tournament time. The spreads misinformation. Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem?
He did not say missing.
Right.
He said unaccounted for.
This is a
So the third-party fact checker that I got a strike from, because I said that we were missing over $2 trillion from our $2 billion before 9/11, and then we're missing after 9/11. They said no. He didn't say missing. He said unaccounted for. So you're spreading misinformation. That was strike number 2. Go back and edit it. No, I just deleted the whole entire thing. Just to keep your account. Yeah, to keep my account, but I'm still like I said, it can't be searched on Discovery. You can't share my posts. Can't follow me. Yeah, it's like they're doing the thing. And then the third one was my son and I were playing Nerf, and it was a video in like first person of me chasing my at the time 10-year-old with a Nerf gun. And they said that I was violated the guidelines of sharing violence and encouraging violence. And it was a Nerf.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff.
Which I also deleted, but that post currently still says that your strike is from violating the guidelines of encouraging
No
violence.
sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles.
If you play like
Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer.
War
And
simulation
buy at
video games,
juicyjuice.com.
is that a violation as well?
KFI AM 640.
The news that it means. Josh from Montana Knife Company just posted something that he's been attacked because he shot a hunting photo because his wife killed he's an elk with a rifle. And just a photo of his nozzler rifle, his beautiful rifle, the elk that they shot, the animal they harvested that they're going to eat. And that got, he got notification that his account cannot be shown to anyone other than his followers.
Say, like, what? Yeah.
Why do we do it?
A great small business guy that is back in Akron. Where one of my friends, he's a command sergeant major at 7th Special Forces Group. And they do this thing, this like change responsibility where they give gifts. And normally it's like something dumb, like a lighter that's engraved, right? So I hit up Josh as I came in. One of my homies that I went to war with this guy. I love this man to death. Math is like one of the greatest humans to ever walk the face of the planet. And like, I buy some knives and like offer me up, like a good deal. He makes the 7th Special Forces Group red color for their the emblem that you wear on your beret. That red he puts on the handle of the speed gun, and he makes it black, and then he takes the crest and he puts it on the blade, and then he sends it to him to give to his teammates. And like, never saw an invoice, just like Josh, dude,
that was the best. I got to meet him. Such a good guy. Amazing businessman, amazing story of a guy who came up with the name Montana Company and copyrighted or patented whatever in I think he was 19 years old. Yeah. And the company's only been around for a couple of years. And it's fucking gigantic. It's huge. It's killing it. They make amazing knives. Amazing knives.
Listen to the specifics of it.
Honestly, while I didn't want to get murdered by a bunch of terrorists when I was overseas, so I had stuff to take care of me. And I sent Josh a phone out of me with one of his bigger knives. It's like, I can't get right underneath my body like this. As I was cruising around.
I'm not saying just recite
kind of contested area.
It's bad to recite the prayer, but I'm saying pray like this. And the language there is very important because you are giving a template to prayer, explaining the different things that go into this prayer that make it
I don't want to see this. I'm such a psychopath.
Beneficial. So in this case, you have the beginning. It says, pray then this way.
It's just insane that kind of
acknowledge who God is.
I don't understand. I don't understand who to be like, who is following him in the first place. I mean, he makes a hunting knife company. It's a hunting knife company.
Like kingdom come is validating promise of God.
And
God will
it's
usher in those organizations that have a very specific
ideology
is
that they
acknowledging
adhere to.
that promise.
And they think that anybody who is pro-America is in some way, shape, or form negative.
This is acknowledging
I don't get it.
God's
And I'm sure I'm on some of those lists. Yeah, for sure. But I'm like weirdly
is already
fucking sneak
because the
through.
angels
You're kind of too big to mess with.
So everyone in
Odd.
heaven is
Well, I'm friends with Zuckerberg. It's nuts.
So
Yeah,
you're asking
I can text him and go,
that is taking place in
going on
heaven
with this?
take place
and
on earth.
he's a good guy, but his company is run.
Apply your
I mean, he's a publicly traded company
so
that
that is
is
part of the petition prayer.
filled
Give
with
us this
people
day
that
our
are in the
daily
tech
bread.
industry.
Talking
And
about
I think a lot of those people are out of their fucking mind.
taking it.
They're out of their fucking mind. And I had a conversation with Elon
Forgive us
about it
our
last
debts.
night. We discussed it. He calls this being, he says it's a death cult.
Please forgive
He
us
says people
for
are
the
death
things
cult.
we do.
They think that there should be less human beings. They think that human beings are the problem. And
Lead us not to temptation, another verse that gets
you have this
but deliver us from
specific
evil.
ideology that they want
This
to push
is
on
not
everyone.
God.
And anything that's even
Temptation.
remotely
Please
opposed to
don't do
that,
that.
like
Stop leading me
hunting,
to temptation.
is that most of
The
these,
proper
how these
word
people
is
fucking
lead us
eat
away
meat.
from temptation.
And somehow or another they think that hunting somehow or another is
So,
in opposition to this leftist position.
For thine is the kingdom, power, and glory.
X has got more fun. X is
But
so
that's very
fun.
powerful.
It's so much more fun.
See
That wild
those different
motherfucker
parts
spent
are
$44 billion. We discussed it last night in the podcast last night. And he said, I don't want to sound melodramatic, but I did it to save humanity. And I think
It's the only place that I can have a rational conversation and actually say what I think, as you should be able to do in the First Amendment way,
and not worry about getting banned.
And I'm not saying crazy, like you can go and read every single thing that I've ever said on Twitter. I'm not saying wild stuff. There's no like inappropriate Like, I try to say some funny things sometimes, but not getting your freaking hilarious comedian friends like the dude that just walked out. That guy is so funny.
Man, dude, he is so funny. I've got him working out. Dude, I got those guys working out. I brought my buddy Brian Simpson was here, Dr. Trussell's here.
Was there a pattern you
I told those guys, I go, if you want to work out, I will take you to a workout. I won't kill you. We're going to build up slowly. So today was the third day. I've got them pushing themselves, but nothing crazy. I don't want to break you down. I don't want you injured. I go, I will develop a very specific program and get you up to speed. And as long as you stay consistent, you'll see radical changes.
You're right, and every metric,
Yeah, they're seeing it. They're seeing it. I got them cold plunging. I got them in the sauna. They wanted to quit. They wanted to quit like we're just doing 10 minutes. I go, fuck that. I go, you do 20 minutes. I threw water on the rocks. I go, now let's make it harder. I go, we're going to do 20 minutes, man. And I go, when it's done, you're going to feel good that you got to those 20 minutes because those last 10 minutes suck. Because you get in the first couple minutes, like, it's not that bad. I go, right. It's not that bad, yeah. Wait till 10 minutes comes around. 10 minutes is going to feel uncomfortable. Well, you can survive it. You just have to learn how to just accept the fact that you're suffering.
So, I mean, like you said, find out
That's so
about
awesome. In the cold plunge afterwards, and at the beginning, you can only do your literature foot this. I'm like, listen now, it's all in your mind. And you're going to realize that when you do it a second time and a third time.
the concept of people trying
So
to
it
make
gets
themselves
it
better.
out.
So don't worry about that. Just to worry about yourself and your connection with God. That's key. And as far as the dopamine
ramps up by 200%
is this something
naturally in a healthy way. It makes you nice to people that you run into. You feel better and it lasts for hours and hours throughout the day. There's this Stanford Huberman. It's amazing. He did a podcast on benefits and also the approach methodology process of cold plunging and sauna. And like I just copy and pasted that whole entire again, there is discipline process and all that. I took his process the way that he recommended to do this for both sauna and cold plunge. Just life-changing.
Changing lifestyle things.
You know what happened? Huberman,
There's many things that
Robert
can be done. You can put adult finance in the facility. You can put
and that comment was,
restrictions. Yeah, do things like that. Just to remind you, give you more hurdles to jump over.
That's all he said.
So it's
They removed all his published papers, all of his peer
no, and I just don't want you to get. The enemy is very good at taking
scientific papers.
And things that come
all that
from
from
the sin
You
nature
no
of
longer
man,
see
these types of things, and really trying to put so much shame
how
on
insane
it
is that? And they
that you
locked
won't
down
show
his
your
account.
face in the church,
can't edit
you won't
it
show
anymore.
your face around
They
the people of
literally
God.
and they said
So that
something about it.
the
I don't
thing
know what
that
negative
is
I don't even say
human
about it, but
and
fucking insane.
frustrating
So
and
what
part
is
of your walk
does Elon do?
and really part of
He offers Wikipedia $1
getting closer
billion
to God
to change their name to
things like
Wikipedia.
But the enemy, even in that victory,
Is he just a crazy
wants
person?
you to feel
Wild
shame.
motherfucker. He's wild. He's a wild
And
motherfucker. He
you
really
can't
wants to
let the
fight
enemy
Zuckerberg.
get that
He said
foothold
last night
in
he wants to
life.
fight him in the
Because the
Coliseum.
pornography
He
is
said,
bad
I'll
enough,
fight him in
because
a
that's
house with
something
a mouse.
it's
Lil's
the
like, I
whole
don't give a
that
fuck.
makes
Let's
you
do
feel
it.
bad about
I'm
yourself,
like, you really want to fight
very
He's like,
limited
let's
pleasure time, all of these things
He needs to start training to make sure you get him on
addiction.
Yes.
But now when you are working or pushing it out of your life, the enemy loves to go this filthy. You should feel nothing but shame. God doesn't even teach you these things. People of God love you, they don't care about you, they want you there, because that still serves his purpose. His entire purpose is to keep you from God.
Demetrius Johnson.
And that is worse than any kind of
Good luck with that. Good fucking luck. Yeah, good luck dealing with that badger.
Is the enemy
skillful,
the
intelligent
day
badger.
not worthy of God. When God himself said, you're so worthy that I would send my son to die on the cross and resurrect 3 days later, so that you should be saved. And
one of the best ever. Like,
to
he's the best
allow
expression
the
of
devil to
martial
speak
arts
to
I've
you
ever
like
seen.
that is to reject that
When he was
very
in his
gift
prime, I don't think
of grace.
anybody
And
was
you need to
better
push through it.
than Demetrius
It
Johnson.
doesn't mean you need to wear a scarlet letter on
He won. He won
jacket
that
or
fight.
shirt.
They know he won that, but he won it. One judge's scorecard
It's
was
not about
honest,
that.
and I think the judge only gave him one round.
I don't feel that. I appreciate the fact that you want to be honest, but even at church, you
at least one
meet
judge scored
everybody
it right,
and shake
and
hands.
then that
I'm
other
not
judge scored 96-93 for Tyson Fury.
I choose on my wife. I can't have a relationship.
Get the
No,
fuck
that's not
out.
how
And
you
then the other
greet
one,
everybody, because
Humans are humans and even believers wrestle with those things and are fearful of them and will judge you differently until they get to know you. So if it, as you get to know somebody, or you're besides him, these types of things, and if it comes up and it's appropriate, absolutely. It's not that they're trying to hide it or stuff it down. It's just not a good thing to do.
Incredible to have your first boxing match ever against the lineal heavyweight champion.
There's an automatic belief that,
fucking juggernaut who's been beating everybody and rock him, and then rock him again in the 8th round with a barrage of punches. I mean, it's fucking amazing performance. Amazing. One of the greatest combat sports performances in the history of the arts. Of the history. I was screaming. My dog freaked out. I was like, it's okay. It's okay.
This was someone
Daddy's
in
happy.
leadership.
He's scary. Oh my God, he's amazing. And when you see that guy's origin story,
but
you want to talk about a man who persevered. That guy for 48 months, he made his way from Cameroon to Morocco, and 7 times got arrested and sent back to the fucking Sahara Desert. Made his way right back to Morocco, and finally made it across to Europe on a raft. Was in prison for months, and then lived as a homeless person in a fucking parking garage in France. It was amazing. The movement that he had made from Cameroon into Morocco. I've traversed multiple times.
You know what happens, but a bit, James, I want you to really think about this, is that people that have the gift of certain things, like you say, encouragement,
water to water, trying to travel, don't water control,
impart that gift into themselves. And you have to allow yourself to
his
do those
story is
very
just
same
so inspiring.
given
It's
others
incredible. It's a
time
comic
and
book
time
story.
again,
It's like
words
an
of
origin story in a
encouragement,
movie.
kindness, and acceptance.
To have this
And you need
guy
to allow yourself to have that
go
as well.
in his first ever
Guard
boxing match
yourself until
against a
you feel
guy
safe.
who nobody gave him
Not every church, sadly, is safe.
chance.
Not every person
And
in
to
the
have
church is
the
safe.
Las Vegas
Even
odds
though
with the
there are
online
those
betting
that
odds in the last
So,
round in his
guard
favor,
yourself as you're
it's
opening up
fucking
and
incredible.
learning
It was
about
like
church. I'm sorry
14
that
to 1 at the start of
you'd
the
open
fight.
up to
And
somebody
at the end
and
of the
say, hey,
fight,
this
he
is
was
what I'm
favored.
wrestling with.
And he should have won.
And they did not keep that in confidence.
He should have won.
Treated you different
They
because
fought
of it.
But they
That
didn't
really
because
is
the
a
world
horrible
sucks.
sin unto
Like you can
itself.
write all the bullshit you
But
want to the
understand that you
scorecards.
are
The
coming
fucking
out
world, including
from
boxers,
being
all the
enslaved.
boxers that were there said that he
2
should have won.
Peter 2:19
But now,
says that for whatever overcomes
he's
a
another
person, that
gigantic
is
payday.
enslaved.
His
Like there's something that overcomes you.
through the
In
roof
this case,
skyrocketed.
it's
Tyson Fury's
pornography.
Yeah, I'll tell you that.
And that
He didn't want to
sensation,
be a part of that. They tried to bring it up as,
whatever
I'm going to fight
it is,
Usyk for the world title. Like,
release
nobody
it.
wants to see that, buddy.
Those types of
Nobody wants
things
to see
are
that.
very
But who are they
powerful.
to fight PFL? Who are they
And
going to put him
I
against?
want you to work through them, obviously, as you're
I
doing.
mean, if I was
But I
in
don't
John,
want you to feel
as
this
much as I love
and
watching him fight MMA,
whispers in your
I
ear.
would tell him,
Because all that
you're going
does
to
is
make
try to keep you
so much money in
God.
boxing. And I think he might be able to beat Floyd. I think he's that good. I think he's that much of a freak. Well, he was always more of a striker than anything else anyway. But he's such a quick study. If you look at the fight with Cyril Gane, he beat Cyril Gane grappling with a fucking completely blown out knee. He gave him a chance.
Right? Like he's not never has been a grappler, has no background in grappling, right? He goes out and grapples. Like he's been doing this for a long time.
It's tournament time.
Amazing.
The thrill and
He's
excitement of
incredible.
March Mania is
He's
here.
incredible. And the fact that he can't
on
let
the action
himself,
with DraftKings
he
Sportsbook,
vacated the
America's
UFC
top-rated
heavyweight
sportsbook
title, which is the
app.
most prestigious title in all combat sports. You can say anyone from the world heavyweight boxing champion, but everybody fucking knows that the world heavyweight UFC champion will fuck that dude up in a real fight. That's the reality of the world. That's the reality of everybody knows that, especially everybody who thinks the baddest dude on the planet. He's the baddest dude on the planet. 100%. The only person that has a chance is John Jones. And John Jones unfortunately just tore his right tackle. That video was
DraftKings
marvelous.
Sportsbook with promo
Marvelous
code
scenes. I was really looking forward to that fight.
That's promo code
In a perfect world, Francis makes a fucking $1 gajillion and the UFC resigns. Fights John Jones. Epic encounter.
eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com.
But at least Francis, he got
Tanya
his
here,
flowers.
and there are many ways that we could all
The whole
be
world's
brave
on.
around
You
this
can
area.
fucking
But
lie
maybe
all
what's
you want. You
important
can have your
is to
bullshit scorecards. You can have your paid off judges.
There's no cure
You
for
can have your
HIV,
corruption. You
but
can have
there
your
are effective
nonsense.
treatments that, taken as
Everybody
prescribed,
knows
can
what
help you
happened in
live
that
healthy
fight.
with HIV
And what happened in that fight was Francis and Gane
which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't connect to your laptop. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
So hard. And I was
No
always
matter what the
wondering,
day
like,
brings,
how is this
Cameron
powered
Juicy Juice
with
for
the
the
big
good
gloves
stuff.
on? Well, we fucking
Get
know.
nutrients
We
of
fucking know. The
100%
look on
fruit
Tyson
juice to
Fury's
help them
eyes
conquer the
when
day.
he went down in the third round from that left hook, he was like, oh, Jesus.
It was weird. It was a clubbing. There was not a lot of ass behind it. He hadn't stepped into it. He didn't turn a shoulder. He just hit it with a hook.
Yeah.
And it put him
Juicy Juice at
all
your
the way
favorite
to
local grocery
Yeah,
retailer.
he was on course for
Follow
sure. And,
JuicyJuice.com.
there was a moment in the second round that I yelled out. I was like, oh, he hurt me there. In the second round, there's a moment in the clinch where he hit Tyson Fury with an uppercut, but then he continuously did the right hand over the top. And the right hand was a short, clubbing right hand. And you see the look in Tyson Fury's eyes. He's like, Jesus, that power is fucking extraordinary. But not just the power, but the intelligence to deliver that power. Taking the most high-pressure situation imaginable. Your first boxing match is against the Gypsy King, a 6'9" fucking phenom from the best boxers to ever do it. Amazing. Amazing. And he just fucking cashed his own check. I mean, he is the man now. He's in demand everywhere. Everybody saw that fight. It was a huge fight. And now they're talking about him fighting Deontay Wilder. They're talking about him fighting some other people. Anthony Joshua stepped up.
I love future sports. As crazy as this world has been, wrestling, boxing, and MMA, jiu-jitsu, it has been so fun from this last ADCC to UFC the past 5-6, not the recent card, but 3 or 4 of them this year have just been dynamite, tons of finishes. Lots of, watching Sean Strickland, his rise, and he's beating what I thought stylistically to be a very hard matchup. So, like, God, I love martial arts. Another thing that I wish every single American would pour themselves into, because it is the more beautiful that is.
Well, everybody wants to talk about the opioid crisis, but the counterintuitive solution to the opioid crisis is right here in Anthony's how to fight. Teach everyone how to fight. Because
not just the victims.
Right.
You take, man, I want every bully to come into my jiu-jitsu school.
Yes.
Because they won't be bullies. They won't. And what it is a deep insecurity
and this desire to impose yourself on other people, to somehow make yourself feel better because you are lacking. And if you are not lacking, you don't want to do that. Do you think Francis Ngannou's a bully? He's not. He's a very nice guy.
All the most savage dudes on the planet.
The nicest guy.
The nicest. So he is a great spokesman.
Yeah.
And another Jordan Peterson philosophical perspective on a good man isn't a useless man. A good man is a man that is capable of violence and chooses to be fun.
Yes.
Chooses to be graceful. And I 100% agree and subscribe. Just an absolute. My mom hates this word savage. A savage under control is somebody like that. Would rather be the gardener or the warrior or the gardener, right? Like, I want to be able to create. I want to be able to write. I want to be a contributor, a good lover, a good father, and a good entrepreneur. But like, let's call a spade a spade. I will wear your skin. Like I will destroy everything about you. I will salt empty you. I'm talking like scorched earth, permanent destruction, everything that you love. If you come at me or towards mine, and firstly, my kids will never ever understand the level of violence that I'm capable of, to be as kind and as gentle as I am to them.
Knowing that you care
I want that for
enough
On that note, let's wrap this
to
up.
confess it and to strengthen yourself and to remove it from
Thank you
your
for
life.
giving people like me opportunity to
These
talk about
addictions
things
that
love
pull you down
and
the
believe
world,
it. I was really struggling. Like, man, I don't know if we can
very hurdles
talk
the
about
enemy
this.
has put in front of you.
But thank you.
It's complicated and it's difficult, but it's
About
important.
enough.
Thank you for
The
being
moment you get strength, push them aside. The moment you get strength and say, I won't let this put me in bondage. I won't let this control me. I will not slave. And push past that. And you start to better yourself. Then the enemy switches gears. And he just
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're behind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve identity theft issues on your behalf. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Why wait for your tax refund in vain? Help protect your information immediately with LifeLock. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to
less time you spend with God, less time you search for God, less time you spend praying, talking, connecting with God. It's time that He has you in a place of vulnerability. He has you in a place where you're softened to Him. Even when it's a place of strength in one arena, you're getting better, you're strengthening yourself, you're trying to purify yourself through God. The enemy uses that transition to make you feel so bad about yourself, to make you feel so ugly, that you'll turn yourself away from God, but he'll make you believe that it's God turning Himself from you. But I assure you, it's not. My arms are always open, and I'm facing right at you, wanting nothing more than you to run right into them. You are listening to The Jesus Christ Show. To ask your question, dial 800-520-1534.
We're not here to tell you what to think. We're here to give you the latest.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Transformation begins. I'm Sandy Wells, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Hollywood Boulevard, as you know it, is going away.
Changes are coming to the iconic street, including protected bike lanes, wider sidewalks, and dedicated bus lanes.
This project is about making Hollywood safer, transforming how residents, workers, and visitors use this iconic street.
LA City Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez says the more than 3.5 miles of changes will cost around $8 million, with Metro footing most of the bill. Construction is set to begin in the fall. On Hollywood Boulevard, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A multi-million-dollar winning lottery ticket has been sold in SoCal for the second time this week. The ticket was sold at a 7-Eleven in Sun Valley and matched 5 of the 6 numbers, missing only the Powerball number. The lucky winner scored $2.4 million because no ticket was sold that got all 6 numbers. Powerball jackpot for that fraud tomorrow will be an estimated $800 million. There's not been a jackpot winner since January 1st. Brazil's federal police have arrested the man suspected of orchestrating the killing of a Rio de Janeiro councilwoman, Marielle Franco, who was black and openly bisexual, was gunned down in 2018. The shooter confessed in 2019. That confession led to the arrest of the congressman and his brother. A motive is not clear. Both reportedly have connections to militias who illegally charge residents for services, including protection. March is Colon Cancer Awareness Month, and one researcher in Silicon Valley is working on a new blood test to detect the cancer. Dr. Craig Eagles says it was more than 80% successful in clinical trials.
It measures the DNA that's generated from cancer, and if they had that broken DNA, then that raises a flag that they need to have some sort of follow-on to confirm that.
More than 50,000 Americans are expected to die of colon cancer this year. Eagles says dietary habits may be driving the rise in rates.
High fatty diets, high sugar-based diets, low exercise.
Eagles blood test still needs to be approved by the FDA. Star Wars movies are returning to theaters to be shown in chronological order. Lucasfilm says screenings of the Skywalker saga will celebrate the 25th anniversary of The Phantom Menace. Fans and those dragged by fans will get to watch The Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, and Revenge of the Sith, followed by A New Hope, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, and end with The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker. The ultimate saga comes to a galaxy near you on Star Wars Day. That's May the 4th. Got a crash in downtown LA. It's on the 10 freeway.
Yeah, this is going to be on the Santa Monica Freeway westbound at the connector to southbound 110. This is going to be in the center divider, not causing too many delays at this point. Now, we do have a crash popping up through South LA on the 105 westbound at Vermont. Also put out at Hawthorne Boulevard, maybe a second crash there. CHP's heading out to see what's going on there. Now, as you make your way through the Pasadena portion of the 210 west at Sierra Madre, we have a crash there. Through Arcadia, the 210 west at Baldwin as well. Some boxes on the roadway through Anaheim. It's on 57 south at Catella. Stalled, still clearing out as you head through the 60 at Pomona Freeway. This is going to be a curve length blocked off eastbound at Mission Boulevard through Mira Loma, and one more through Diamond Bar. It's the 60 west at Phillips Ranch Road. Two right lanes there blocked by a crash. KF5 in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the Parity Flex annuity. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs, with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again. A paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's the Parity Flex. One more example of their commitment to creating a better financial life and ready to take on whatever their next chapter holds. Gainbridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all could use for. At retirement income you cannot live is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Please visit Gainbridge.io/ParityFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
Southbound weather from KFI. Wind advisory in effect starting at 11 this morning. Partly cloudy this morning as well. And as the day goes on, less blue in the sky, more gray. We've got a chance of a thunderstorm this afternoon, maybe a shower. Highs in the lower 60s in Metro LA and OC, mid-60s along the coast, mid-50s to low 60s in the valleys and the Inland Empire. Be clearing up tonight and sunny tomorrow. Temperatures tomorrow, upper 60s for Metro LA and OC, mid-60s along the coast, the valleys, and the IE. Now 50 in Tustin, 55 in Laguna Beach, 49 in Beverly Hills, 46 in Calabasas. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Over 2,000 years ago, I walked this earth, teaching, healing, inspiring, and preparing to make the ultimate sacrifice. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. What if today you and I could talk voice to voice and you could ask me anything? You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. It is the Jesus Christ Show. I am your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I'm with you every single Sunday, talking about the things important in life and the afterlife. John, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Hey, good morning, Jesus.
Hi, John. What's going on?
My question is that I've been baptized a believer, and I do read scripture and I do attend church. However, I'm surrounded by, in my family, what I would call scientific atheists. In other words, they're non-believers, never been baptized. They mock every word and action that I pursue in my life, and it's very damaging and very painful to me. And I was wondering if there's a passage in scripture that you can help me focus on so that I can receive some answers from that.
Okay, well, for one, I'm not sure why you'd expect them to love you through this. I mean, they disagree with you, and they think it's silly in their own eyes, and that's okay. There's why are you looking for them to somehow pat you on the back for something like this?
Well, maybe I'm not, but it sure feels like I'm carrying a cross.
Well, that's part of the process, and I will assure you, as the one who did carry the cross, you're not. But that there is a process of growing that happens through this, and Scripture says that, hey, they're going to treat you the same way they treated me, and that there's going to be problems. And if you read in Matthew chapter 10, starting at verse 34, it says, do not think that I came to bring peace on earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I came to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's enemy enemies will be members of his own household. And that points out that there's going to be problems even in your own family. And that's okay. As you grow in scripture, as you grow in your learning, expect people to press up against you. Resistance is not a bad thing, John. If you look at everything in life and its beauty, the bird flying, the fish swimming, that those things can only happen due to resistance. The bird only flies because of the resistance of the wind. The fish only swims because of the resistance of the water. Resistance is something that should propel you forward, not keep you back. Don't expect everybody to love you. They didn't love me. Don't expect everybody to high five you, even your own family, when you're bettering yourself or you're living for God, especially if they don't understand it. If they don't conceptualize it and be able to put it, especially if they're, as you say, scientific atheists in your own words, and they're not always synonymous, by the way, but just because they come from that mindset, they can't put your experience in a petri dish. They're not going to understand it. Steve, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
I thank you for taking my call, Holyoke.
My pleasure, Steve.
I have what I suspect is a very typical hot potato, and that is I just at the horns at the idea that it's a part of the Christian faith that hell could really exist, or exist as it is stated, where people outside the faith, those who perhaps don't have a level of sincerity, the right words at the right time, and spending eternity in hell. And it's not a new topic to me. I've been involved in church for many years, off and on. And in the last 4 or 5 years, it's really given a strong thrust. Got involved in the church with the Old and New Testament, not thoroughly, but enough to get a good sense, just, sort of exited Deuteronomy and Leviticus as a sort of sensibility with all the, horrifying things that take place in there. And anyway, the big thing for me, and it's caused me to sort of abandon, the faith as I portrayed it in my own life. I've fallen on my face in front of God and said, please just help me find you, because I cannot accept that a loving God would send people, guilty or not. The level of guilt would never equal, I think, eternal torture. And therefore, I cannot accept that it is unchristian as far as the logic that God is bestowed on me. I will hold on to the fact that what if this is just an excuse for you to continue to control and enjoy, certain sin, right? In other words, if there were no hell mentioned in the Bible, would I still find reasons to sort of sidestep it because I'm my own selfish need? So I accept, but I examine that pretty closely. I don't think so. And just lastly, for instance, I have some Mormon colleagues that I work with and are great friends, and they are far more faithful and holy than I. And according to those in my congregation, it's a cult, and they're all hellbound. And just when I think of that, and then I try to express my faith to someone else, all of the credibility drains right out of my faith. Because I think of that and say, I cannot, in good faith, follow a faith that will express that as a consequence of the differing dogmas that surround the various sorts of Christian faith, and then, of course, all the rest of them, Muslims, Buddhism, etc. So that's my thought.
Okay, and I think it's a legitimate one. I think it's a healthy place to be. I think if you are a believer and you don't go through this in your walk, you don't ask those questions, and you're not concerned about that, I think that there might be an issue with your heart. However, if you don't work through it, I think that there's an issue with your faith and possibly your head. They meld together, and there's a way to explain and to see them, and we'll go through as much as we can that we have time for, to give you a little different perspective. First of all, I've always been humored by the fact that people have an issue with hell because they feel people haven't earned it, but they have no problem thinking people have earned heaven. which they have not. So if it is based on those kinds of concepts, people have a problem with that. Yet inherent in every culture, every belief system, and so every religious belief, everything always has a punitive or punishment system. Always. It is inherent in man to understand that punishment is not only important, that it's just and it is good. Everyone stands up at the end of the movie when the bad guy gets it and cheers. Everyone stands up when the bad guy is arrested or has to pay for the crime that they committed, because that's good. Yet for some reason, when it comes to God, things that are the holiest of holy, that God should just kind of brush it off and say, it's all right. So let's look and see what really is being done. And the problem is that man keeps comparing themselves to one another. You just did it with religion, and you said all these religions, they're kind of the same, or they may be different, but they're really trying hard, or they're sincere. And as it's been said, that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The problem lies in the fact not that there are differing views, that no one believes that there is a true view, yet they do in every other walk of their life. You know, if you pick up gasoline and put it into a glass, it looks very similar to apple juice. But there's two very different consequences when you consume it. So it's not about appearances, it's not about things that you feel comfortable with, it's about the reality. And the reality is that the sins you commit are not against one another. The sins you commit are against God, who is a holy and righteous, eternal being. So any act against that being, no matter how small it is to you, is a complete and total infraction against the holy will of God.
Sure, and I'll tell you one thing you had said is that everyone seems to have a sense that, oh, gee, well, heaven is certainly exists. And I could accept it, that if I fall short of the mark, I hate to put it so lightly, but if I fall short...
No, that's the actual biblical term. Sin is missing the mark.
Right, so I missed the mark, and then, therefore, the just consequence for me is eternal damnation after having spent 60 years on earth doing or not doing whatever I did. The scale just doesn't equal. I can accept.
But no. It's because you're looking towards man, though. It's not against. The analogy that I give is that if you were to slap your brother in wrestling, you're messing around in the house, you slap your brother. It's a bad thing.
Sure.
But if you were to slap your mother, that's a worse thing, right?
Sure.
Same act on a different person, different consequences, right?
Sure.
Okay, now the police officer comes and he says, why did you slap your brother and why did you slap your mom? And you slap the police officer. Different consequences, right?
Sure.
Same act? Same act? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. When you slap the face of the holy, righteous, eternal God, the consequences, by definition, are eternal. Period. Now, to wrestle with that is to make God human or to make you superior. And you're not. Neither are true. The key is to understand you get focused on the act. And this is how humans work. They focus on themselves. Even the faithful focus only on themselves, instead of focusing on God and who they're slapping when they reject the will of God. That is what the punishment is. In a moment, I'll explain a little bit more, so hang tight, Steve. We'll get into what hell really is, and maybe that might give a better understanding. But marinate, think about that. It's not about the act. You keep going back to the act. It's about who you're doing the act upon. That is why the consequences are so great.
You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask your question, dial 800-520-1515.
Yes, they rabbi, sold I to the merchant ships.
minutes after they took
Yeah, I can move this dresser by myself, no problem.
3 times stronger is the difference between hiring 1
Oops.
versus hiring 3. I got it. Let me take this side.
I got this side.
I got the door. Coming through.
Wow, this is way better.
Castrol Edge Motor Oil is 3 times stronger than the leading full synthetic, so you can unlock maximum performance with every drive. Flame-based and viscosity breakdown is measured in per hormone. Test on 5W30 grade. Stronger oil for maximum performance. Shop for Castrol Edge Motor Oil on Amazon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety pack. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
We have some delays here as you make your way through the Hawthorne stretch. Just slight here delays on the 105 westbound at Hawthorne Boulevard. So a vehicle crashed there off to the right shoulder. Certainly a bit of a hazard there. Be careful. As you head through the Seal Beach stretch of the 405 northbound Seal Beach Boulevard, we got a stalled vehicle there. Also, as you make your way through the Castaic area, you've got some construction north and southbound Hasley Canyon to Lake Hughes Road. Watch for delays. KO5 The Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
It is the Jesus Christ Show. I'm your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life and, of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave. Go to the phone with your theology question or life situation question anywhere in the US of A. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. We were chatting with Steve. Steve, you still there?
Sure.
Thanks so much for holding on. I marinated on a little bit of what I was saying about that it's not about the act, it's about who you do the act on that creates the consequences. I will say also the concept of hell, which is a great concern not only for you, for others, is different than what people think it is. Now, wash away all of the emotive parts of different belief systems. It's not about that. Logic states that regardless of how you feel about something, there are certain laws in which are universal. You have a phone number. It has certain digits in it. If I call that phone number and I'm off one digit, I don't get you by default. I don't even get your neighbor necessarily. So in life, you can't just say, well, if it's close enough, I should be okay. That would be great for people who counterfeit money. It's like, well, it looks pretty close. There is reality, and there are things that aren't reality. There are things that are true, and there are things that are false. That's just the way it goes. Every truth claim is going to be exclusionary by definition. So that's something you need to get over, because that's the reality of everything. Every belief system you mentioned believes the same of you. So that is everything. You are who you are, Steve, and no one can take that away from you. It's the concept of a kid yelling mom in a grocery store. You might have a bunch of women that turn around, but only one is his mother. So there's more to it than just the term God. There's more to it than just sincere faith. And it's not about ignorance either. Hell is not about ignorance. It's about rejection of God. So everyone will hear the message and reject it. So like that glass of apple juice versus the glass of gasoline, everyone will be told, one of these, this one is gas and will hurt you if you drink it. This one is apple juice and you'll be fine. But they will refuse one and drink the other, and that's where the consequence lies. In addition to that, the concept of hell is very different from what people think. The concept of hell is not about the fire and brimstone that people assume that it is. Hell is the absence of the salvation of God. And in that is a place that has, there's nothing to satiate that quench. I'll explain more in a moment. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask your question, dial 800-520-1534. Hey.
I'm Sandy Wells live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 people have been arrested for attempted murder after allegedly chasing a man and shooting him at a community center in San Bernardino County. Police say the relationship between the guys is not clear, but they think the attack last week was a retaliation for a stabbing that happened in 2022 near the Mountain Grove Shopping Center. In-N-Out has announced the company will go ahead with its plans to close its Oakland restaurant. The company says the closure is due to crime in the area, endangering customers and employees. The announcement in January made national news as the first ever In-N-Out permanent closure. The drive-thru's last day is today. Republican Senator Marco Rubio has warned that the U.S. needs to take border security seriously following the ISIS attack in Russia that killed more than 130 people.
Their aspirations go beyond Russia and Iran. They would love to do what they did in Moscow here inside the United States. And it's something we have to be very vigilant about when we have a border in which 9 million people have come across in the last 3 years.
Rubio, who's also the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, says he's not claiming that there's an imminent threat to the U.S., but the border situation and the existence of an ISIS trafficking network are things that should not be overlooked. Pope Francis has led the Palm Sunday celebration at St. Peter's Square, but he skipped reading his homily at the last minute, which officials say is unusual, especially at a major event. The Pope has been suffering on and off with his health the past few weeks and was delegated an aide to read for him, but today his prepared text was not read at all. Got a crash in Hawthorne. It's on the 105 freeway.
And luckily, things moving along fairly well through the area. It's the 105 Century Freeway westbound at Hawthorne Boulevard. It's through Hawthorne, crashed there off the right shoulder, and looks like just some slight delays. More of a hazard than anything as you head through, so be careful. This one a hazard. It's a stall on the Seal Beach stretch of the 405 North at Seal Beach Boulevard. And through Cascade, got a semi-crash here on the 5 South at Template Highway. Watch for some slight delays there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Meadham.
Southern weather from KFI. Wind advisory starting at 11, partly cloudy this morning, becoming mostly cloudy, chance of showers and slight chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs in the lower 60s for Metro LA and OC, mid-60s along the coast, mid-50s to low 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire, and 40s to low 50s in the Antelope Valley. It's going to be mostly clear tonight and sunny, warmer tomorrow. 63 now in Westminster. It's 51 degrees in Mission Viejo. We Lead Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Joey. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable. From sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Always better here with us as we are with you every single Sunday, right here answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life. And of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone with your theology question or life situation question. Anywhere in the US of A, dial 800-520-1534. We're having a conversation with Steve that keeps getting rudely interrupted by commercial breaks. A very interesting question is Steve was asking about the concept of hell. And I love that it comes from such a great place, Steve. I know that this is something that is rocking your faith. And the reason why I'm so impassioned by it, because I think it's imperative to have an understanding that punishment is not evil. Punishment is necessary because of evil. And the concept of hell, if you don't, is there a particular music that you can't stand, Steve? Okay, polka. that's a legitimate choice. So polka. Yeah, Steve doesn't like polka. I get that. I understand that can be problematic. So you don't want to listen to polka for a couple of hours. You certainly don't want to listen to it for a year, right? And if you don't want to listen to it for a year, you wouldn't want to listen to it for 10 years. And if you don't want to listen to it for 10 years, you're not going to want to listen to it for eternity. So God creates a place where the salvation of God is not. Because there are those that reject God throughout life, and God says, if you don't want to serve me, if you don't want to love me and obey me for the 70, 80s, generously 90 years that you have, measly years that you have on this planet, I will not force you to do it for eternity. I will allow you to go to a place where I am not. Now, the consequence of that is that people don't understand how much God they get in life, whether they believe or not. They're still reaping benefits. It's like somebody who drinks soda all the time, says they hate water, but don't understand that water's in soda. They're getting, if they didn't get water, they'd die. So they're getting it from somewhere. It's maybe not the best choice, but they're getting it from somewhere. Likewise, people are getting parts of God, even non-believers are. As the Bible says, it rains on the just and the unjust alike. But there must be a place, there must be a place where those that don't want God, that reject God, that doesn't mean you can say I believe in God or I'm doing good, because your good doesn't matter, Steve. God's good is the ruler. And if you think about having a contractor come and build something for you in your house, you don't want somebody who means well, but whose ruler is different than yours. Because the house needs to be built based on a measuring system that you adhere to, or that the rules of the land adheres to. Otherwise, it's going to be built faulty. So in that sense, if it's just anybody's belief and anybody believes anything, then there is no truth and there's no worthy of having faith at all or any purpose to it. It is all about God. It's not about you in that sense. And to compare yourself to others and say, well, I'm better than this, or even as those group of Mormons you said, that I agree, amazingly dedicated and lovely people. And you start pointing to all these different faiths and saying, or different belief systems, and you say, well, what about these people? What about that people? Then it becomes a hard issue. I get that. And there's argument to be said, especially for the different denominations of Christianity, and some would put, obviously, Mormons into that category versus there are some, as you said, that would say, oh no, they're separate. Well, above all of that, to compare yourself to another human being may get you far in the judicial system of the United States or any government of the land. but it doesn't get you far enough for God. If the measuring rod is next to God and not the person next to you, then it's important to understand that God is the final judge. So to sit there and kind of measure yourself and say, well, I'm better than this person, or they're better than me, or this and that, that's not what it's about. If there is a God, there is one. Our Jewish brothers and sisters would say the Shema. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Echad, one. There is but one God. And if there is one God, that one God is the one that deserves the attention of creation. Regardless of emotion, regardless of what have you, every belief system is exclusionary. Every belief system believes that it's right. Every belief system contradicts one another. So they cannot all be right. They can all be wrong, but they can't all be right. So it's fair to say there's a right way to do it. You do this every day in your life. Every day in your life, you make decisions based on what is right versus what is wrong. But when it comes to religion, nobody wants consequences. Nobody thinks it's fair. Well, let me tell you what's fair. A holy, righteous, true, and eternal God created you and wants you to be with him for eternity. But if you reject him, out of respect, he will allow you to go where he is not. And in doing so, you will feel burning, the gnashing of teeth, not based on the punishment of flames and fire, but on the unquenchable thirst of having an eternal decision made by you and having the consequences. The same as if you pulled a gun on somebody and shot them. The decision is final. You don't get to say, oh, well, I don't like the way the consequences look, so I'd like to reverse it. It's done. Not because God is mean, not because God is stamping his feet like a child and petulant says, you didn't do it my way, so you're done. But because God is loving and God is just. And it's not that everywhere else gets justice except God, that God is supposed to wave it. That is not loving. That is like the parent that doesn't care or doesn't give any consequence to their child. That is not loving. You see it every day. It is not loving to look the other way and just hug someone when they do wrong and harm others and reject truth. So don't expect that from God either. Don't expect God to look the other way.
You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask your question, dial 800-520-15.
John Cobalt taking out the political trash one hack at a time. In a dumpster Friday afternoon at 3:30 on KFI.
Spring is in full bloom, and that same yellow pollen that cakes cars also clings to your clothes. Now you got your washing machine working overtime, and it needs some help. Enter a Fresh Appliance Care, the one and only washing machine cleaner made by the people who made your appliance. A Fresh Appliance Care powers away stubborn residue to help revive appliance performance. And right now, a Fresh products are on sale. Shop now for a Fresh Appliance Care on Amazon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
When a service member or first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty, who's there for them or the families left behind? Who's helping our homeless veterans and our nation to never forget 9/11? The Tunnel to Towers Foundation. More than 95 cents of every dollar donated to Tunnel to Towers goes to its programs. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
We're going to stall through Seal Beach on the 405 San Diego Freeway northbound before Seal Beach Boulevard. It's going to be in the center divider there. And a tow truck is on scene, but it looks like it's be there a little while longer. Now, through the Hawthorne portion of the 105 Century Freeway westbound at Hawthorne Boulevard, still at a wreck here. Solo vehicle crash off to the right. And through Castaic, delays on the 5 south at Temple Highway, just slight. Got a semi there with the right lane blocked. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Well, it's been 10 years and 1,000 tears. And look like love, that's a broken nose and a broken heart and a big apology. What's that? And I pray I bet it falls away.
It is the Jesus Christ Show. Your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I'm with you every single Sunday right here answering your questions and
talking about the things that truly matter in life and the afterlife. Jeff, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Hello.
Well, hello, Jeff. How can I help you?
How does one know they are assured of salvation?
The question is a healthy one, but the principles of salvation deal with giving your life to Christ. Have you?
What does that mean exactly?
Well, it means that there's a lot of things that drive your life. Sex, drugs, rock and roll, whatever it may be. And whoever's at the wheel is the one controlling it, whether that be you, self-worship, and that it's all about you, or whether the principles that are in Scripture and the things that are taught in Judeo-Christian precepts are part of your life. If they're not, it's like you asking me right now, well, what does a relationship mean? Well, it's when you put somebody in a place of importance in your life. You exchange ideas. You propel yourself based on that relationship, protecting it and understanding it, ever deepening it. It's a process. It's not just one particular day, but as far as salvation, the word itself means security, safety. The purpose of it, deliverance. The purpose of it is to understand there is a God that loves you, that created you, that wants to have a relationship with you, and wants to guide your life, wants you to understand His will because He's the maker. And His will is what will help you to live efficiently in a way that is just and loving towards the rest of creation. And if you rebel against those ways and you continue to just do it however you want, then you're not in that place with God. However, if you put God first and you have given your life to God, truly to God, that is salvation. It's said in Scripture that if you confess your sins and that God is faithful and just to forgive, that if you confess before man that God is your Savior. If you believe, some people talk about it as the sinner's prayer. And that's praying for God to be in your life. God, I give my life to you. You are the center of my life. I want you to direct my life. From here on out, I will see myself as a Christian, respond to those that ask that I'm a Christian, not because they're looking for a label, but because the word means to be a follower of the anointed. And that if you find yourself in a good Bible teaching church and you're reading God's word, then you're in that relationship and you're experiencing and receiving that salvation. That's what we mean. Tom, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Well, hello, Jesus. I appreciate you taking my call.
My pleasure, Tom. What's going on?
I've had a question for a long time. I was raised as a Lutheran. I grew up in a Catholic neighborhood, and one of your commandments says, thou shalt not tell a falsehood against thy neighbor. And obviously, that's not exactly right. And I always said, well, there's a reason it says it that way. It doesn't say, like, thou shalt not kill or thou shalt not steal. It says, thou shalt not tell a falsehood against thy neighbor. So I think in that respect, it means sometimes inconsequential lies might be okay. Just because you may not know you're lying, you passed on something you thought was fact from someone else.
But that's not lying.
Right.
That's not lying if you passed on something you believe to be true. Lying is for the purpose of deception.
Okay, but against thy neighbor, I mean, I hate to be such a, persistent on this, but I just think
you're getting hung up on the word neighbor. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, no, so much as against. That you're lying to hurt someone.
Yes.
For an example, if your wife were to ask you how she looked in a dress that she just bought, and let's say your wife's 85 years old, and she's looking kind of not so good, you might say you look fine, you look great. And
okay.
Are you sinning, or are you?
Okay. This this is what they call situational ethics, and it applies to Scripture thusly, that there are times where it is better to, kill a lie to save a life than to kill a life to save the truth. The neighbor part, I will tell you this, the neighbor is referring to anyone. It's not just the immediate people. The term neighbor was because of the small communities that were inherent back at the time of Scripture.
Well, and I brought that up for a reason. I meant to tell you that quickly. The Catholics used to believe very strongly that they couldn't eat meat on Friday, and if they ate meat on Friday, it was a sin. And I would tell them, well, I didn't believe it was a sin. So their opinion was that that was definitely a sin against God. And I said, well, how can that be? It's not biblical. It's not anything. And they all practice that, and they talk about it all the time. And that was one of the big issues that we had as kids growing up. And so, why are you of that belief? Why do you think that is? And they could never tell me.
Yeah, that's a Catholic doctrine that partakes. Think of sin as missing the mark. In the Catholic Church, they believe that that's missing the mark, and that it was disrespectful. That's in the Catholic Church. That's not everywhere. And there are those that Protestants would point to 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 3. Don't partake of any group that who forbid marriage or advocate abstaining from certain foods which God has created to be gratefully shared by those who believe and those who know the truth. So there are those that might argue back and forth, but ultimately your first question, I think, stands as far as there are going to be times. The worst sin of lying is when you're applying it for personal gain. You're lying for personal gain. And this comes throughout Scripture. You see in Proverbs it talks about a false weight, merchants that would falsify the weight so that they could get paid more for produce or what have you.
Well, that part I think I'm clear on.
Okay, so that is the most harmful. Now, honesty is important in a relationship, and I think that if you genuinely don't like the way something looks, you should say so and why in a loving manner. And I know many couples that are very honest. My producer Neil, he and his wife have a very open and honest relationship where they'll tell things that they don't like, and there's going to be tastes and flavors involved, and someone go, oh, well, I don't like the way that looks. Well, but I really enjoy it. Or you've got something in your teeth, or you need to blow your nose, whatever it is. I think there should be incredible open communication in a relationship. When it comes to lying, you have to understand circumstance may dictate otherwise. If you're in 1940s Germany and you're a Christian and you've got Jews in floorboards to save their lives and the SS comes knocking at your door, you lie. You lie for the purpose of protecting your neighbor. And that's imperative. Now, if your neighbor did something illegal, truly illegal, that is against the law of the land and not against the law of humanity, like it was in Germany, and you're protecting them, then that's different. So there are circumstances that dictate, but all lies are evil in the sense that they are rejecting truth. God doesn't want you to reject truth, but sometimes the implied situation is that is made up by a community, in this case the SS, saying that it was bad to harden certain humans at the time, and that in fact supersedes the law. Thank you for joining me this Sunday, this wonderful Palm Sunday. I hope you join me every Sunday, including on Easter. Remember, I'm with you always. Reach out and touch faith. Somebody back, somebody who cares.
Mood enhancing pharmacy grade stimulating talk.
KSI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Retail theft consequences. I'm Sandy Wells live from the Camp High 24-hour newsroom. 3 people from LA have Been charged in connection with a series of smash and grab robberies across California.
The group allegedly hit luxury clothing stores in LA, Orange, and Riverside counties.
These aren't victimless crimes. Sometimes the suspects would use force against workers as they ran out.
Attorney General Rothschild says the group stole more than $300,000 worth of items from 2022 to last month. Investigators with the LAPD Organized Retail Crime Task Force arrested the group. They say the thieves may be charged with even more crimes. At the LAPD headquarters, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A driver in Fullerton has been killed after crashing into a wall. Police say it happened just after midnight at Rosecrans Avenue and Gilbert Street. They say the driver was pronounced dead on scene, and they're looking into what caused that crash. Thousands of protesters in Ireland have gathered to show their support for Palestinians. Many of them are part of the Ireland-Palestine Solidarity Campaign. They marched to the capital of Dublin, calling for the Irish government to pressure Israel into a ceasefire and allow aid into the Gaza Strip. Millions of people in Gaza are on the edge of starvation. Russia has carried out another massive air attack in Ukraine. This comes as President Putin tries to blame Ukraine for the attack that killed at least 133 people in Moscow, even though ISIS has claimed responsibility. The Polish Armed Forces Operational Command says Russia violated Poland's airspace with a cruise missile that flew near a border town. Both countries have increased airstrikes in recent weeks. X, formerly known as Twitter, has seen a steady decrease in users since Elon Musk bought the company. Data shows the number of daily active users on the app was down 18% compared to the same time last year. The U.S. user base has fallen 23%. The number of users worldwide has dropped 15%. Other social media apps, including Instagram and TikTok, experienced increases in users during the same time period. Checking traffic now in Hawthorne. There's a crash on the 105.
The good news here, they're clearing this out. The westbound side of the Century Freeway, the 105, right before Hawthorne Boulevard. So a vehicle accident, they're pushed off and out of your way now. We do have some metal debris in the right lane, bit of a hazard here through Rialto on the 10, San Bernardino Freeway westbound at Riverside Avenue. And through Castaic, got a crash semi, the right lane blocked on the 5 southbound at Templin Highway and the Golden State Freeway. They're just very slight delays. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Beeler.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Southland weather from KFI. Wind advisory in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. That starts at 11 a.m. today. Could see gusting up to 45 miles per hour. Partly cloudy this morning, and then becoming mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. High temperatures today in the lower 60s in Metro LA and OC, mid-60s at the beaches, mid-50s to low 60s in the valleys and the Inland Empire. Mostly clear skies tonight, lows mid-40s in Metro LA and OC, mid-40s at the beaches and low 40s in the valleys. And it'll be sunny tomorrow. Highs upper 60s for Metro LA and OC, mid-60s at the coast and the valleys and the IE. It's 51 now in Anaheim, 53 in Santa Ana, 48 North Hollywood, 52 in Maywood. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
AM 640 and live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer, and most importantly today, your guide to turning your ordinary house into an extraordinary home. We are talking about springtime concerns, early spring concerns. It's the first weekend of spring, and if you haven't looked outside, what is wrong with you? Look outside. It is gorgeous out there. And we're talking about the things that come along this time of year, where specifically birds, bees, pests, trees, things that we need to take care of or be ready to take care of. This is part 2 of a 2-day conversation that we started yesterday. We'll dive right in. If we do it all right, we're going to bring some light into your morning, make you feel glad that you were here. We're also going to take some calls, of course, as we do. The team is here. Tony and Brandon are on the board. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
And even no, Brandon said good morning. He gave us a full good morning, and Tony was like, hey, I'm not even sure for a one-syllable word we got that whole thing. You know I'm here. I know you're there. Producer Richie standing by to take your calls. By the way, I'll give you the number out right now because we will be going to the phones, a couple of 3 times during the program today. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 833, the numeral 2-ASK-DEAN. There you go. Anything you want to talk about regarding your home. Construction, DIY, design, yes please, anything at all, inside, outside, above, below, anything regarding your home. That's why I am here to help you out. Sandy Wells at the news desk. Morning, Sandy.
Good morning, Dean.
How you doing, bud?
Good. My wife's been away for a few days, so it's affecting my cat. And this morning when I left the house at 4 a.m., the cat gave me the weirdest look. Just stared at me and acted like she hated me. It was kind of tough, I gotta tell you. I don't know what to do.
It's not that unusual for cats, though, for that look, right?
So, I don't think I've ever seen it before.
No, really, yeah. Just. I tell you though, of all the animals that we keep close to us, cats do resentment best. They really do.
You are so right. That's exactly what it is. She gave me the hairy eye. I mean, she just like so resentful. I just thought, man, I could barely leave the house. He said, I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Should have brought her with you.
She gave me the silent treatment.
Should have brought her with you.
I should have. I really did want to grab her and just put her in the car and say, you're gonna help me do the news.
Yeah, let her walk all over the board. Just make the whole thing more exciting.
That would be good magic, wouldn't it? Wow.
Tina loves doing puzzles out in our garden room, and she'll be like right smack dab in the center of a puzzle, and our cat will come in and just walk all over decide to rearrange the pieces, sometimes slide something that she's accomplished right off the table, you name it. And happy to do it. Always happy to do it.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
That's the charm of cats, I guess.
Yes. All right. Hey, you already heard from her, sitting across the table from me. My better half. My design partner. What? What was that? You know it's true. My design partner, the co-owner and co-founder of House Whisperer, and most importantly, my best buddy in all the world, Tina, is here. There you are.
Here I am. Welcome home.
All right, let's get to it, shall we? We are talking all things spring. Where I left things in the previous episode of yesterday's show, we covered a lot of stuff, but I wanted to kind of deep dive into pests. And of course, as I said yesterday, pests is not a taxonomic designation for any creature whatsoever. It is a human, categorization of things that we don't want around us at a certain time and place. That's all a pest is. My granddaughter Olivia is occasionally a pest, but most of the time she is the apple of an apple. So that lets you know right there. Pest, not an actual term officially in the world of biology. And I bring that up because, quite often I run into homeowners who are just at war, I would say, with the natural world around them. Everything to them is a pest. An ant on the sidewalk is a pest. A bird singing too loudly in the tree next to their bedroom window is a pest. Rats, all rats on planet Earth are pests. All rodents of any kind. And they expend so much energy trying to purge their world of any unplanned anything that it leaves me scratching my head. It also leaves me with very little to do as a designer for the backyard other than to just pave it all over, walk away, which I will never do. So those people don't end up staying my clients very long, if at all. But I've run into so many who are in that situation. So if you take a look in the mirror and find yourself to be one of those people expending extraordinary efforts to get rid of pests in your life, just remember, that's your definition of what that thing is. That is not actual reality. And you know what? You want to get rid of pests in your yard, stop calling them. Get over yourself and move on with trying to find a way to cohabitate with them, especially seeing that it was their land before yours. And as a result, we just need to find a way of bringing as much nature back into the areas that our homes have displaced as possible. It's a very simple concept. And it's not just humans. It's not a human guilt trip thing. Anytime any creature moves into an area, makes itself a home, a burrow, a nest, or whatever, there is a displacement of what was previously there. Okay? If a gopher digs a burrow or a series of tunnels in the ground, it's displacing soil that was previously there in a different position. So it's not that displacement is the issue. It is our unbelievable power to displace so universally and so uniformly, so as to really, really cut into the natural world around us, which is what other creatures aren't doing that same way. So we need to learn that. And once we get our houses built and ourselves settled in place, do everything we can to bring nature back as close to us as possible. And you're like, well, then I've got all these problems. No, not if we manage it and handle it right. I actually have found, and this is not just me being nature boy, although I am, self-confessed, I have found that when there's a dynamic system set up of nature in your yard, in your garden, around your property, the nice thing about it is not only is it present and near you and you gain all the benefits of that, but one of the main benefits is kind of a biodynamic system around you is by and large taking care of itself, as opposed to you having to constantly fight against every twist and turn. So that takes us to this discussion of pests. Now, I'm not saying there aren't pests. Like I said, anything can be a pest at any given time. But how are we going to handle them? Well, the general rule that I like you to practice is what we call RED. RED is an acronym, and it simply stands for repel, exclude, and deter. Repel, exclude, deter. These are our tactics. RED is our strategy. These are our tactics that we will employ. And so right on the other side of the news here, we'll do a little deep dive, and we'll talk about certain species of critters that are often categorized as pests, like rats and other rodents, skeeters, mosquitoes, who honestly, in my book, talk about those techniques or tactics of actually repelling, excluding, and deterring them from being too close and or in our homes. All of this and so much more this morning. Your home, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Sandy Wells, as the news.
Federal officials have continued their investigation into the crash of a single-engine airplane near Acton. A spokesman for the FAA says the pilot reported an engine issue at about 6:30 Friday night. Holy Week begins today with Palm Sunday. Archbishop Jose Gomez will celebrate Palm Sunday Mass in English at the Cathedral of Our Lady of Angels at 10 a.m. The Spanish Mass will be at 12:30. Lawmakers in D.C. have passed $1.2 trillion spending package, which avoids a partial government shutdown. We'll check the 91 freeway coming up right after this.
I feel good. Dad, are you eating your cereal?
Come on, Ava. Silk almond milk. Starts the morning out. I know.
Silk almond milk.
With calcium, vitamins A, D, and E.
Feel plenty good.
Kevin Hart here. This basketball season, Chase Freedom Unlimited is helping me cash back on everything, even the sound system that auto-tunes the game.
Coming from way downtown. Will the owner of a red salon please visit guest services?
Bet you've never heard cash back and sound like that. Cash back like a pro. Chase Freedom Unlimited. Chase, make more of your choice.
Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smart home. The home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Wait, you're thinking about selling your home? Stop! If it's not in tip-top shape, you might lose 20 to 50% of your home's value. Before you sell, call my friends at Revive Real Estate to see if you qualify for the most innovative selling solution I've ever seen. It starts with Revive Real Estate purchasing your home just like any other buyer. Simple, but here comes the game changer. Revive renovates your home, sells it, and then pays you again for the additional profit from the renovation. You heard it right. You get a second check. Revive Real Estate has many different programs for every homeowner, and right now, the average homeowner who works with Revive receives an additional $188,000 they would have otherwise left on the table. That's a fact. Revive Real Estate can help every homeowner figure out how to maximize their home's value. Now, of course, every home's potential is different, and not every home qualifies. So, to find out if your home is accepted, go to KFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive. That's KFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive.
As we wonder why school shootings keep happening, someone is lashing out at loved ones. As we argue about legislation, someone is posting threats on social media. As we continue to mourn the loss of innocent lives, someone is planning the death of more. Knowing the signs is the best way to prevent gun violence. Learn the signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
Bad breath is no fun. Let me introduce you to Zellman's Minty Mouthwash. It's a tiny little capsule you swallow, mint on the outside, parsley seed oil on the inside. Clinically tested against the toughest offenders, even garlic and onions. And it doesn't just cover up your bad breath, it cleans your breath in a way other mints can't. Zellman's gives you a money-back guarantee, free shipping if you order 3 packs or more. Go to Zellmans.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zellmans, ZELMINS.com, code KFI at checkout.
The Lombardi may have been lifted, but that doesn't mean there's no football to talk about. It's the off-season, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast for news and fresh content all off-season long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage at the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G business.
They say they're going to rally virtually. Can we stop it with this virtual crap? I'm virtually done with it.
Well, I would have assumed that people finally found some lack of interest in it. Gary and Shannon. I don't want to do a Zoom call. No, I don't want to do a Microsoft Teams call anymore. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Something's coming through you. That's what I'm tuning in with. My angel sister, your pretend sister.
King Sharp, the House Whisperer at your service. Hey, whether you live in a shed or a castle, whether you rent or are the lord of the manor, I am here to help you take your home to the next level. We are talking about springtime concerns, specifically right now, talking about pests and what to do with pests, and the little acronym RED, which is the best possible strategy you can take with pests around your house. RED, meaning repel, exclude, and deter. These are the 3 tactics that we will employ along the way. So we're going to dive back in. I also want to remind you that in just a bit, we're going to be going to the phones. The phone lines are open now. Producer Richie is standing by, ready to take your call. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-D. 833-2-ASK-D. Anything you want to talk about. Design, construction, DIY, landscape, hardscape, interior scape, up, down, all around. There you go. I did not mean to make that sound like a nursery rhyme or a song. Just came out that way. All right. Repel. Repel. This is the first letter in our acronym of how to deal with pests of RED. Repel, exclude, deter. Let's talk about rats. I'm going to get them out of the way here because I am not a big... well, I'll just put it this way. I'm not a big believer in anybody's ability to effectively repel rats, okay? And I don't mean to say the word rats derogatorily. I'm just saying if they want to be in your yard, they're going to be in your yard. However, there are things that perhaps you can plant around your garden and other things like that that can limit their desire to go into an area. On a purely flowering side of things, stuff like snapdragons, geraniums, mint, lavender, amaryllis, and daffodils. Surprisingly enough, rats just do not get into it. They're not fans. And you put up a border of those around, and you will likely, maybe, possibly repel them. You see, I'm not really giving it a bunch of stock now. Understand, Tina and I have chickens. And if you have chickens, you have rats. Period. The very first thing you learn when you become a backyard chicken farmer, raiser, rancher, person, is, and I love this, everybody loves chicken. That's what you learn. That's the first thing anybody's going to tell you. Hey, just know this. Everybody loves chicken. In other words, everybody wants to be near your chickens or eat your chickens or steal your chickens' eggs or steal the shavings from your chickens and all this kind of stuff. So when it comes to our rats, our pet rats here on the property, our chickens are rat magnets in that, now no rats bother the chickens. Chickens are little dinosaurs. Rats don't want anywhere near the actual bird. Also, they don't bother with the eggs. We've never had a rat steal a chicken egg, ever, in all the years that we've been doing this. Now, if an egg breaks, they'll clean it up for you, no problem. But we've never had a rat steal an egg. What the rats are all about is that the chickens are in there warm and cozy at night. They would also like to be warm and cozy, and we see them going in stealing feathers, chicken feathers, and shavings, because they're off building their own home somewhere, and they're stealing materials for our job site. So the point is, rats are near chickens. Oh, and then the rats also very much enjoy the chicken feed and the water that we put out for them. So it's a whole thing. Anyway, I cannot personally imagine snapdragons and geraniums and a little bit of mint keeping rats out of our yard when you consider the enticement of the chickens. But I am told they can do a job of maybe a rat who is like on the fence as to whether they're going to come into your yard at all. Maybe they see a geranium and they're like, nah, I'll move. I don't know. However, there are organic compounds that are a little more potent. Balsam fir, peppermint, clove, cinnamon, garlic. These are not favorites of rats. And there are products out there that do a much better job even than that. There's Rat Out Gel, which is garlic-based. There's a product called Detour, which is basically white pepper. Roadblock is another rat deterrent product, or a repelling product, which I'm not exactly sure what's in Roadblock because I forgot to write it on my notes here. And Propel, which is peppermint, rosemary, and citronella oils that rodents hate. You spray it along the foundation of a building. It's not easily washed off because it's oil-based, and it lasts for a long time. And so it kind of keeps them from wanting to get close and rub up to it. So there you go. Repelling of rats. All right. Can we repel mosquitoes? And by the way, we're going to come back to rats and all of these as we do each step with excluding and deterring, but now we're just talking about repelling stuff. Can we repel mosquitoes? I mean, really? Can you really repel mosquitoes? We'll talk about that right after the news. You're home with Game Shark, the House Whisperer. Excuse me. Sandy Wells has the latest.
A state grant to help the Balboa Island ferry go round despite clean air mandates and almost shut the boats down.
We got a grant for $7.9 million.
Balboa Island ferry owner Seymour Beach says he'll need just a few million more to comply with clean air mandates.
From the get-go, it seemed kind of crazy to me because our whole operation, we only burn 26 gallons of diesel a day.
He says, yet for darn near the price of new boats, the taxpayer-funded grant announced this week will retrofit his 3 boats to electric by 2026.
Our operation is very smooth, just the way it is.
The more than 100-year-old company ferries about 1.5 million people and 300,000 cars each year. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
2 men have been arrested in connection with a fatal shooting in Long Beach. Police say they responded yesterday morning where they found a guy suffering from a gunshot wound to the upper body. He was pronounced dead on the scene. They say witnesses described a car they saw leaving the area, and officers on patrol were able to locate the car nearby and take the men into custody. One gun has been recovered. A man dubbed New York City's worst landlord has been attacked in Rikers Island prison. The man turned himself in Friday after an arrest warrant was issued. He's supposed to spend 60 days behind bars for 700 building violations. Indeed, you got to talk to this guy. Well, anyway, this city says a tough approach is designed as a deterrent and pressure point for bad landlords. The man was fined $3 million for violations at another property last year. New York Attorney General Letitia James is prepared to start seizing some of former President Trump's assets if he does not pay the $464 million he owes in a civil fraud case.
The massive fine comes after a judge found Trump overvalued his real estate and exaggerated his net worth.
ABC's Aaron Kaczynski says James registered the court's judgment in Westchester County, which is a sign she may be eyeing Trump's Briarcliff Manor Golf Club and Medford State, known as Seven Springs, in addition to his properties in the city. Trump's attorneys have argued it's impossible for them to secure the bond to appeal. We'll check the 605 freeway coming up right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Artesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Artesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety pack. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
Zero litter is the goal. CleanCA.com.
NexGard Plus, afoxolone and oxydectin and pyrantel chewable tablets, is the one you want for your dog's monthly protection. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Ask your veterinarian about NexGard Plus Chews today.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
I have been a BMW owner for over 25 years, and I just bought my newest BMW from Sterling BMW. Family owned for over 30 years, Sterling BMW, exceptional offers from BMW Financial Services, sterlingbmw.com.
This is Jacob Emily. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI AM 640, the news, what it means, why it matters.
Always an angel, never God. Always an angel, never God. Always an angel, never God.
AM 640 and live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You are home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. We are talking about springtime pest concerns around your home. Also, after our next news break, we are going to be going to the phones. Here's the number. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 833, the number 2, Ask Dean. Give us a call. Phone lines are open now. Producer Richie standing by, ready to take your call about anything. I'm talking pests and bees and trees and all sorts of goodness in the spring around your yard today. You can talk to me about anything. Design, construction, DIY, whatever. Anything you want to talk about. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. Okay, back to it. When I left you, we had asked the question, can you in fact, oh, and by the way, we're moving forward with our strategy here of RED, repel, exclude, and deter. The best possible strategy you can have when it comes to pests in your home. And we're on the repel side. Talked about rats, repelling rats, whether or not that's super realistic, that's fine. We'll catch them on the other 2 letters, I promise. What about mosquitoes? Can you repel mosquitoes? No, not really. I mean, only in the most immediate context, okay? In other words, scientifically speaking, the only thing that is going to repel a mosquito is whether you put a mist of repellent around you when you're sitting out on the patio, or you actually put some insect repellent on your skin. Now, traditionally, in years past, DEET was the thing. DEET is an acronym that stands for a very long chemical word that I will not repeat here. But DEET was a thing in the backpacking community. It's always been a concern of ours because here's the thing. DEET works really, really well. It also melts nylon. I mean, when you bring nylon in contact with DEET on your skin, we've seen parts of our backpacks literally melt away. So, not a huge fan of the DEET, even though mosquitoes love me, and so normally when the mosquito season starts, I go outside protected. The cool thing though is, thank goodness, is that there's a product out there that is not going to melt vinyl, but it has proven itself just as effective, if not more so, than DEET, which is picaridin. 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 You want to look for any kind of repellent lotion or spray that has about 20% picaridin in it, and you are good to go as far as it being better than DEET. Actually created by the Bayer company. And Bayer, like aspirin, Bayer, developed initially by Bayer, not bears out there, but Bayer. And strangely enough, I'm going to be 100% transparent here.
I was just reading this morning. I'm like, so what exactly is happening when a mosquito lands on my skin and I've got the keratin on it? They don't. They literally don't know. All they know is this: it's not hurting your skin, and the mosquitoes don't like it, and so they leave before they bite you. That's what they know so far. They have literally not figured out why yet. So, yeah, mosquitoes, right? It is important, though. Very, very important. Especially here in Southern California, we've got a relatively new species of mosquitoes, the Aedes, Aedes, otherwise known as the ankle biters, or back in the Midwest, they're referred to as no-see-ums because they're super small and they are down near the ground where you don't see them. Typically our regular old mosquitoes out here, they land on your shoulder or your arm or your hand or your face or your neck. No, these little guys are down there, biting away at your ankles, and during the day as well. Other mosquitoes like pulex start biting at dusk. It continues a few hours into the dark. Mosquitoes considered the deadliest animal on planet Earth because it carries things like Zika, West Nile virus, dengue fever, and yellow fever, and parasitic canine heartworm. I mean, mosquitoes, not my favorite chapter of evolutionary history, mosquitoes. Anyway, the key with mosquitoes is not repelling them. Like I said, you can do it locally, immediately around you, okay? But attracting them elsewhere is probably the most effective. If you have a real mosquito problem, probably the most effective technique. Attracting, not repelling. Mosquitoes love CO2. They love the smell of human, animal, mammal flesh, but they especially are attracted to the plumes that arise from us as we exhale, okay? CO2. And so your breath, and it doesn't matter if it's minty fresh or not. It's not about that. It's about the carbon dioxide that we exhale. And so what do? Well, you can create a larger, more substantial plume of CO2 elsewhere, as far away from you as possible. And that's what large-scale mosquito attractors are about. And the theory is simply this: listen, if you offer them an appetizer in you could offer them a 4-course meal elsewhere, just a few yards away, and they'll spend their time over there and not where you are. And theory tends to prove itself out and work pretty well. There are all sorts of gadgets and gizmos out there claiming to deal with mosquitoes. I will tell you the two that I am aware of that actually work. Locally, meaning right next to you or near where you are, Thermacell makes some excellent products. We use them here at the house. There are rechargeable repellent devices. They're going to run you about $50. They have about a 20-foot range, 20-foot radius, or 10-foot radius range, or 20 feet around the overall. And you get a couple, 3 of those around your patio table or out where you're entertaining, and you'll see a significant difference. If any mosquitoes get through at all. I mean, honestly, they work really, really well. They're the only misted repellent that I know that actually has worked for us here. So I'm just telling you that on personal experience. The other thing that works are the attractors, and that you will use most of them work off of a canister that you use to gas up the barbecue, right? So the same propane tank that you would get for your barbecue, you mount this device on top of it, set it all the way on the back corner of the property, as far away from where people are gathering as possible, and let that turn on, and it will create a CO2 mist. Now, I know, are we adding CO2 to the atmosphere by doing it? Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not a lot. It's just more than the group of humans over on the other side of the yard set it up. You just pull the mosquitoes away while you're out there. So that's the idea. That's the best stuff that I know to tell you about mosquitoes. And I will tell you this, mosquitoes are not, N-O-T, not attracted to bug zappers, okay? Bug zappers, useless against mosquitoes. Studies have shown that less than 1% of the insects that are killed by zappers are mosquitoes or other biting insects. The devices attract and kill beneficial or harmless insects like moths and have no effect on the overall mosquito population. That is science. It's truth. Don't waste your money on bug zappers to get rid of mosquitoes around your yard. It is not a thing that actually happens. All right. When we return, we're going to table this conversation and we're going to hit the phones. We got a lot of calls on the board. We're going to pick some calls, answer your questions about your home. You are home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer Sandy Wells has the news.
A search is underway in Northern California for a mountain lion that attacked two brothers, one fatally. Two men have been arrested in connection with the fatal shooting in Long Beach. Cops say they responded yesterday morning when they found a guy suffering from a gunshot wound to the upper body. Brazil's federal police have arrested the men suspected of orchestrating the killing of a Rio de Janeiro councilwoman. Marielle Franco is black, openly bisexual, was gunned down in 2018. We'll check the 5 freeway coming up right after this.
All right, you want to look and feel your best? The sun is coming out. It's not going to be long before you're out and about. I want to tell you about LifeSource, a LifeSource whole house water system. Since you are made up of, 70% water, improving the water in your home makes a massive difference. It's going to leave you healthier. It's going to leave your hair shining, your skin glowing. With a LifeSource system, there's never any regular maintenance. There are no filters to change or salt to buy. And right now, actually, a really great time to get a LifeSource system. They are celebrating their 40th anniversary.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema. or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
Every basket is better with the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Bartesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Bartesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Bartesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Bartesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the Tropical Margarita, Vodka, Whiskey, and Gin Lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Bartesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at Bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
All I ever do is come to you, and my imagination. Do you believe in the brighter day? Well, I can't find that day.
KFI, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Welcome home. Glad to have you with us on the program. It is a beautiful, beautiful Southern California Sunday morning out there. A little cool, a little sunny, a little breezy, maybe a little rain today, maybe some clouds. It's springtime. Spring brings it all. Sometimes it brings it all in just one day. And that's one of the cool things about spring. But it is beautiful all the way through, no question about it. Hope you have plans to get out into it today. We're talking about spring-related stuff. We're going to get back to that in just a bit. But because, top of the hour, it is time to go to the phones. Let's talk to Candy. Hey, Candy, welcome home.
Good morning, Dean. Good morning. You're such a doll. Listen, I have interior doors, baseboard, and casing all painted with oil-based paint. I want to repaint, and I need to know how I can go about painting over the oil base with water-based paint. I actually prefer to use oil if I can get it mixed to my color, but I don't know that I can.
Yeah, and you know what? Oil is becoming rarer and rarer. In the state of California, technically, you can't use it anymore anyway. And that's not just leftist California. It's going to be happening all over the nation very soon. One of the reasons is because water-based alkyd paints are getting better and better and stronger. Arguably, some of them, like a Benjamin Moore compete with oil-based paints as far as their overall durability these days. We're so close. But you bring up a really good point. If you already have oil-based paints on your trim or walls or in your house or your doors, you got to be careful because putting a water-based paint on top of an oil-based paint, you will have an adhesion problem unless you prep it right. And, paint work is always prep. It's 90% prep. So the simple truth, Candy, and I'm not going to pull any punches with you. I don't care what manufacturer claims that you can just slap it right on. The simple truth is you don't need to sand the door down to get the oil base off. All you need to do is sand the door to rough it up. You need to open up the porosity, get the sheen off of the paint, and that's all that's necessary. Once the sheen is gone, you've sufficiently opened the porosity of the paint up. The pores are there on a microscopic level. They've now been exposed, and that means that a good primer, water-based primer, can go down and grab onto it and now become a perfectly prepped surface for water-based paints from here on out. So the key to painting over oil-based with water-based is, number one, knocking off the sheen, clean it up really good, no dust or anything left over, a good coat of primer, and then your water-based paint, and you should be good to go.
Oh, all right, then I'll try that. But I did have someone tell me to just use the primer first. And so that's a fallacy. We really do need to rough it up. And I'm wondering about the doors that have like a wood look to them. They're not really wood, but they have a wood grain, so to speak, on them. And you're not going to be able to get into all those little tiny crevices.
Oh, I see. You mean they're embossed. They have a wood embossing, a grain,
right,
like a raised grain pattern. Yeah.
Like
again,
a panel door.
Yeah. So, again, you don't have to go crazy with it, okay? You don't even have to. I mean, technically, you could rough up the oil-based paint with steel wool, okay, which isn't going to dig into the door at all. I'm talking about a very, very light grain grit of sandpaper. Very, very fine grit. Just enough to knock off the sheen, not enough to cut into the wood in any way, shape, or form.
So with those little crevices that are created by this fake wood grain, if I don't get actually down into all those little crevices, it's not going to be an issue. But maybe with the steel wool, you do get into it.
Yeah. With steel wool, you will. But no, don't. I would say this: you get the surface grain handled with roughing up, and then you get it cleaned up really good and get a nice primer coat on there. You're not going to have any problems. Don't obsess about every little nook and cranny. You get 80% of the surface of that door opened up in its porosity, and the paint is going to hold, I promise.
Oh, great. That's good news. I appreciate it ever so much. And I always love listening to your show. You're the best, and if you don't believe me, ask Tina.
Candy, thank you so much.
You hear that?
Yeah, you heard that? Candy said okay. All right. Candy, thanks for the call. Good luck with your doors.
Keep listening, of course. You take care. Bye-bye, Dad.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. All right, y'all. Hey, as long as you have as many nice things to say about me as Candy, feel free to get on the show. How's that? I kind of like that. When we return, more of your calls. You're home with the living doll, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer on KFI.
The more you know, the easier it is to avoid the idiots around you.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Action District Death. I'm Sandy Wells live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man has been found dead with a gunshot wound after crashing into a building in L.A. The LAPD says officers responded to the Fashion District early this morning where they discovered the car and an unresponsive man inside. They say they think the guy was likely shot near Olympic Boulevard, tried to escape before crashing. There was minor damage to the building.
Not playing attack. The arson will be waiting in his vehicle, also injured.
A search underway in Northern California for a mountain lion that attacked two brothers, one fatally. ABC's Mark Remillard says the young men were hunting for shed antlers in El Dorado County yesterday when it happened.
Deputies arrived to find a younger brother with serious injuries to his face. Minutes later, they say they found the mountain lion crouched next to the body of the older brother.
Officers fired their guns, which scared it away. Mountain lions are known to attack people, but the last fatal encounter was in 2004 in Orange County. LA County has approved new short-term rental rules for unincorporated areas.
The rules now include an annual fee of $914 and the requirement that hosts only rent out their primary residence. That means no accessory dwelling units or vacation rentals. County leaders say this action is to preserve the long-term housing stock and quality of life, while also leaving some room for owners to rent out their spaces on a short-term basis. The rules are only for unincorporated areas in LA County, not cities, but don't yet impact places like Marina del Rey or Catalina Island, where the California Coastal Commission is expected to enact its own regulations. Michael Monk's KFI News.
Russia has entered a national day of mourning following a terrorist attack that killed at least 133 people in Moscow. ABC's Patrick Reveal says ISIS has claimed responsibility twice, even releasing a video.
Vladimir Putin ignored the ISIS claims, Putin instead trying to link it to Ukraine. Putin saying the suspected attackers had been arrested trying to flee to Ukraine and suggested without evidence that a crossing had been prepared for them there.
Putin has vowed retribution. The U.S. says Ukraine played no role in the attack. A shirt Britney Spears wore on the X Factor in 2012 is up for auction. The chainmail halter top could sell for thousands of dollars. Bidding starts at $500, but it's been appraised for $20,000 to $25,000. It's rare for clothing worn by the singer to go up for auction since Spears sold most of her iconic outfits to her charity, the Britney Spears Foundation. And we'll be checking the 110 in downtown LA right after this.
As the experts in transmissions for over 50 years, there's nothing at AMCO we haven't heard. So when I hit the gas, just about. And nothing we can't fix.
It's going. What's that?
From transmissions to brakes and everything in between. No credit? Finance your repair at AMCO. Exclusions apply, may not be combined with any other offer. Limited time offer, participating centers only. People who know go to AMCO. AA MCO.
And we're experiencing delays now in downtown LA on the 110.
This is really our one heavy spot right now, or at least one of two. It's going to be downtown LA on the 110 northbound from the 10 Santa Monica Freeway to the 101, the connector there, the downtown 4 level. That's going to be a little heavy. Give yourself a little time. As you make your way on through the southbound side of the 15, Baxter Road, got a crash there in the center divider. Some slowing as well through the Castaic area, southbound side of the 5. We do have a semi off to the side, the right lane there affected. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI, AM 640, and live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend. Saturday mornings from 6 to 8 Pacific time, Sunday mornings 9 to noon Pacific time. Welcome to the program. Always a privilege and a pleasure to have you along for the ride. Welcome to the second hour of our program this morning. We're talking about all things spring, specifically right now the things that kind of are pesty, that kind of get in your way or bug you, get it? Pest, bugs. Ants, mosquitoes, rodents, bees, although, as we will discuss later in the program, bees are not pests. Never to be labeled pests. No. No, you don't. No.
We'll talk about that in a bit. And also going to explain the swarming of bees right now during the spring, which is when they swarm, and why you should not freak out about that or call the exterminator. Yeah, true. Okay, we'll get there. But right now, it's top of the hour, and therefore we are taking calls. I'm going to go back to the phones. I talked to Nancy. Hey, Nancy, welcome home.
Hi, Dean. Thank you. I'm loving today's subject matter. Okay, I'm finally wanting to tackle some repairs to my old, long neglected house. I got the roof done, yay. I need wood repair, there's termite damage. I need stucco repair, partly from the gap that was left between the walls and where the old roof line was. And then I'll need painting. Would it be better to hire a general contractor or to use separate dedicated repair people for each type of work?
Really good question. It really kind of depends. And ultimately, I mean, sometimes it depends on the scope of the work. It sounds like you've got several different disciplines that you want to get done there at the house. In that case, a general might be a possibility. But in the end, it really depends on you, my friend. Who knows what well worth the money, well worth it. Takes a lot of complications and hassles off your back, assuming you find their full attention and getting it done. They can spot things maybe that you would overlook while certain repairs are being done in order to make sure that the repairs are, the most comprehensive and most effective possible. A good general contractor, let me just say this, a good general contractor, and there are a lot of them out there, also a lot of bad ones, but a good general contractor is worth their weight in gold. They're worth every penny of the profit that they make on the project. Now, if you don't hire a general contractor, you handle it yourself, then you're going to be saving that level of the profit on the project, okay? But just know this, you are going to be earning that yourself in spades because it's going to be on you to make sure that people are showing up, that they are doing the scope of work correctly, and that they're getting the repairs done the right way. Now, it can totally be done. It's a question of you doing your homework, you not abdicating your responsibility for the repairs in your house, you kind of being the captain of your repair team, and whether or not you want to put the time and energy into that, and the stress that goes along with it. So it really comes down to you, my friend, and making a decision on what needs to be done for the house. That doesn't mean even if you take the project on yourself, it doesn't mean that you're going to be out in the dark in terms of good counsel and advice, because if you are hiring individual contractors, subcontractors, or what we'd say specialty contractors for each of these areas, you should be getting 2, 3, or 4 bids for every area of work. And in doing so, handling it right as you're taking those bids and having people out to take a look at the problems, listening very carefully, asking probing questions, you should be getting an education on what your repairs exactly entail. And you will see amongst the bids an overlap of the things that every single contractor is talking about, just like Venn diagrams that overlap each other and share a common source. It's those areas of overlap that amount to the essential area of your, if all 4 contractors come out, let's say for stucco repair, and they all mention 5 things, and a couple of them mention a couple of other things, then you know for certain that those 5 things that they all mention are essential to the job, and you can take a look at the outlying things as well. But at the end of the day, it's really going to be about you. I've got clients who absolutely insist they are going to be their own generals for their project, and they are ready and willing and able to dive in 100%, and they end up saving themselves money, although not necessarily saving themselves stress along the way. I have other clients who are like, no, here's the key, just call me when it's over.
And you know what? It's totally fine either way. It's just a question of individual, how much you want to put into it.
Wow. Okay. I've got some thinking to do then. That's very, very helpful advice. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Good luck on that project. I didn't mean to intimidate you or set you back. But that's the reality of it because you want to get it done right, and there are pros and cons to both. There really, really are both ways to go. So good luck. Good luck. Call me back if you've got questions. We talked to a couple of ladies. Let's talk to a dude. Where's a dude named here on my list? Oh, here's one. Mike, welcome home.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man.
Hey, I have a question for you. I've been in my house since 2009. We put in tile to redo the house. And the tile in the kitchen was really put in when we had children. We wanted tile that was going to hide dirt. But now it just looks like dirty tile. So we want to put linoleum over it. What's your advice or what's your recommendations on putting linoleum over this tile?
All right, so are we talking about putting linoleum over ceramic tile?
Yeah.
Okay, so not linoleum over other vinyl tile products, but ceramic tile.
Ceramic tile.
Well, okay, so it's all about adhesion. Well, it's not. It's about two things actually. It's about adhesion and it is about contours of the tiles. Okay. Now, the tile in your kitchen, relatively flat tile, and what about the grout joints? Do they dip down below? Are they large? Are they wide? Are they small and minuscule? What do you got?
Unfortunately, they're wide. Yeah, that was the mistake right from the start. A lot of dirt in there right now.
Okay. And are you on a slab?
We are on a slab.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to tell you what your options are. My preference would be to tell you to chip up the tile and put down whatever you want, linoleum or whatever, but to chip up the tile so that you're not laying one finished surface and making it dependent upon another finished surface. Okay, that would be my first preference. I can understand why we, wouldn't necessarily want to go to that length if we can get around it safely. So, just so you know, that would be my first approach. Especially since you're on a slab, you just expose the slab and you go for it. But in lieu of that, if those tiles are really well secured, had no issues, no breakage, no popping of the tiles, it's down there, it's good to go. First, we got to clean those tiles. It's much like the advice I gave earlier. We need to scuff them up. In your case, with ceramic tile, we want to use some heavy-duty grit, sandpaper, or abrasive to get any kind of a glaze kind of buffed down off of them so that we open up the porosity of the surface of those tiles. Make sure that it is clean, clean, clean. And then, here's the critical part. You're not ready yet. You want to get yourself a tile, a vinyl tile, or I'm sorry, a vinyl sheet good filler and leveler. And what that is, it's, they come in 5-gallon buckets. It's kind of a paste. It feels like almost like a glue. It's not a glue. And what you want to do is you're going to take a trowel and you're going to trowel this paste across the whole floor into all the grout joints. And essentially what we want to do is we want to bring everything up to the same level. We don't want to be able to see the grout joints. We don't want to be able to detect them, that there's a dip. And the reason this is so important, Mike, is because you may lay your linoleum out there on the tile on day one and it all looks super great. But I guarantee you, if we leave any indentations with grout joints or even the contour, some tiles have like a, kind of a knobby kind of finish on them. If we leave any kind of that on there, then after a few weeks and or at the most months, you will see the linoleum settling down into the grooves of the old tile floor. You'll start to see the impression of the old tile floor through the linoleum because it just won't bridge and hold up about that. So that's why they make this leveling compound that you can just trowel in. It's not critical stuff. Anybody can do it. You trowel it in, and you just make sure it's nice and level. Scrape it across the top of the tile too. You don't put it on thick, just as thick as it needs to be. Smooth that floor out, nice and smooth. It'll look crazy ugly when you're done with this. And then you've got a nice surface, and that compound is made specifically to be an excellent surface for vinyl flooring to adhere to as it gets laid down. So that all said, that's easier for a lot of people than chipping up the tile floor. I would still chip up the tile floor first, but that's your secondary alternative. And by the way, for everybody who's listening, that holds true if you've got an existing vinyl floor that's embossed, there's like an embossed pattern on it, and you just want to lay new vinyl down on top of it. The same process. Number one, scuff it up, get the glaze off it so you open up the porosity. And number two, use some of this leveling filler to fill up the embossing so that what you're laying your vinyl on top of is nice and flat and smooth, and that's how it works best.
Great. Well, thanks, Dean. Something to think about. I guess my concern is if I chip up right up against the cabinet, that's not easy to try to chip that up without screwing up the edging on the cabinets themselves. So that's probably going to take a little more work, unless there is another way to do that. But it's just a matter of getting that's just down and dirty. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And I will tell you this, Mike. You should verify if your tile, for some reason, goes underneath your cabinets, then work on top of the tile. Go for step 2, like I was talking about with the filler, because you're not going to be able to break it apart evenly, and your cabinets may actually be sitting on top of the tile if for some reason. Now, if the tile just runs up to the cabinet, then down there along the cabinet kick, get yourself some RAM board. RAM, R-A-M board, is protective construction cardboard. Basically, you cut it into strips, you can tape it onto the kick, the face of your cabinet kick, so that as you get in there with the chipper and you start to, stuff moving around and popping around, that you don't run the risk of damaging. So in other words, protect the cabinets first, which you can do. It's just an extra step, and then chip the tile out. But if the tile is running underneath the kick, then you probably just want to leave it all in place and fill it like we talked about. Mike, good luck on your project. I'm giving people lots of things to think about this morning. That's like the third call. It's like, that's something to think about now. I'm glad. That's why I'm here. You are home with Dean Sharp, the house whisperer. Sandy Wells has the news.
A driver in Fullerton has died after crashing into a wall. Cops say it happened just after midnight at Rosecrans Avenue and Gilbert Street. In-N-Out has announced the company will go ahead with its plans to close its Oakland restaurant because of crime in the area. New York Attorney General Letitia James has prepared to start seizing some of former President Trump's assets if he does not pay the $464 million he owes in a civil fraud case. We'll check the 105 freeway coming up right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
On a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day my life is going to be part of a musical. However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
The BMW i4 M50. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding in a whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected. The pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50. Silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
See a SoCal BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This week on How to Money, a landmark ruling could save you a lot of money when buying and selling a home. Plus, where's the opportunity in the job market? It might not be where you think it is.
How to Money
With Joel Larsgaard, today at noon on KFI.
and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, at your service. Hey, thanks for joining us on the program. All right, it's time to dive back into some deterrent and exclusion and repelling of pests around your house. I literally said that backwards. Repel, exclude, deter. R-E-D, red. That's how you remember. Exclude, deter. We've talked about repelling about as much as is rational for pets. Okay, that's the weakest part of this, as far as just the idea of like, I would just like to learn how to keep everything I don't want in my yard outside my yard. That's not really going to happen. You slow it down. You can slow it down. Okay, you can limit it with repelling. But generally speaking, when nature wants to get in, it's coming in. Now, I had a special request during the break from Connie, who asked, can you talk about snails? All right, we'll talk briefly about snails, because snails are cute.
And, well, not probably when you just get really up close to them, but generally speaking, they're cute. But they do a lot of damage to, flowers and plants in the garden. So, what's the Achilles heel, as it were, of the snail, since they don't have a heel or even legs? Snails, move over a little slime path that they put down. That's how they stay in contact and simultaneously out of contact with the surfaces that they're moving through, okay? So when it comes to snails and slugs, one of the things that is the easiest ways to slow them down into your garden beds is, to put up rough surfaces around your plants, okay? Snails can't jump. They can't jump from the sidewalk up to your rosebush leaves. They have to climb all the way in and go all the way up the trunk and then get out on those leaves in order to eat them. So, knowing that that's the path, understand this, and you're not going to stop everyone, but gravel, bark, sand, wood chips, all of this create a barrier for snails and slugs. Now, it's not an impossible barrier, but it's a difficult one that they'd rather not move over. Just know, snails would rather not slide around over sharp, irregular surfaces. And so, you provide, instead of just soil in the area around your garden, if you have a snail problem, then consider getting some decorative rock. Not smooth decorative rocks, sharp-edged decorative rocks. Sharp cut, like chiseled out, sharp cut decorative rock. And cover your soil. By the way, it's always a good idea, especially in Southern California, to cover your soil around your plant with another layer of something, whether it's mulch or a thick layer of bark or gravel or what have you, because you're not choking off the soil. There's plenty of air and water gets right on through, and yet having that layer on top holds moisture in the soil. Now, snails don't burrow subterranean, neither do slugs, but they just don't like climbing over rough surface. From that, of course, there's snail repellent. There are chemicals that you can sprinkle around. One of my favorites of all time, basically, okay, is called SR-Go. SR-Go! Exclamation point. It works really, really well. I think it's made by, I want to say it's made by Gurney's, or at least it's sold at Gurney's. It's slug and snail bait. They don't like it at all. SR-Go! All right, there you go. Little snail insight for Connie and the rest of you who are dealing with snails in your garden. Let's talk about excluding. Excluding is in my opinion, the most important, the central. That's why in the word red, R-E-D, it's right there in the middle. There's nothing more important or effective you can do than to exclude. Now, what do I mean by exclude? I mean keeping stuff out of your house, okay? Sometimes keeping it out of your yard, but definitely keeping things out of the house or wherever you don't want the pest to be. When it comes to rats and mice, we have techniques and strategies to exclude. Rabbits, yeah, there's a way to exclude them. Snakes, yes, we can exclude them. Coyotes, yes, we can exclude them from your yard. What about gophers? Well, I can't exclude them from the soil under your yard, but I can exclude them from popping their heads up through your yard. We'll talk about all of that right after the news. You're home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Sandy Wells has the latest.
And Second Woman from Newport Beach has introduced a bill to strengthen protection for people hurt by violent crime.
The goal, Assemblywoman Diane Dixon says, is to prevent people from having to face abusers over and over in court to renew restraining orders.
Haley's law will allow a judge the discretion to issue a lifetime injunction for a serious felony.
Kaylee Kozak got the first ever Kaylee's Law passed in Arizona.
I was sexually abused at the tender age of 12 and 13 by my middle school PE teacher, who was also my club soccer coach. When I turned him in, the hell that followed was unbearable.
She says the law protected her once the guy's so-called lifetime probation was lifted. for good behavior. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
More than 133 people have been killed and even more hurt in the terrorist attacks at a concert hall in Moscow. Many witnesses said they feared for their lives Friday. This woman who works at an aquarium in the same entertainment complex says she felt the explosion.
We ran out of the building while a fire accident came to the central entrance. We saw a fire in the crocus hall roof. When we went near one of the buildings, we saw a lot of dead bodies inside.
Russia's federal security says they've captured the 4 men thought to be responsible and members of the ISIS. Former Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel says she disagrees with Trump's promise to free individuals involved in the January 6th riot.
If you attacked our Capitol and you've been convicted, then that should stay.
McDaniel told NBC's Meet the Press that the violence was unacceptable and prison sentences should not be cut short. She also emphasizes she does not hold the former president responsible for what happened. McDaniel stepped down as chairwoman of the RNC earlier this month and will join NBC as a political analyst. The interview reportedly took place before her hiring as an analyst. Pope Francis has skipped his homily during the Palm Sunday service at the Vatican. The Pope has been dealing with bronchitis and the flu recently and has not been reading addresses himself, but skipping the homily during a major event like today is considered rare. He did give his weekly Sunday Angelus message and blessing from the altar. He also condemned the attack in Russia by ISIS and prayed for those suffering, including Ukraine and Gaza. We'll check the 105 freeway right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. IAM 640.
KFI AM 640 and live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. You are home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. That's me. Right after our next news break, we're going to go back to the phones. Just to let you know, the number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. If you're already on the board, and there are a lot of you are, you hang tight. It's completely random, except when I'm looking for a dude's voice or a lady voice. Apart from that, it's totally random. So everybody's got an equal shot at getting on the air. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. There you go. Coming up right after the next news break. Okay, let's exclude some things from your house, shall we? Yeah, let's do that. I promised a long list, and some of you are like, no, you can't promise to keep snakes and coyotes out. We'll get there. Let's first talk about rats and mice. Okay, the more common thing that we definitely want out of our house. Stop freaking out that you have mice or rats in your yard from time to time. They're adorable. Let them do what they're going to do, okay? But absolutely, keep them out of the house. Seal all buildings with rodent-proof expanding foam. That's one thing that you can do. You do a walk around both at the foundation of your home, doors and windows, up around where the rafters hit the eave boards, any venting up on the attic, anything. You're looking for half-inch square holes. That's all it takes for a mouse or a smaller rat to get inside your attic space or your house. And if you find a hole and you don't feel like it's capable of being patched effectively with a piece of wood or something else, or a piece of metal flashing or some galvanized mesh, then
go to the hardware store, get yourself some expanding foam. It's like the expanding foam insulation, but it's specifically rodent-proof expanding foam. It has something in it that they don't like to chew through. It's very distasteful film, and they don't. I've never seen to date a rodent chew through rodent-proof expanding foam insulation. I use it at my house whenever necessary. Simply keep them out of the house. Your vents should be covered with 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch galvanized metal mesh, okay, aka hardware cloth. 1/4 by 1/4, 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch too big. They can go right through it, okay? Squeeze right through it. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it's true. They're fluffy. Their bodies are very, very malleable underneath all that fluff. So do not underestimate the size of the mesh. And by the way, 1/8 by 8 would be better anyway, because I've got concerns about embers from wildfires. That's a whole different conversation. But anyway, make sure that the vents on your house are at least covered with 1/4 by 1/4 galvanized mesh, and you will exclude rats and mice from your attic space and stuff. Don't overfill the trash cans or the dumpsters. Keep the lids closed tightly. It just enrages me, by the way, to see like commercial properties, not unlike the building we are in here at KFI, use blood-thinning, dangerous blood-thinning rat traps and rat poison, okay? The kind of thing that causes slow, painful, inhumane death to rodents, and even more importantly than that, make them vulnerable to the predators who then prey upon them and eat them, to the point where here in Southern California, over 98% of the predatory creatures in our open spaces test positive for blood thinners. That's because of these stupid blood thinning based rat poisons that are primarily these days around commercial buildings. Here at the station, I don't know how many times I have to talk to somebody about it, but I see it all the time. I see it in shopping centers, a poorly managed trash area where the lid is not locked, propped even open, okay? Basically saying, hey, rodents, come on down. And then there are blood thinner rat poisons right at the base of the lid. Seal up your trash cans. Don't overflow your garbage bins. Lock the lids. Stay away from that blood-thinning poison stuff, by the way. Not good. Not good. It's not good. It's not good if your household pets end up catching a rat. Now your pets have blood thinners inside them as well. I'm telling you, it is a domino effect of disastrous proportions for our open space here in Southern California. Get off the blood thinners. I don't mean you personally. I'm saying the pests around your house. No blood thinners, please. No. All right. Clean up after your pets. Get rid of the feces. Pick up fallen fruit. Remember, these are animals that are opportunistic eaters. Okay. All sorts of stuff like this. Close up the barbecue. Put sweeps under the garage door. At the little rubber gasket under your garage door so there's not a gap there. That kind of stuff. All right. Rabbits, 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch mesh, 6 inches deep, okay, down into the soil, and 4 feet high up your fence, and you'll keep rabbits out of a given area. Okay, 4 feet high, 6 inches deep under the soil. Gophers? How do you stop gophers from burrowing into your property? You don't, but you can stop them from peeping their heads up through, caddyshagging through your lawn, your beautiful green lawn. And here's how you do it. I mean, if you're serious about this is how you do it. You go and you call a landscaper and you say, hey, I want you to saw cut my lawn. In other words, take it all up. It doesn't destroy it. It just saw cuts it, just like it was at the grass farm where a lot of lawns come from. You can rent a sod cutter yourself if you want to DIY this. Sod cut the lawn, roll it up, set it off to the side, and then roll out overlapping layers of 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch mesh right down onto the soil, and then put your grass back in place. And now, right underneath the root density of your grass in your lawn, there is a solid half-inch by half-inch mesh barrier underneath the grass, which means the gophers can burrow right up to it, and they're like, oh, no, we can't go any further. And guess what? You do that for your entire lawn area, they figure it out really fast, and they will just give up, and they'll go dig somewhere else. So yeah, you can stop it. What about snakes and coyotes? Snakes and coyotes. Snakes do not have suction cups on their belly. Okay, they are not adhesive in any way, shape, or form. Snakes rely on their own muscle strength in order to reach up and get to a place. Okay, so here is some snake fact for you. A snake, generally speaking, can only reach up with half of its body length. All right, so around here, the worst snakes, obviously rattlesnakes, Southern California, the big boys, the old ones, you know, you'd be lucky if they get up to about 6 feet in length. I know that's frightening, a 6-foot-long rattlesnake, but that's a big, big old rattlesnake. Okay, most of them are far shorter than that. So let's just deal with the biggest one. So 6-foot-long rattlesnake needs to have half of its body to anchor the rest of its reach, which means it can only reach up vertically about 3 feet unsupported. Okay, or I mean, it can lean against something, but it can't get up any higher than 3 feet before it needs to like hook its head around something and pull itself up. So a 3-foot-high barrier around your yard, buried a little bit. It's not that they dig; it's just to ensure that they can't slide under it. A 3-foot-high barrier, solid barrier around your yard is going to keep rattlesnakes out of your yard. But I've grown up with them all my life. I can tell you that for an absolute fact. Coyotes. It is a myth that a coyote can simply stand on the ground and clear a 6-foot fence. That's a myth. What happens is a coyote can jump up, get their front paws on the top of the 6-foot fence, and then shimmy over very quickly. I mean, super quickly. Okay. So how do we keep coyotes out of the yard? And especially, by the way, you say, well, I've seen a coyote jump right over my 6-foot fence. Well, yeah, if you have a hillside back behind your fence so that they get to start higher, that happens too. Okay. But we're talking about from the ground, a flat high jump over a 6-foot fence. Coyotes are not making that happen. They're not clearing the fence. They are grabbing the top and going over. What is my favorite way of deterring that from happening? Coyote rollers. A coyote roller is like, think of like a long stainless steel, relatively low profile rolling pin, okay, that can be mounted to the top of any fence in a series. So wherever your open space is, wherever the coyotes come from. So the idea is very simply this. You can have them very low set. They don't have to be super ugly. You don't need to put barbed wire up or extend your fence way up. If you have a coyote roller as the very top element of your fence, then the coyotes jump up, they get their feet on that roller, they slip right up, and they just don't get to anchor themselves to get over into the yard. There are solutions for every situation. The solution is very rarely kill, kill, kill. It is just learn what they want, learn how they do it, and adjust our situation accordingly. Does that make sense? All right. I got more, so much more to talk about. We need to talk about bees and trees and a few other things. But first, when we come back from the news, we're going to go back to the phones. You're home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Yeah. Why am I choking today every time I say that? Sandy Wells has the latest.
A glass of water. A 4-year-old girl in Long Beach has been killed by a pickup truck. Cops say the girl was crossing the sidewalk when she was hit by the F-150 Friday night. Gas prices in LA County keep going up. Now over $5 a gallon, the highest seen since November. The average price has increased more than 10 cents in just 10 days. A man who has been called New York City's worst landlord has been attacked at Rikers Island Prison. He's supposed to spend 60 days behind bars for 700 building violations. We'll check the 5 freeway coming up right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smart home. The home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months in life with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
You call anytime, and we'll be there, because we've been here all along. Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
Looking for a Medicare plan that fits your needs and budget? United Healthcare has a plan for you, with plans designed for all styles, stages, and ages of Medicare. There's a reason more people count on United Healthcare for their Medicare Advantage plans. This is Medicare made for California, trusted everywhere. To learn more, call United Healthcare today at 1-855-MEET-UHC. That's 1-855-MEET-UHC. Again, that's 1-855-MEET-UHC.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
If you think your car is a lemon, get my lemon law lawyer on the case. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say the keyword lemon lawyer. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto dial text message from iHeartMedia. Get rid of that lemon. Also on the web at mylemonlawlawyer.com.
It's spring. Time to gather your friends and family and fire up the grill with some Kingsford charcoal.
because everything tastes better cooked on the grill. Whether it's a casual get-together or a special occasion, Kingsford Original will give your food that authentic, wood-fired barbecue flavor everyone craves.
So good.
Because it's not spring until you've thrown some burgers on the grill with Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert. Kingsford.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy.
They were really going at Lowe's. The bag will be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Should we call someone? Like, no, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and breathe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, welcome home. Thanks for joining us on the program today. We're talking all things spring. Spring has sprung, and with it, all sorts of creatures, pests, some of them we call pests, issues with trees and trimming and questions about that, bees swarming in the air. We're addressing it all. We're going to be talking about trees and bees and coming up in just a bit. But right now, top of the hour, time to go to the phones and talk about anything that you have got going on with your home. Let's talk to Andrew. Hey, Andrew, welcome home.
Hey there. Thanks for a great show. So, I have in my backyard, it's a track, so we've got walls, brick walls around all three sides. I've got a little bit of a surcharge. In other words, a hill about 3 feet tall. So I put in a lovely waterfall. It's beautiful. Reminds me of being up in Yosemite. Problem is, I can't watch TV with my door open. Why would that be? We've got tree frogs. They're no bigger than my thumb, but they bark louder than a dog. And they bark all night long. So we drained the waterfall, completely dry, let it sit for a year. A little bit of rain comes back, so frogs. I tried chlorine, caustic what do you call it, vitamin C, citric acid. I've called 40 agencies, zoos,